changing all my plans now. Top down with my hands out, baby. Palm trees, angel dust. The answers in the ocean. Run from my emotions lately. California's calling us.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's Carball Championships, a fun, competitive environment featuring your favorite female Rocket Leaguers in a battle for high-octane glory.
One last attack as he chases one down to the corner, keeps the ball up, it goes into the center, and it will be a 0-second goal.
I saw her rotation. This one dangerous. We gotta get it out. And Licious Sarah.
With a minute and a half to go, and somehow double crossbar.
Just in case. Now Bella keeping the pressure going. Princess Sheets is there. The pass, and it works out.
So sweet. Alisa getting beat now. Ravina on the other side. Maybe get over Quinton. That's a 2-1. 7 seconds on the clock, and Ketchup take the lead.
Welcome to WCBC Season 3. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We cross over the halfway point in the WCBC NA season. It's week number 3, and I am going to be your host throughout the broadcast, Hunted here with Jolly and Stealthy Wolf. And again, you know, we appreciate everybody coming on into this week number 3. It's time for these teams to really start pushing themselves to see who's going to take that first place spot heading into the playoffs. We've got another 8-team battle to get through today here. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Again, I want to welcome our 2 commentators in, Jolly and Stealthy Wolf. How are you guys feeling? Jolly, we'll start with you.
Oh, I'm feeling great. Not too happy that I lost my notes, but according to you guys, that doesn't matter. So no, we're gonna go into this. I got to be a part of last week, so I am stoked to be able to continue the stories for these ladies because there's some really fun changes that we've got and some returning players that I hope will do very well.
Yeah, and I mean, Stealthy, I know you got all your notes in your head, man. What are you thinking coming into this one?
Well, last time, of course, we had, I think it was Stally that still had to play the qualifiers for RLCS, so a little bit of collision in events that were occurring, and definitely Bangang a little bit weaker because of that. And maybe right now with the main 3 again, I mean, last time we saw, I think it was Phantasmal. Yeah, Phantasmal winning over Bangang. It was close. It was not a complete blowout. That's definitely something that we can say for a fact. So I think right now Banging might end up on top again, but I mean, we just have to wait and see. Every week is a new opportunity to throw all my expectations out of the window and say, yeah, Banging are the lower bracket.
Well, speaking of Phantasmal, it is some exciting news we got yesterday right before we kicked things off here for week number 3. The Kansas City Pioneers signing that roster of Courtney Queen B, Kate, and Grace to their team, and we are super excited to have them on board with us, and they will be representing that KCP brand as we continue on through. Let's take a look at the standings coming into this one, so you can take a quick peek at where we do stand right now. Bangang and KCP both having won a week, coming in second in the other. They are tied for first place, and I have a feeling we are going to see these teams go back and forth all season long. FOB, flashes of brilliance there, rounding out the top 3, 240 points, and some changes for a couple of teams down the way. Elysian Esports, they kind of enter the league, taking over for Disaster Esports. Same roster, but just a different name there. And then you've got a team down below, D-Bejeweled Sloths, that find our leaderboard because this is the first time they've actually qualified for the second day, or I guess the stream day here in the top 8. So congratulations to them. We'll see if we get them on stream. They do have to win a lower bracket match to do so. And speaking of the lower bracket, let's take a quick peek at said bracket. Well, you could see Jolly that time. She's scrambling to get her notes together now. She's literally like a kid in class trying to copy these screens as fast as possible. I'll talk slowly for you, Jolly, so you can write all this down.
So
anyway, top side of the bracket, we're going to see Bang Gang and Flashes of Brilliance do battle to start out our day. KCP and the Venus Vixens, who is a team we should certainly talk about as well. They have a new pickup in pads to that team. And then in that lower round one, currently going on right now, I'd imagine, the Crossbar Queens and Taco Bells. And then, of course, Elysian Esports and DB Jeweled Sloths. So we've got a lot to talk about today. Not a ton of time. We're trying to get that first match set up. But let's talk quickly about the changes that we've seen. Again, KCP picks up the roster, and, you know, it was fun to have Phantasma with us, but super glad to see this team get the recognition they deserve here, Stealthy Wolf.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing, and I think it will also just give them that little bit of confidence boost they need. Because we were saying before, Bang Gang might have been on top in the first week. They didn't play with their sub. They were very dominant. But sometimes it's just that little bit of boost of confidence, a little bit of motivation that's just necessary in order to push your team to the next level. To work maybe a little bit more during the week, maybe train a little bit, do some scrims, find that team chemistry a little bit better, and then just completely dominate. Maybe this week.
Well, yeah, maybe we will see them come out ahead again. And, you know, both Bang Gang and KCP going to be looking for their first double win, I guess you could say. Their second win on the season, the first team in North America to win multiple times this season. And, of course, a team like Flashes of Brilliance, who have kind of cemented themselves firmly in that third place spot, Jolly, they're going to look to maybe add their name to a team in the win column, but with what we've seen in the past couple of weeks, it's going to be a tough road.
It's going to be tough, and based on the 2 weeks ago, the last performance that we got from NA here, I think a big point as well to touch on, Wolf already mentioned it there, is just the fact that we had a few subs in, some really, really important players that were out due to the RLCS, and so it's going to be even more difficult now for FOB to come into this one feeling confident, doing quite well, getting towards the end of that bracket last week for NA, and while they should go in with good confidence, they have to be aware that these teams are back to standard rosters. These teams, some of which, the Kansas City Pioneers now under a new name, potentially under new coaching or management, and therefore you have to kind of consider those other factors that might improve the play style of these players. But don't let it get you down. I think Flashes of Brilliance has plenty of time to prove themselves here today. Hopefully we'll see a lot of their gameplay.
Well, we will dive into their matchup against Bang Gang here in just a moment. I do want to mention Venus Vixens as well. They add a new player in Pad. She's one of the only players that will join us from the EU region. Again, in the rule book, you can have kind of a foreign player, if you will, outside of North America, as long as the majority of the team, of course, resides in NA. So Pad's joining us from Germany, been a part of the Venus Vixens roster in the past, so you know that there's already going to be a little bit of that chemistry. As far as I'm aware, from talking to Freya in between weeks, I believe she's going to be taking a step back towards that sub role. And Stealthy, I want to get your take. Does this help this team? Is this a lateral move? You know, what do you see from the Venus Vixens here?
I mean, I think it's a hard one, because, like, how much experience does Pads have playing with the other two? Because, like, if it is just a team thrown together, sure, they right now cemented themselves in that position, in that top four, able to go to that upper final already. But it's a difficult thing, because sometimes you have that honeymoon phase, as we call it. Like, the first moments of a team thrown together just works out completely, and then at the moment that you actually have to play a main event, then it just crashes down. That would be the worst thing to happen to the Venus Vixens. Of course, I don't hope that it happens, but if we look back to the Venus Vixens on the EU side, the moment that Pats was playing together with Rose and Ali Kitten, sometimes it felt a little bit disconnected right there already. So I'm a little bit looking forward to, hoping that it is connected in the side of Venus Vixens this time, and not a little bit of that disconnect situation still going on.
Well, I certainly agree that we're gonna obviously it's gonna have to play out in front of us, but you know, for what it's worth, and you know, looking at that bracket again, the Venus Vixens qualify in the top 4 for the day, right? That's already a victory. They get a series loss at the very least to work with on the day. So again, that's another team that I put there with flashes of brilliance, trying to cement themselves top 4, top 5. And really make a push towards the playoff side. And I am interested to see how Pads does with the NA roster for the Venus Vixen. So before we jump into Bang Gang and Flashes of Brilliance, just want to again congratulate D Bejeweled Slaws. That's Nikki Justine, Miss Jewel, and Queen D. And you know, I guess because I'm not the one that's going to have to cast their games, I really hope they move forward just so you two have to say it over and over again. But I would love to see them on stream. You know, it's great that they finally qualified here in week number 3, and they've got the newly picked up Elysian Esports team to go up against in round 1 here, Jolly.
Yeah, a little bit of a rebrand. We definitely had to make sure that we were pronouncing that one correctly. As we had a little conversation about that ahead of time, wanting to make sure that we get everybody's brand right. A really, really cool new logo. I do have to say, I like the rebrand on this one. I hope that it helps their confidence moving forward. But yes, you're right. I do hope to see sloths. That's it. That's what you get. That's all I'm calling you. I hope to see the sloths come through because I love new faces. I love the idea of rooting for the underdog, even though I'm unbiased, obviously, clearly. But I do like the idea of seeing these new players come on and being able to give them a little bit of the presentation that they look for in these kinds of broadcasts.
Sure, and you always want to give players a little bit of time in that limelight as well, where they can get it. So best of luck to everybody down in that lower round 1 as they are playing right now to, again, move forward in the bracket, get a little bit of stream time at the very least. But let's look at the top side and where we start today. Bang Gang and FOB. In both weeks 1 and 2, these teams matched up against each other. Bang Gang are 6-0 right now against Flashes of Brilliance. Do you see any kind of change coming out this week, Stealthy Wolf, or do you think Bang Gang again kind of takes care of business?
I mean, this is a little bit of a hard one, Hunt, because if I remember from the first week that I saw Flashes of Brilliance play, they were evolving throughout every series. It's not like they were the same stagnant playstyle the entire time, not able to do anything else. So I assume that they will also overcome it and not get swept this time and maybe go 3-1.
Well, I mean, again, this roster also suffered a little bit from the sub bug, if you will, of last week here in North America. And you know, for what it's worth, Top Gun a very good player in her own right. Now we'll see the full lineup that they come into the season with in Kira, Zuno, and Somewhat. And yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a mix-up that they need. And I mean, regardless, Bang Gang's always going to be one of those teams that is very difficult to play against. And you know, you get them first round just because that's how the draw works here in the WCBC. At the very least, you know, of course, we do have this this 2-tiered bracket, so it's not over whoever drops that series. And you know, Jolly, I wonder, do you agree with Stealthy Wolf? Do you think that this one's fully in the hands of Bang Gang, or do we see an upset today?
No, I like to hope for the same thing that Stealthy Wolf does in hoping for something like a 3-1, a 3-2 even. Hopefully maybe even a little bit of overtime for these guys to boost their confidence and keeping things even to a certain point. But I will say, just based on Bang Gang's performance, based on the fact that the only time I've witnessed them is with a sub who melded so perfectly with the team, it almost didn't even seem like a sub for me because I hadn't seen the first week of performance from this roster, this initial roster. So going back to that, I am a little bit concerned for FOB. I do really like Stealthy Wolf. He just keeps touching on such good points here. So there's a lot of growth in this team. And so FOB has a lot of potential going forward. We don't know what they've accomplished over this last 2 weeks of being able to practice together. For all we know, they've kind of come together and been able to adhere these players that they've been really trying to do over the last several weeks. So I have a lot of good confidence. I have a lot of hope, but it's not going to stand on a huge pedestal at this point, just based on Bang Gang's previous performance.
Well, we are minutes away from finding out which of those two teams will be your first to move into the winners final. Again, KCP Venus Vixens will follow pretty much immediately after that. And while I've got the two of you here, this is kind of the time where we can have some fun discussions, kind of talk about who you think is going to perform on the day. I'm assuming we're going to see Tally in the series up against FOB. I haven't heard otherwise. I have no idea. Does Tally make a big difference today, Stealthy Wolf, for this Bang Gang squad?
I think it will make a difference in team feeling, being able to cover a little bit more if like NG or Avenger make a small mistake, because that is of course something when Bebop had to step in. It is not that easy as a sub to fill the same shoes as a player as Tally would. Right there, you have to be able to comfort your teammates if they miss the ball, if they whiff the ball. If they do a touch by accident that they can't really control, Tally was always there, able to cover for her teammates and able to somehow magically make a goal happen from it. So yes, I think Tally will definitely step up, but I think if we have to look at an individual player, I think we will have to look at the team as FOB again. And I think somewhat or Kira is probably one of the two players to actually look forward to evolve throughout the series and maybe do something special.
Well, it sounds like we are about ready to kick things off for the day. I hope I wish both of the teams best of luck. I wish the both of you best of luck throughout the day today as well. But let's kick week number 3 off here in North America. Bang Gang Flashes of Brilliance. Sounds like game 1 is just about ready to go.
Well, this is my favorite part, the actual game.
Yeah, we're already a little bit in, so that is, of course, a little bit of a switch up. But right now, it is immediate pressure from the Flash of Brilliance. And it's definitely nice to see, as we see that Avenger is able to get that ball to the sides. Now, Talibird, ball high into the center. A little bit of pressure, and that's definitely what we want to see. It's not like a domination right now. It's both teams feeling out what they can do, how they're going to make the play, what plays work, what plays don't, and how they're going to potentially counter the plays coming from the opposite team.
And a lot of these matches, we're going to be seeing that. We're going to be seeing a lot of warm-ups. A lot of teams try to find their footing here as Mizuno sets up for a shot. Bird actually ends up at the save on that one. A little redirect off your own teammate from Bang Gang. What a play. So already the aggression is picking up. That comfort zone is being left. They've already found it, and they've already realized that they do not want to remain there for too long because both of these teams have great opportunity and great potential to make these into fully aggressive plays.
Well, right now, the pressure is on. Bird tries to get that ball into the center, is able to do so, but now someone, ball to the side, gets downward as Avenger now, sends that ball to Tally. Tally into the air, NG is up. Can she control the ball? She sadly enough can't really get a proper touch, but Avenger is right there, able to follow up. Now, Kira on the side, leaves this one for Mizuno. She's able to send it even further deep into the Bang Gang corner. As we see somewhat keeping that block on. So Flashes of Brilliance definitely right now the first minute and a half from performance. A lot of pressure. And the second opportunity to strike already.
Yeah, that was very lucky there for Flashes of Brilliance. I think it was Kira that was towards that defensive side. Ended up moving out to grab the corner boost, but it was bad timing. And there it is. Angie, the assist from Bird is going to buy the first one almost 2 minutes in.
Well, this is, of course, what we were expecting from Bang Gang. Like, sorry, this is just how it is. Talibird able to set up her own teammate in that midfield perfectly. It's just brilliant to see 2 minutes in already, but Flashes of Brilliance definitely putting up a lot of resilience as well. As we now see Tally trying to get that ball into the midfield, can't really get it past. Kira as the ball lands neutral. Now, Mizuno can't really clear the ball as someone is able to get it into the midfield. So NG now has to get that ball to the side as Kira is already waiting. Ball into the midfield, sport touch, but in the end, it's Bang Gang that's still able to keep that ball forward. Tally with a beautiful 50 stew there as Avenger gets another opportunity. Kira with the save, and Flashes of Brilliance keep that lead from Bang Gang to 1-0.
I feel like Kira is going to be a huge defender here for Flashes of Brilliance. We've seen a few double commits, a few over commits in terms of that defensive zone. Bird looking for the follow-up here, and there it is! Angie with setup and assist.
Well, this is, of course, a nice play. NG able to redirect that ball to the other side. That is just brilliant.
That was absolutely beautiful. And Flashes of Brilliance now have to continue on 0-2. That alone hurts your mental game severely. There's still almost half of this game left, but Bang Gang is very quickly finding their footing, finding what works well against this team specifically, Flashes of Brilliance. Plenty of time. This is a best of 5. First round tends to go a little bit poorly, and this is usually, it's generally a full round where these players take some time to figure out how to really go up against their team that they are facing. But Bang Gang took maybe a minute, maybe 2 at most, and now they have sufficiently found it. We're going to see if Flashes of Brilliance can get in the defensive zone in time. No! All the way from the other side of the field. Bird, on her own, finds another one for Bang Gang.
I mean, it's like I said, she is that solid stone from Bang Gang. If the teammate makes a mistouch, she's able to clean it up, is able to get a goal from it, and right now she does it. It is just amazing to see how she can snipe that ball from the other side of the field. And oh, another good opportunity. Angie, sadly enough, gets that crossbar and out. Oh, it's not in a good fortune right now, but I mean, they don't need fortune. They have enough skill. They can just waltz that ball through the defense of Flashes of Brilliance, as we now see a launch forward once again somewhat. Does not really get a proper touch as Mitsuna now has to rush in, does get faked there as Tali takes control of the ball, flicks it into the center. There is no follow-up from her teammates though. But that could have been another prime opportunity for Bang Gang to get that 4th goal.
Someone needs to be really cautious here, being on the defensive side. A nice clear, though, is going to allow Avenger to follow this one up. Kira with the top pop. Like I was saying, beautiful defense coming from this player here on Flashes of Brilliance already so far. 1 minute now left as Bird goes in for another setup. Flashes of Brilliance focusing much more firmly on their defense, which is necessary up against this Bang Gang, but they need to get it out of their defensive zone. This many rebounds is going to allow Bang Gang to finally commit to one of these, so FOB finding a good clear, getting it back over to their offensive side. We'll see if they can keep it there, though, as Avenger tries to follow this one up with a solid boost midway.
I mean, there's a lot of goal that goes into the defense, and I feel like Flashes of Brilliance right now, they're just rushing in, taking those touches that are very unnecessary, like that one from Kira right there. It just gives the ball to Bang Gang, it gives them an opportunity high in the air, means that you have to waste a lot of boost. Yes, it goes both ways. Bang Gang has to waste boost, you have to waste boost in order to beat them to it. But if you don't have the boost, if you don't have the luxury, it's a little bit of a misstep, so to say, because you can't really go on that offensive play yourself at that point.
And boost control, honestly, has not been really on either side here because both teams are just playing so aggressively. Bang Gang's like, we don't need to control the boost right now. FOB has no chance of getting it when they want it. We've already got control of our side. Bang Gang is going to find 3 for the first one, 2 for Bird there. Pivotal player that we didn't get to see last week. And 1 for Angie.
Well, it's a beautiful starting performance, of course, from the side of Bang Gang. And Flashes of Brilliance, they did it nicely. Again, we're talking about how they will perform, how they will increase their performance, grow throughout this entire series. And the defense, yes, they were on the defensive end the entire time, but it held together. It was a little bit shaky in the mid-game, but at that start and at the end of the game, they were able to do it nicely.
Yeah, you want to avoid the open goals, though, and we definitely saw that towards the middle. If not, the first 2 goals were more of just an empty defense there for Flashes of Brilliance. They started to turn that around, though. They recognized, they acknowledged that, they clearly communicated that between the team, and they resolved to focus on that defense. It has certainly helped their gameplay, but again, you give rebound after rebound to Bang Gang, they're going to find a goal on that. So while solid defense is good, you got to find those clears. You need to manage to have somebody with boost so that you can follow up the ball onto the other side of the field.
I mean, those are all good points, but sometimes if it is so much pressure from a team like Bang Gang, it is just very hard. And then we have to go for a little bit of an alternative route. You don't really rely on those very far clears. Then you need to rely on controlling the ball, being certain of your own 50 game, and just taking that ball slowly all the way to the other side, creating enough time for your teammates in order to grab those little pads, get the big boost, and get in position.
And I think that is something that Flashes of Brilliance can take control over. As I mentioned, Bang Gang that last game was automatically in control of the ball. They were in control of the field. Oh, what a great save there by someone. So if Flashes of Brilliance can focus on taking control of that boost, of owning that economy, of boost in this game, then Banggang is going to have to adjust their focus and say, okay, we need to turn a little bit of ours to that economy as well, but not if Talibird is going to be able to just make the first goal there in 37 seconds of round 1. Flashes of Brilliance, hopefully their mental can be maintained after so many goals from this singular player.
I mean, this is just a brilliant performance right there from Tali. Just realized that Kira was a little bit out of position, still able to get that touch is, of course, enough props to her. But, I mean, at that moment, you just strike, you see the problem, you know how you can counter it, and Talibird is just at that level that she realizes, okay, I just have to go for a soft touch. From the side, it's going to go top corner. Doesn't really matter as she right now digs up this ball. Kira misses the ball once again. And here it is now, Talibird with a shot on target. Mizuno able to get the save, but Angie is right there. The pressure is on. Banggang are not letting go, and they want that second point.
But Flashes of Brilliance are not letting that through, somewhat with the follow-up save there. This is the defense that we needed to see here from Flashes of Brilliance. There it is. Can they get the follow-up? Look at Angie, very, very low on boost, somewhat there. Going a little bit too far in an attempt on that clear. Talibird is the last player that you want in control of this ball right now. The demolition onto someone is going to make that a little bit easier for her. See if she can carry this one around. Flashes of Brilliance need to get into a defensive position. That corner boost will certainly help, but somewhat pulls that one away from Talibird. Angie instantly says, no, that's not going to happen that easily, guys.
Well, it might not be that easy, but they are still trying. Flashes of Brilliance want to escape from that offensive grasp from Banggang, as we now see a somewhat neutral touch from Avenger now going to... Oh, no! Goal!
Oh, it was a good attempt. We all saw it. We're not going to talk about it. There we go. Second one from Banggang. 2 minutes in, so feeling a little bit similar as the last game here. But Flashes of Brilliance defense has improved so much here. I'm proud of these gals.
I mean, they're definitely doing amazing. Like, there's nothing taking that away from them. Okay, they might not have scored yet, but it's only a matter of time. That's usually how it is. It's the same as in a chess game. You just... Oh, Tali.
Too good. And Flashes of Brilliance let up a little bit on the defense there. We can see that jump up from Mizuno. But the boost followed through from Talibird meant that Zuno was not going to get up in time. And even if she got the tip on that, that doesn't necessarily mean that that ball was going to go away from the goal here. So Flashes of Brilliance, just find that footing again. They had it, absolutely. They need to focus on keeping their defense strong, being able to adjust very quickly over to an offensive play. Oh, there we go. Mizuno with a nice save. Talibird now on the backside of Venture trying to redirect this one. Flashes of Brilliance, though, sets it up for a potential shot. Banggang gonna clear it back over to FOB's defensive side, somewhat with another clear. Already this game is feeling so much more even than the last one, even though we have more goals early on.
Yeah, I mean, those early go... Okay, reset. Those early goals were bound to happen eventually. So there's nothing holding Flashes of Brilliance back from that one. They realize that as well. They know that Banggang are at that level that they will get scored on. There's nothing stopping it, but there's one slight nuance in getting scored on. How long did it take? How much pressure were you able to keep alive before you got scored on? And right now, Flashes of Brilliance is definitely upping that factor. They keeping that ball in the side from Banggang from time to time, not giving them space. That's right here. Kira doing that ball to the opposite side. Now Avenger trying for a little bit more control. Does get bumped right there as this ball now ends up clear. Kira trying to launch it forward, but it's a little bit like you said earlier as well. They miss that upfield connection. The moment they get that far clear, there's nobody around that midfield in order to follow up. And that's really lacking or like neutralizing the offensive pressure for Flashes of Brilliance right now.
And Banggang's aggression is so strong that it gives Banggang a huge opportunity to continue the aggressive offensive plays there. So Flashes of Brilliance have these little flashes of control, these little sparks of control, but they're not, they're not really able to follow it up. Somewhat trying to get into an offensive position a little too far down there. Kira's going to try to follow this one up, but Banggang continues control, and that is thanks to the boost that they had that entire play.
I mean, right here just shows 15 control is just super important. Right there, Avenger read Mizuno like a book. She realized she had a weak 50 and she could just force it in. And of course, there's a little bit of a level difference, like we were talking about. Okay, we have MMR systems in the game. how much did they actually say? Because, I mean, some players can equally do as much at 2K as people can at 1600, but the difference is the knowledge they understand, the awareness they have on the field, and that's definitely something going for either Avenger and Talibird. They both know when Flashes of Brilliance is in a, well, fishy scenario.
30 seconds now left on this one. Flashes of Brilliance still holding on. It's 4-0, so really not looking forward to taking on this round. That would put Bang Gang at match point. Flashes of Brilliance wants to have a little bit more of an opportunity than that. Angie is going to send one to goal. Kira with a fantastic save there. Always in the right position at the right time. Really my defensive MVP for sure for Flashes of Brilliance so far here today. Avengers setting up for another one. No boost to follow it up. And that is going to end this one at 4-0. Once again, FOB not able to take one of these rounds so far.
I mean, FOB definitely did well. Like, we were talking about the midfield, or like the mid-game aggression that we saw from Bang Gang last game. Right now, they were able to hold it back. Of course, that early game was a little bit more shaky. But, I mean, it's only a matter of time. They will bounce back. They will get that first goal. Maybe it's not now. Maybe it will be in the lower rounds, but we'll get there.
I do feel they've got it. They've got it in them. They're holding up against this team so incredibly well. And to warm up with Bang Gangs is not a place that Flashes of Brilliance wants to be in. That is a giant mountain that you are immediately looking up, not some simple hill that will increase or get more diverse in traversing. So this team might not feel confident in their play, but we are very confident in the lower bracket for this team in particular.
Well, that would of course be something to see in the next game, and the next game might be the last in this matchup, but hey, if Flashes of Brilliance go out with a bang, then oh my, I just realized that this is
yeah, depends on the bang there, all right? they don't want to go out with a Bang Gang, on their heels right there. You set yourself up for that one.
Yep. I ran right through in it without even realizing what I was going for. Okay! Anyway, game 3. A new opportunity for Flashes of Brilliance to show us what they can do as someone already dives into that corner, getting that save. And she now gets another touch, but this is where Talibird is just lurking on that side, trying to get that ball into the midfield as Avenger steps up. Now Kira getting that ball past Tali. The resistance from the defense of Flashes of Brilliance is still there, but it is getting thinner by the minute as we see that, Banging is just, they get it one-on-one, but it's like more 1.25 against 1.
It's true, somehow. Though a big portion of that is going to be the boost control, as we can see generally. If one member of FOB has solid boost, the remaining members don't. Therefore, they're not going to be able to move into a defensive position or follow up any of these offensive plays as quickly as they need to. Bang Gang acknowledging, hey, these corner boosts are in our control if we focus them. Talibird right there, nobody in the goal. That is an open net, and it's not something that we like to see for a first goal.
I mean, this is painful. That's about all I can say, because I mean, deep down I'm wishing that Flashes of Brilliance just steps up to the same level that they did in week 1, but they realized that taking their time is actually a strength more than, well, people might say a curse. Because like you think taking your time, taking it slow, you're just going to get outpaced the entire time, but then at the same time you're lining yourself up for a better 50. They were able to actually get a lot of opportunities that way, and right now I feel like they're just trying to match the pace of Bang Gang, and that's always the worst thing to do, match the other team's pace.
Absolutely, and that kind of circles back to the boost control that has officially been on Bang Gang's side. That economy is very, very good for them, and as you're talking about taking it slow, that boost economy, recognizing I can waste 100-0 and potentially get a shot on goal, or I can use much less than that, try to set up a pass to my teammate and still be in a potential area to move to a defensive position with enough time. So you're absolutely right there, Selfie the Wolf, that they need to slow it down a little bit. They don't need to try to keep pace with Bang Gang. It's just going to deter them.
Well, here we see another opportunity for Flashes of Brilliance. The follow-up is on target, but Avenger is still there. But now Kira trying to keep that ball in the play, somewhat to the side once more. And a double commit. I don't understand why Kira is flying there. I mean, Is that a desperation thing, or how do I have to see this one?
There have been a lot of plays that, while Kira has done a really good job on the defensive side, there have been a lot of plays of hovering, of utilizing boost just to hover when the ball doesn't even end up coming near. So I do feel like there's a lot of wasted boost, or a lot of these full commits where this team is saying, I'm gonna utilize my 60-0 or my 100-0 or whatever it is on a play that I can't guarantee is going to work out. And there's two defensive players here for Banggang, a good potential opportunity for Flash's Brilliance. But if we think that the offense here for Banggang is good, we clearly haven't had the opportunity to see how solid their defense is. And finally, we are getting it thanks to Flash's Brilliance, kind of controlling and utilizing boost economy much more efficiently.
All right, here's another opportunity from Mitsuna. Shot on target, double commit into the line from Talibird and Angie in order to pinch it out, but now somewhat. Once more, sending the ball to the backboard, does not read it, but there is Kira. Sends it to the knee, puts it in the beautiful.
That's what we needed to see, and you'll notice the last 2 minutes of those plays from Flashes of Brilliance was boost economy. They were not wasting everything that we were seeing early on. They're maintaining some of that. They're acknowledging that they need to focus pass plays. They need to focus rebound plays. They're not going to just have these single carry across the field or single to an open net clears. It's not going to happen against Banggang. And FOB might be a little bit late, but not too late, as they are tied up right now with 1:30 left on the clock.
You know, they say it's never too late to party, and FOB is definitely taking that quote into their own hands, as they're right now starting to feel themselves a little bit more, trying to go for a little bit more solo plays. Kira right there. If she was not in a good spirit, if she wasn't happy to be on the field and to be playing here, she wouldn't have been able to pull that one up. So that's definitely nice to see as we now approach the 1 minute and 10 seconds mark. Here it becomes very close, because Banggang, I mean, they can close it out, but we want that game 4. We want Flashes of Brilliance to finally get that one game win against Banggang, but they have to do it now.
They have the opportunity. They have set themselves up beautifully here by focusing on their defense. Angie with a shot that is going to be high off that crossbar. So, someone going through the ball. Hold on. I swear I saw someone move through this ball right up here. Oh, nope, just underneath on that. So a little too much boost, a little too quickly. And Banggang, with 47 seconds left on the clock, is really gonna press on that pressure point of Flashes of Brilliance. They need to make a move very quickly, and they can't let that last shot take the game from them. Avenger with a carry through. It is going to be a shot on goal, a little bit high though, as there was a defensive member of FOB there set up, ready to go. It was Kira, who's the one you got to watch out for here. Talibird trying to set this one up. No boost left. We're going to move back to the corners. Avenger with another attempt to carry through. Only 30 seconds left on the clock here. Can Flashes of Brilliance push this out to an overtime or even just a round 4? Another shot on goal there. Mizuno in good position to get some defensive plays, but this double commit, what is going on? That double commit could have easily been a clear out of Flashes of Brilliance's corner, and instead they just played with the ball back and forth between the two members there, and this does look like it's going to be it. The ball just has to touch the ground. Can Kira carry something around? It does not look like it. Once again, Flashes of Brilliance has to go home with that goose egg against Banggang, but they have the opportunity to carry themselves through that loser's bracket.
And on the bright side, they were able to score and keep the game close. Don't you agree, Hunter?
I was really worried we were about to see a perfect sweep to start the day. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was scary through those first 2 games, but I'm glad Kira did get on the board. And yeah, not the result I think FOB would have wanted there at a game, their first series, I suppose, of the day. But Banggang, Jolly, looking pretty good to start things out.
And that's not really a surprise. You know, we were trying to be easy on promoting how well this team does. And again, this is my first opportunity to really see the team together with the roster that they needed. Last week, we missed out on Talibird because she was busy with some RLCS stuff. So this is the team that there's a reason that this team is up the top, tied top. So I am very, very excited to see how this how this team moves forward in this upper bracket, because there are some changes that they're going to experience too coming through that winner's bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, will we see another winners final between Banggang and KCP? I think that's the big question that's on everybody's mind. We're going to jump into that next series here in just a little while. But before we do so, we do need to take a short break. And I do want to thank all of the people behind making this possible here for us throughout this season. Of course, Psyonix for sponsoring season number 3. Our partners in TGS, who are pushing all the buttons behind the scenes. Jordan Wright and the City of Sound for working with us on the intro music and the lovely music you hear on stream. And Girls House and Girl Boss for creating their wonderful communities and allowing females and everybody, women in esports, awesome places to play their respective esport. And we thank them for everything that they do and all that they have done for us here. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the Venus Vixens and the newly promoted KCP, Kansas City Pioneers here doing battle. We'll be back in just a minute.
My fear just pull me away, pull me away. Secret fantasies of me. Will they ever see the light of day, light of day? I don't know where you are, but I will find you. My fear just pull me away, pull me away. Secret fantasies of me. Will they ever see the light of day, light of day?
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes are funny,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's Carball Championship North America week number 3. Hunted, Jolly, and Stealthy Wolf here, still in the broadcast booth with you all. And we've got the Kansas City Pioneers debuting their newly picked up roster, but kind of the old guard in Phantasmal, who has been playing fantastically throughout the season, up against the Venus Vixens, a team coming into this one, trying to prove that they deserve to be in the conversation for top 3 in North America. And this one should be a good one. I know that whenever you get those kind of boosts in morale, you get that roster behind you, and or the org behind you, I should say, and everybody's kind of pumped up for this next game. Is that what we're going to see out of this team, Jolly, in KCP?
I have a good feeling. I have a very good feeling. And not just an org backing them, but you can imagine other members of the organization. You got coaching, you've got more resources that you can reach out to learn and educate yourself, whether it's about your own play style or how to progress or how to go up against other play styles. So I really do think that we are going to see a clean version of this team with that new logo and that new org backing.
Well, they've got the Venus Vixens on the docket, Stealthy Wolf, and with pads joining the lineup. Another kind of new look to a team that has secured themselves a pretty good standing so far, but still, I don't think they're quite satisfied with where they're at right now. Would love to continue to climb up through those rankings.
I mean, to be fair, they kind of want to win right here because it would already boost their points immediately, but... Yeah. KCP, like you said, that renowned top 2, it is always a little bit of back and forth between... wait, hold on. I just want to make sure it's Bang Gang, right?
Yeah, right.
I did say it the right way around, right? Before
Bang Gang,
yeah, yes, okay. Bang Gang and KCP, of course. Woo! I'm safe.
You called yourself out there, and you weren't even wrong. What are you doing?
I mean, you didn't. I mean, we didn't even need to bring up Bang Gang. You put yourself in your own dangerous water.
I know.
I mean, so we know that Bang Gang has gone through to the winners finals. We are expecting KCP to do the same if history repeats itself here. However, again, I don't want to take anything away from the Venus Vixens because under their Rocket Cats moniker, and now with them being known as the Venus Vixens, it seems like every week in North America they have looked better and better throughout the days, and just in general, it seems like this is a team that is taking this seriously, right? They want to improve. They want to come into every day with that high level of fight, and if you're KCP, I think it's a mistake to underestimate this team, Jolly.
Absolutely. I think underestimating any team gives you too much of an ego. This is the kind of game where if you let things start to sway in a direction, if you underestimate your opponent and you allow them to find their footing. I know I use that phrase way too much in terms of Rocket, but it is a big part of it, of playing the first couple of rounds, of finding your footing as a team, but also against the opponent that you're into. So if you underestimate that and give them that early push, that could actually send you back as a team throughout the remainder of those rounds. So going in with a level head of recognizing that this is going to be a game just like any other. We may do well. We may have to work things out and figure stuff out. So I never underestimate the opponent unless it's Bang Gang. I think we've seen enough of Bang Gang that they're not going to be underestimated.
Well, here's something to think about if you're the Venus Vixen Stealthy Wolf. Courtney comes into this week leading the league in total goals. She's got 40. Kate leads the league in total assists with 25. Queen Bee is roughly third or fourth in shot percentage with almost 50%. I think she's right at 43% shooting percentage. How do you, number one, stop that offense? But specifically, how do you stop this Courtney K kind of wombo combo that seems to score at will?
I mean, that's a little bit of a difficult question in the sense that there is many ways for them to cooperate together. Like, it's not that it's set in stone that they're always going to go for a midfield pass, that they're always going to go for a backboard pass. There are always multiple ways in order to set up each other. And that is, of course, the dangerous thing. You can't say, I'm going to just shut down the midfield control. For example, you can have like one person dedicated into that midfield, just bullying the other team, trying to dig up every ball they throw into that midfield, trying to get in between it. It is a strategy, but it won't help for anything on that backboard. So it's very risky to say you have to stop that combo the entire time. I more feel like you have to take control of the ball that you have and trying to create a better opportunity with it.
Well, I certainly agree with you, and I definitely want to see the possession game from the Venus Vixens be the priority. But sounds like the lobby is up and ready to go. Let's see how both of these teams fare under their new names, the Kansas City Pioneers and the Venus Vixens.
Already off to a stall, making that 50-50, another 50-50 here. And we can see, so pads clearly being the introduction onto the Venus Vixens here, lining something up. Queen Bee, the right place at the right time. KCP, I believe that there was a change as well last week. Phantasmal with these members now for KCP. Courtney and Queen Bee, I know I saw, but we did have a sub in, and I believe Kate was the one that was out. So another team that not only can't be underestimated thanks to the new organization backing it, but also back to the original roster, back to what they do best on.
Well, right now, they're already piling up the pressure as Pats has to make that save. Gets that ball to the side now, gets it past one. Able to get that ball all the way. Sadly enough, she can't really take that 50. She does, however, bully Queen Bee a little bit to make her touch a little bit worse, as now we see Jenny. Low boost. Can she get that ball into the midfield? Sadly enough, not, but... Ooh, here's an opportunity, and the first goal goes to the Venus Vixens.
There it is. There is no underestimation reinforced. That is why Venus Vixens, in the first minute, finding some great aggressive plays. That's the communication and teamwork we look for in the addition of a new player.
Well, this is, of course, a brilliant start for them, as Pats is able to play that ball to the right-hand side. Queen Bee outpaced by Jenny. I feel like the Kansas City Pioneers right now are sleeping a tiny bit as Courtney does try to set herself up for a mechanical play. Of course, her strength through and through. Like, we've seen Courtney do some incredible stuff already in these past couple of weeks. And I think that's also something that we would be looking forward to yet again.
That and just the teamwork, the communication that we can't hear, but we know is happening based on the amazing rotations that we get from this group of ladies, from these players. And I'll bring it back up again, as I do almost every round. It takes a little bit of time to find your footing in these games. There's a reason it's not a round, a single round. And it's not just because they're 5-minute rounds. It's also for these players to kind of have a bit of a reset, a mental reset, get the scoreline back to 0, get the timer back to 5 minutes. And Venus Vixens are finding their footing pretty quickly, considering how well the KC Pioneers normally play together.
Well, right now they're trying to take a little bit more control. Courtney does get the flip reset. Sadly enough, can't really do anything with it. His Pats is already there, but now Kate. Jazzy sending a ball down. Queen Bee does get a touch, but not able to follow up. And right here, it is very dangerous. Courtney immediately has to dive back into defense. Now Kate, same scenario. Does set it up for Jazzy as Pats is there. Ball goes slightly high to that crossbar. I mean, that is just a recurrent theme right there. The crossbar just denying every good opportunity a team creates.
Always the best fourth player. Always the MVP in these games that we just know the numbers should be higher on. We know we should see more scores. But we are now more than halfway through this round, and KC Pioneers is still working on finding that footing I was talking about. Still trying to determine whether they need to focus on this aggressive defensive play, how to manage their rotations. Though I will say that they are doing a very good job of the defensive rotations. We are seeing very, very clean communication in that. It's the aggressive follow-up that seems a little bit lacking for these players.
Well, the follow-ups are coming through. The passes are connecting this time around. And so I think it's just a matter of time before we see that first KCP goal, as Courtney is waiting right there. Now there's Queen Bee getting an opportunity, sending that ball high. Pat's not able to follow up. Here we might see a strike from the Kansas City Pioneers, as we now see Jazzy Kitty going far. Courtney does not really get a proper touch. Passes right there. The 50 does go neutral, however. So now this might be an opportunity for Courtney to maybe set herself up for a play or her teammates.
There it is. Kate with the shot on to goal, but Pads everywhere, all the time. Somehow consistently in control of boost here. Courtney trying to set this one back up, but just a little too far forward. Jazz Kitty able to clear Queen Bee. Trying to follow that one through, but no boost to follow up your own clears. And now Kate has no boost to follow up the defense here as a rebound opportunity is there for Venus Vixens. Kate, doesn't matter, doesn't need the boost to get that save as that corner boost is picked up. Maybe a full carry across. No other members of KC Pioneers there. Nope, there it is, Courtney lined up. Anybody there for the rebound? Queen Bee was there for the rebound, but Pads once again, right place, right time. Spectacular defense and offense. Now Venus Vixens are going to work to carry this one across. No, Kate, center field, going to send that one back. And once again, Venus Vixens in a good place for a shooting opportunity.
Well, currently, Venus Vixens are definitely locked in for that first game. They want to keep that lead, as the Kansas City Pioneers are going a little bit more physical, and that's definitely an approach that we have not seen as much today. And that's kind of what I want to see, you know? There's a lot of ways in order to get a good play, as Queen Bee was able to get that ball on target. Setting enough pass was still there in defense. Now Jazzy Kitty able to get a touch. As we now see Queen Bee pinch underneath. Can she? No, she can't follow up, and Venus Vixens take that first game.
I am, I'm a little surprised at how much control Venus Vixens had on that one. Pads, 4 saves, 4 shots. Granted, we got 3 saves with Kate and 5 shots with Kate, but 0 goals. So you are looking at 9 shots on one side, 7 on the other, and Venus Vixens managed to sink one of those 7. Whereas KCP tried 9 times and they had a good number of saves, but Pads so far is a phenomenal addition to this team.
I mean, she definitely got a lot of saves. Was it the right place at the right time, or maybe?
Hey, they won.
See, this is also something that we do have to keep in mind, though, Jolly, because like we're talking about EU playing in an A, we're talking about like a 100 ping-ish scenario.
Yep.
And I feel like Courtney, Queen Bee, Kate, we saw them just placing that ball slightly on a position where it would be behind the defender, but because Pats knows that she has that big issue, just place it safe. She plays it very close to that back post. And I think that's why we see Queen Bee, for example, just launching that ball right into Pats. She's just going to be standing still there because she realized I have to wait till the hit comes through before I can react where it is actually going to go.
That's even more MVP in my opinion. That's forcing yourself to play reactively on a lot of things instead of proactively. But I feel like we saw both proactive and reactive plays coming from Pads in particular. So that alone is a good point, very good point to make. We've got that EU ping that has been an issue with players on teams previously. We've had dropouts from NA due to the fact that EU players just don't feel like they can stand up with the rest of the team because they can't react as quickly. They're forced to reactive play. Pads is so comfortable with that, and it's incredible how successful she's been on top of it.
Well, right now we see a lot of pressure there for KCP as Courtney has to go back all the way into defense, though Pats does get a brilliant 50 as now Jazzy Kid. He's 0 boost. Can't really follow up on this play as Kate launches this ball forward. And now I see a little bit of a resemblance between KCP and Flashes of Brilliance, though. A good amount of space and just launching that ball forwards. Nobody from their team right there. And in my books, that's just a given away opportunity where they might have been able to set up a play that could have been 10 times as dangerous.
Absolutely. A lot of that having to do with communication, a lot of that having to do with those rotations that we were talking about, and keeping focus on boost control, which can really, really begin to sway these games. If you have one team in control, you know it. It is one of the easiest things as a caster to keep an eye on, just how aggressive and how quickly a team is able to respond to these plays and then make their own proactive plays based off of that. Now, Jenny with a great reposition here. KC Pioneers kind of having to figure out what to do with that one. Kate add a boost. 3 lining up here in the corner on Venus Vixen's defensive side. So finally, KC Pioneers are a little bit more comfortable. This is their comfort zone, the aggressive offensive side of the field. Kate just barely able to shove that one away. They are going to send it back over to Venus Vixen's defensive zone. Once again, though, man, their defensive rotations are just so darn strong.
Yeah, they're definitely doing well in defense, giving enough space to each other, but That could have been an own goal from the side of Venus Vixen. Luckily enough, that touch from Bats was just a ghost touch, and the ball flew right past her. So, hey, maybe that EU ping is coming in clutch for them as well in some scenarios.
It is impressive nonetheless. We're going to see those. Courtney gets another shot on goal. And that right side crossbar gets the stop. Kate with a little boost potentially to follow this one up. But Jenny, a great aerial play, is going to redirect that one. Kate off the wall. Already KC Pioneers looking a little bit more confident in these plays. Courtney with a great send away there. The Vixens trying to keep this one on the offensive. Demolition onto pads, though, is going to make things a bit easier for KC Pioneers to try to redirect this one. As Jazz Kitty was on the defensive side there. Kate now with the carry up. Pads redirecting Kate's vehicle. Not even the ball itself, but sending Kate away. Queen Bee with another follow-up. Can somebody find it? But no, Venus Vixen's not even allowing that ball to drop down to the front of their goal. Not even allowing an opportunity to be made there by the Pioneers.
Right now they go very offensive. Oh, and the double tap from Jazzy Kitty.
Beautiful here. That stall up towards the top. Jazz Kitty with the double touch. So good. KC Pioneers barely out of position on that one. At least the defense was there. Just was not quick enough.
Well, right now, Kansas City Pioneers, who were confident second usually, or first. I mean, it's not always second. Yeah, I mean, right now they're looking very shaky. I don't know what to say. Venus Vixens are definitely bouncing back in this week, and they're showing up the Kansas City Pioneers who just got picked up that they have to work a little bit harder than that in order to stay confident at the top too. But the pass from Queen Bee to Kate does make it 1-1 though.
That was, well, that's more of what we're used to seeing. Just full ball control into a setup there for the KC Pioneers. That's going to tie things up. We got a minute and a half left in this. Now it is anyone's game. KC Pioneers has finally put up a score that is their first score in these 2 rounds that we have seen. Probably one of the most minimal scoring rounds in general, to be honest. 1-0 for that first one in favor of Venus Vixens. Now 1-1 here. But the number of shots on goal, the number of saves, just shows you how well both of these teams are doing. And Venus Vixens, we were talking about flashes of brilliance last game, how they are a team that has been able to adapt and grow over the weeks. Venus Vixens clearly here with this rebrand has figured out that they can make something of themselves, that these 3 players are not to be underestimated, as 1 minute remaining on the clock is what we hit.
Well, right there, Bats able to read that flick from Courtney though. That's definitely something as he now launches the ball forward. Courtney in that corner, they're able to read it perfectly. Does damage Jazz Kitty right there. But this gives a lot of time. Venus Vixen might be able to reposition, but Queen Bee gets that ball past one. Now trying to eye herself up for that read. Does send that ball into the corner as we now see a lot of pressure coming out. Sadly enough, a slow follow-up, but it actually works. Kate now able to dig up that ball, getting the ball into the center. Courtney is there, shot on target, and KCP scored their second goal.
That was very unfortunate for Venus Vixens. Kate beautifully lining that up, and again, exactly the same thing. That is what we're used to seeing from these players. Full control of the ball into, generally it is a wall play or some sort of aerial play to a redirect pass. And KC Pioneers, it took 1 loss of a round, 2 goals put up against them for them to say, hey, no. We are not to be underestimated. We are not to be slept on as a team. We just needed a moment.
I mean, sometimes you just have to get into it, you know. That's how he said it last game as well. Flash of Brilliance had to warm up playing a team against Bang Bang, and it's not really a nice warm-up game, but it did the trick. And right now, Kansas City Pioneers were able to come back as well. We're looking at a 1-1 scoreline. The real question is, I mean, which way is the penny going to tilt? Is it going to tilt to the side of the Venus Vixens? Is it going to tilt to the side of Kansas City Pioneers in the end? Serious question.
And it's a hard one to try to navigate because at this point, 1-1, generally you feel the later the rounds go, the team that is more and more confident as rounds go on tend to maintain that or tend to have taken a little bit more time to find their footing and have finally achieved that. So generally in this position, I would think the KCP has gotten a little comfortable with the opponent. They were sandbagging first round. No, it was Venus Vixens did a spectacular job. I think they were just much quicker to get that footing. And maybe it's because they're used to playing at that exact level, whereas KCP, Phantasmal previously with this roster, has had to do a lot of adjustments, whether they're playing the lower ranked teams, whether they are playing Bang Gang, which they're tied, I believe, tied for first place in overall points. So I have a feeling KCP has found it themselves, but I don't want to sleep on Venus Vixens because this team is really showing up today. Defensively, offensively, the numbers that are being put up by these girls are astounding.
I mean, I kind of find it funny that you bring up the word sleeper, because if you look at like, if you know the term like a sleeper PC, where they just cram incredible hardware into a very old computer. A little bit of the same scenario here, but I mean, the kickoff does tilt away for the Kansas City Pioneers as they get a beautiful kickoff and a follow-up here from Kate in order to get that 1-0.
And this is very reminiscent of the previous week of Phantasmal, who are now, you know, basically. So it is the same roster. That's the only reason I keep bringing it up, because this is what we are used to for this team. Those kickoffs, generally a couple seconds, and they are used to being able to find a follow-through. They're used to lining up a pass play on that, or at least a rebound follow-through play. So now Venus Vixens has to start this game knowing, hey, we're less than 30 minutes in and we're already down 1. That puts the pressure up. Hopefully doesn't hurt their mental going into this one. As a shot on goal by Queen Bee gets it away.
Oh
no! Gonna follow it up. And we didn't even get a halo. We got no savior trophies on that one, but I feel like they were deserved by at least one member of Venus Vixens. Shots on goal sent away.
It was Queen Bee that saved it.
Oh no! Oh no! That would be why. That would be why on both, because there were 2 shots there. So
no, she saved the last one, the one that was actually going inside.
Okay, not the crossbar. The crossbar MVP was the first one to pads. In the meantime, gonna tie it up. Less than a minute in. That's all it takes for these guys to be able to line themselves up as well. Just a little bit late.
Unfortunate mishap.
Oh yeah, it was. It really was. It seemed like a double, almost like
a struggle.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle, a slight double commit. Probably a lack of boost though. At that point, it definitely seemed like double commit due to the fact that neither of them had boost. Neither of them was really able to get in position to save that one. The Venus Vixens, hey, that did not hurt their ego. We can clearly see their mental is just fine. As we are now a minute 15 into this one, already seeing 2 points on board. I wouldn't be surprised too. I was talking about how low these numbers seem for these teams. This is where things are going to get crazy. This is where the aggressive plays are going to come out very, very intensely from both of these teams.
I mean, Queen Bee got just a brilliant read right there, able to get that ball forward. It just shows that the Kansas City Pioneers are still able to pile up some good pressure against a very defensive team as Venus Vixens right now. But now, it is Jazz Kitty with the counter. Can she get it far? No, there's Kate already on the side. Now trying to see if she can connect with Courtney, who does get that ball over the ceiling down. Courtney trying to get a little bit of an extension play, a bump from that back line. Might have gotten them an opportunity, but now it is Courtney. Sadly enough, outpaced by Jazz Kitty. And again, Venus Vixens is definitely able to be crowned one of the more defensive teams on the NA side right now, because they're doing splendidly on defense. But is defense the best offense? That is the real question.
It's all about those rotations and maintaining both defense and offense. And it's proactive, reactive play. You cannot allow yourself to play entirely reactively or entirely proactively. You have to be malleable. You have to adjust to that. And look at that triple commit in the goal from Venus Vixens. They managed to get it out, but it was not due to them. It was due to the shot. So Courtney finding an opportunity on that one. The setup from Queen Bee is going to sway things in the favor of KC Pioneers. Now about half of this round still left for Venus Vixens to tie things up.
I mean, that was just brilliant placement from Courtney. Like, there's nothing left to say about that. To be able to drop that ball that low, it just shows that she trusted that pass was going to be there, that it was going to go to her. And comfortably was able to get it, but Pat's right there, trying to line herself up to get a bump on defense there. Would have been a good opportunity, but right now she does get that ball into the center once more. Kate able to follow it up. Now, Jazz Kitty on the sideline here, now able to get that ball to Courtney. This is a doink from Kate, sadly enough goes the opposite way of that she probably wanted to at the start, as now Pads can't really get that ball all too far as she's immediately blocked here by Kate. And now Jenny to the backboard. Jazz Kitty right there, Queen Bee shot on target. Pads has to make a save. Oh, I'm a little bit mistaken. The target was, of course, the backline of Venus Vixens, and that was where it was going.
Pads was ready in position there. Venus Vixens now on the offensive, and can they follow it up as KC Pioneers given it's a little too hard to that defensive play, but none of the Venus Vixens were able to rebound off of that play. Now Courtney with these classic, I love the carry plays that we see from Courtney, this flat vehicle. Don't see, a big variation of vehicles, to be honest. When you have players who have committed to this style as well of redirecting the ball, of being able to smack that thing down midair, whether it's the top or the bottom of your car, Courtney is one to constantly keep eyes on, to really view how it's supposed to look. Queen Bee there with the setup there. Courtney gets the shot onto goal, but it does hit the crossbar. Kate with the follow-up. Every single member there going to assist on that goal.
But this is just brilliant to see right here. Kate realized if I jump in, Jazz Kitty is going to be able to get the save. She just waited until Jazz Kitty was out of her sights, got a free opportunity at the net. So that is just brilliant awareness from Kate. It just shows these girls are ready to rumble. That first game, I mean, hey, props to Venus Vixens in order to take that one, but we are running home. We're taking it all the way to our own half again to set up yet another play.
And not just realizing the positioning on that, but also recognizing I've got the boost to where even if this hits that member of Venus Vixens, even if it hits Jazz Kitty, who was in the goal box, it's just going to push that vehicle back farther. They're not going to be able to prevent anything from going through. So and being able to acknowledge the physics of this game as well, the velocity behind the momentum this boost is going to give that ball certainly helps, as KC Pioneers are very aware of what they are capable of doing through that. Pads now going to stall this one. And you're just trying to break half court here at this point. Jenny and Kitty have found an open net. 5 seconds left. It feels good to get things up to 2 and 3, but with only 5 seconds on the clock, KC Pioneers are feeling just fine about this.
Well, this is of course something that happens when you play very offensively in terms of like the KCP. They're just trying to out-pressure Venus Vixens, and that's a good way to play against a very defensive team. Only the moment that they speed up, they go for something offensive. You're sometimes caught off guard, and that's exactly what happened right there. But it does end this way, going to a 2-1 series score for the KC Pioneers, and Venus Vixens have to step up next game if they want to push it to Game 5.
And that's exactly what we were talking about, what you'd asked about in between those games, Stealth Wolf, of where do you see it going here? And that was why I leaned so heavily onto KCP, in that they have found that footing. They know where they are. They can see the flaws that Venus Vixens have shown. It might have taken a round or two for them to really be able to see all of those, but that infrasight is on, and they now are aware of the holes maybe in Venus Vixen's defense, or the holes in their lack of aggression because their defense is so strong. Their inability to kind of follow up on a lot of those plays that you were talking about earlier in the first round or two there, Stealthy Wolf. So this is kind of how we felt things were going. But the fact that Venus Vixens kept things very close, they got the first goal in that round, and then they were able to almost tie things up, at least kind of maintain things and keep a level head, is a good sign for the Vixens here.
I mean, it's definitely a good sign, and at the same time, it just shows that this is, of course, how matchups defense against offense usually goes. It stays very, well, close. One team is not going to give up too many goals, not taking too many chances on the other net, and vice versa. That's why we are seeing scorelines 4-3. Okay, 4-3 is maybe like a maximum amount of goals in that kind of matchup, but like more 1-2, 2-3, those are the scorelines you're probably looking at, or 0-1 even. Although I don't think that will be highly likely, because the Kansas City Pioneers, they just launched the first one already.
That is it. This is what we've come to love, and this is what we've seen. So many darn replays from these three players are of these exact shots of, 5-6 seconds into the game, generally just to kick things off. So get used to that as these games go on. KC Pioneers should be able to take this one. It is their match point. Less than 6 seconds in that game. Already Courtney put one up on the board.
Well, she's already putting in the pressure, but immediate response right here. Ball still in front of the net. Courtney able to get the save. And now it is Jenny trying to get that ball into the stand. Sadly enough, not able to get the touch past Kate, but Kate drives it up, gets it past Pads. And now she's trying to get it down to the backboard. All the Venus Vixens, Queen Bee with the follow-up now. Courtney can't outpace Jenny here because she realizes I can't really push up as a lot of, well, let's say defensive decisions as well coming out from the Kansas City Pioneers, and that's definitely what we love to see.
They're kind of forced on it here at this point. The demolition going on Pazzo, so that's going to give an opportunity for an aggressive play. Everybody was on the defensive side, though. Courtney trying to line something up. Queen B with a quick redirect. Out of boost, though. Going to manage to snag that center field boost. And these clears from Venus Vixens, while they're satisfying, while they're good to see, ooh, they generally have not had the boost to follow up on it. Apparently that was a play they decided to move in on. But you got to be careful. If you are a defensive team, you are blowing all of your boost on that aggressive play, you better be able to redirect if you're not able to make a goal off of that.
Yeah, it's always afraid of, am I going to be able to be back in time? And I feel that is where Venus Vixens are struggling right now. They realize that the Kansas City Pioneers are just that offensively as we right here see Queen B got a brilliant setup for Courtney. Might have well been a single outplay going on target because that was brilliant.
Courtney with the follow through. No waste of boost needed. I think that is another thing that you have touched on a couple of times, Stealthy Wolf. It's just the patience the KC Pioneers show here and acknowledging, hey, I don't need to use that boost. Woo! Great save by Queen B there. Shot from Betty. Acknowledging, okay, we can utilize that boost. That issue that Venus Vixens is having is much easier for KC Pioneers to address. And at that, it's much easier to adjust with those reactive plays appropriately, not setting themselves up for failure, which is a big struggle on figuring out those reactive, proactive plays, when to adjust. Yaz getting the save there. Jenny almost saved it, but luckily there was further defense there. Kate trying to set this one back up. Courtney with a shot on goal. That demolition is not going to allow KC Pioneers to sink one, but they are going to put so many shots in. Are the Vixens going to be able to redirect this? They try, they get it to center field. And KC Pioneer says, nah, nope, we've got control of this. We're going to keep it on your side. You are going to have to force out these rebound plays from us. And eventually something's going to sink. My goodness, 2 more shots on goal. Venus Vixens, this is incredible.
I feel very conflicted about that play. Because, so, first of all, we have Pats not really getting a full clear. Then they just go in, able to get a good opportunity, and Pats just falling down because she used all her boots in order to get that neutral touch. Somehow saves that one. I mean, I'm at a loss for words. Either it is Kansas City Pioneers just trying to place it in spots that Pats is falling to, or just luckily appearing, or this is just Pats being able to foresee the future or realize, okay, I can just fall straight down. I'm gonna be in front of that ball and I'm gonna save it.
It's just so impressive. The number of shots on goal already is immense from KC Pioneers. The fact that they've only got 2 of those that have gone through, very impressive from Venus Vixens. And while this defensive play is awesome, it is impressive, it's not getting them any points. It's not really getting them anywhere. It's constantly putting them in a position of fear and, again, reactive play. You have to respond to these rebound plays and try to make some sort of proactive play out of that to force it onto an offensive side. Venus Vixens is struggling so much with keeping this ball on the orange side of the field. Get another shot on goal.
Well, it's also mainly because of the mechanical prowess every member of the Kansas City Pioneers has, and mainly Courtney. We saw her flip reset right there. It outplayed one person at least, and Queen Bee now just gets an opener. But this is just important to see as well. We saw at the start that we saw a lot of team plays from Venus Vixens, and now I talked about that honeymoon phase, and the moment you get past it, everything just goes, to smithereens. Double commit right there, double commit before as well. I feel like Venus Vixens is now getting past that honeymoon phase that would have been that first game, because the double commits is really what's just bottlenecking their performance at this point.
And it might even also, attribute a lot of these rebound plays that they are preventing from going in. As we saw that last one that finally went in, with all the rebound plays we've seen, it was the open net that actually ended up scoring the 3rd goal for KC Pioneers. So it feels like the Vixens they had such good rotations. They had such good defensive play. I'm almost wondering now if it
my.
looks better than it was as Kate gets another one. If it happened to be good timing that they were all kind of overcommitting on this defensive side and it just lined up well. And that's kind of proving itself here as KC Pioneers find themselves another one. And that defense that seems so darn strong from Venus Vixens, even though nothing much has changed, it's not helping them anymore.
Lost for words. Kansas City Pioneers just completely dominated this entire series. It was looking from a very dominant first performance from the side of the Venus Vixens, but then KCP they just turned it around, and it was beautiful to see.
Wow, yeah, I mean, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth there, Stealthy Wolf. A tough start to the series for KCP, but Venus Vixens, hey, they come back or they come into the series and they look pretty good, right, to start things out. Unfortunately, I think the talent level there on the Pioneers just might be a bit too much for the Vixens to handle. And I mean, it happens, right, Jolly? I mean, it's sometimes that's just how the series goes, but I liked this new Venus Vixens roster.
I loved it. I think Pads was incredible, especially the the first round where they saw success in that victory. Pads was kind of everywhere at once, whether it was the impressive defensive plays or the goal that they ended up, this couple of goals that we saw coming through from Pads, and securing in that first round win for the Venus Vixens. So I'm loving it. I'm digging it. Clearly, they're not quite as comfortable with each other as the Kansas City Pioneers, and that makes sense. This is a roster who has been playing together for now a while, enough to the point where this organization decides that they are going to back them, and that means a lot. Even though that first round play, the Kansas City might have been like, oh, what's going on here? The players are like, no, we know, trust us. There's a reason you guys picked us as your team, and they proved it right here with the last 3 rounds.
Well, they move on to the winners final, and Stealthy Wolf, it's a Bang Gang KCP final. Any surprises there?
I mean, I was going to be surprised because Venus Vixens, they just started brilliantly, and I mean, this kind of gets me wondering because, like I was saying to Jolly in the first game, the KCP roster at that point was giving me a little bit of flashes of brilliance kind of vibe. So I hope they are the actual KCP as we saw in the other 3 games, really, compared to the other style. Not saying that flashes of brilliance is bad whatsoever. It's just not their playstyle. It's not how they usually play. It's not as dominant. And I still feel like that KCP can one-up that a little bit. So if they are able to do so, I think the game is going to be very, very close. Also, I think it's going to be a Bang Gang win.
Well, we are going to go, Ted, and take a short break. When we come back, we're going to dive down into that lower bracket and fill you in on how everything has been going on throughout the day. So make sure you keep it here. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. This is the Women's Cardball Championship Season number 3, North American Week 3.
I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you want to travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired with distance. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't doesn't mean I lost my darling. Where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm doing yesterday. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCBC season number 3. We are in North America today for week number 3. And it's Hunted Jolly, Stealthy Wolf here in the broadcast booth with you. And we are about ready to jump down into the lower round number 2. And before we do that, let's take a look at who is going to be playing in that, as here is your bracket on screen. We watch Bang Gang take out Flashes of Brilliance 3-0. KCP secure their spot in the winners finals over Venus Vixens. And they are in that lower round 1. Crossbar Queens taking out the Taco Bells 3-0. And Elysian take down Bejeweled Sloths. So, Jolly, you and Stealthy Wolf are in the clear.
Hey, I already said what I was going to do with that one. I was fine with it.
What, DBG Sloths?
Not just sloths. You're just the sloths.
It would be DBS. It's almost like Team BDS. Close enough. That's actually kind of close. But anyway, we are jumping down into the lower bracket now, as I mentioned. So we've got Flashes of Brilliance and Crossbar Queens about ready to get started. And tough series, first series for FOB. They score 1 goal in those 3 games against Bang Gang. They're looking to bounce back against a Crossbar Queens team who, on a good day, has certainly shown us that they can perform here, Stealthy Wolf.
Yeah, they can definitely perform, but then at the same time, last time they did have Lucia Sara. Right now, she of course decided like, no, this ping, it's too much of an issue. I can't really perform to the same level as we saw Pets perform. So right now they had to make do with what they got. So that is more something that we're looking at. Like, how well did that change due to Crossbar Queens? Is it going to be a good enough change to fight against the Flashes of Brilliance that they lost to before with Lucia Sara on the roster? Or is it going to just be the same level, and is it going to be Flashes of Brilliance that just bounce back even though they went 3-0 against Bang Gang?
Well, I think that is the question, right? I mean, an improvement can be an improvement, but still not good enough to take down a team like FOB, who are sitting third and would certainly love to continue that streak to try to cement themselves as a top 3 team. But again, they come off a tough loss in that first series. And Jolly, were there any flashes of brilliance from Flashes of Brilliance in that series?
There were. We had a goal. That alone, the fact that they were, at least I don't know. I think you had mentioned that we've seen sweeps pretty often, and especially in that kind of matchup with FOB against a number 1 team. They're able to put something on the board. That alone is a good enough flash of brilliance against a team like Bang Gang that going here into Crossbar Queens, they should feel a lot more confident about their play.
Well, I don't want to take too much of our time. We still have a lot of Rocket League left to play on the day. So let's go ahead, jump into our first of many lower bracket matchups. Flashes of Brilliance and the Crossbar Queens, please take us into it.
Well, thank you very much, Hunter. We are now looking at the kickoff, the start between these 2 brilliant teams that, I mean, of course, right now will have to show us what they got. Crossbar Queens did pick up, I think, of course, Silly, who's now rocking that breakout. A little bit of a, well, rare occurrence, so to say. It used to be quite a way back before it was actually used a lot in competitive Rocket League.
Okay, interesting to see. There's a bit of confidence going into that one. We'll see if they can make it work. I know the boost, a big struggle on that vehicle is boost. It's a heavier car. You're going to need to get a lot more momentum going if you want to actually get a lot of velocity behind it. So we'll see how that ends up working out. And I do believe that is a swappable thing between rounds, though, right? If that does not work here, that is something to change.
I mean, you're more than welcome to change, and even Rocket League has a function where you can like change the car, so I don't think that is going to be a problem. But right now, we see a lot of pressure though already from the Crossbar Queens, and that's definitely what we want to see, how we want to see them perform. As of course, Silly does get a brilliant save right here, but Kira keeping that pressure alive. Ball now goes to the backboard. Bella not able to connect, and the Flashes of Brilliance playing very passively in this offense this time around.
We'll see if that changes, though. There has been a lot of open boost. I will say just a lot less movement from these players. They're kind of allowing the ball to stall. They're allowing these kind of neutral plays to occur. Do you think that's going to change here as soon as the players realize that it is a lot more passive? They've got to know. They have to be aware that there's a lot more that can be done. There we go. Mizuno is going to utilize that boost there to get a demo. First one so far of this round. And there's the second one immediately after. Princess Cheeks goes down. Now, Kira, FOB, try to pull this one around the corner, try to set something up for the rest of the team. But of course, Silly with that car immobility, just not even a demolition needed, no boost needed on that one, just not allowing Kira to get into position. They are going to try to set up another one, though. Princess Cheeks with a save. That one was a little bit high. Anyway, somewhat get between 2 members there across Crossbar Queens, no problem, but now is out of boost. Corp Silly has the opportunity here to make something, but Mizuno manages to knock that vehicle away and out of place, and there is so much interrupted play in this round.
I mean, I was almost trying to ask you if we were looking at Demolition Derby at this point, but I think we're still watching Rocket League. Because I still see a goal and another ball and a lot of cars exploding, yes, sure, but it isn't the entire story of this series so far, because I feel like it is very good control from both teams. The moment Crossbar Queens is on offense, they're able to cement themselves in that offensive position for at least 30 seconds. Same thing Flashes of Brilliance, and that's just definitely nice to see as we now see somewhat trying to get that ball to the center. Sadly enough, a little bit behind Mizuno, and now sends that ball into the ceiling. Sadly enough, not able to follow up, but there is no follow-up from her team, so passive on both sides, that is definitely a main thing to take away right now.
Even now with boost pickups, with a lot of these clear shots, it's kind of a clear shot to a really uneventful ending. You know, we're not hitting any sort of climaxes on this game. We've got a minute 40 left on the clock. Goose eggs on both sides here, and much lower in terms of shots on goal we've seen in a lot of the previous other games. But it feels uneventful. While it's Demolition Derby or it's ping pong, you know, we got to find that happy medium. That's not going to be one. Flash of Brilliance almost taking a solid opportunity of that ball falling directly in front of the goal. But triple commit on defense with Crossbar Queens means it's going to get out safely.
Yeah, Flashes of Brilliance also looking to find that extra connection, but it made them be in a very awkward scenario, because right now Princess Team was able to launch that ball into Bella on that front end, and the first goal goes to the Crossbar Queens.
That was a really, really solid one. A fantastic play there by Bella. It's hard to redirect your momentum from an aerial play like that when you are trying to throw yourself so far forward, so close to the goal. So a great redirect did not allow Flash of Brilliance to make a play off of that one. Bella with another phenomenal play. There's a save from a shot. I mean, Zuno, but Kira is going to manage to sneak it through the corner thanks to a rebound off that top bar from Somewhat.
Sometimes a little bit of a reset after getting scored on or scoring yourself is all you need to pull yourself back together. And right now we see a lot more offensive pressure from the side from Flash of Brilliance. They're not playing as passively. They're not just waiting as the. They're trying to drive into a position where they realize they can either take a very good 50 or just contest this ball, outpace that person that is going for it from the side from the Crossbar Queens. And right now they're trying to cement themselves in that offensive position.
Vera with a redirect that utilized all boost just to try to get in position, not be able to follow that one up, and a double commit actually there might have hurt the chances of a goal to come through. Somewhat trying to get another one, a shot on goal sent away by Bella. And now at this point, we can see Flashes of Brilliance keeping things on the aggressive side. They're not allowing Crossbar Queens to send this ball back to their defensive zone. The follow-through is what we need to see work for them. And these kinds of plays keep happening, running out of boost, utilizing every little bit of boost, and then either not committing to the play or not being able to even hit the ball.
I mean, the last 5 seconds, and it almost looks like the first. This is the first overtime of the day, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I mean, very nice to see that in, of course, the lower bracket. I mean, we also want to see it in the upper bracket, don't get me wrong, but I mean, at that point, you're expecting the difference between the teams still to be a little bit bigger than here in the lower bracket, where you want it all to be as close as possible. And right now, these two teams are definitely giving that to us. Mizuno taking that ball into the air. We said past one. Princess Cheek still there. Now 0 boost though. And here comes the boost plays that you were talking about. It is very important to keep that boost into a optimal level of 40-ish boost in order to reach every ball on the field.
Right. That is, these players are willing to commit a lot more. The hopes are that the communication is there so the remainder of the team has enough boost to compensate for the fact that you have just utilized everything and haven't been able to commit to that play. See if Somewhat can follow this one up or set something up for the rest of FOB, but Bella is going to knock it out of place a little bit before the opportunity comes there. For Vasily with a redirect, that's going to be passed back there by Flashes of Brilliance. And FOB could have had an opportunity there, actually. A very slow ball, but they kept 2 members on the defensive side. So instead of really focusing those rotations, they're just kind of focusing who is in. They've committed 2 slots to defense, and they've committed 1 to offense. And that's a little bit risky in these kinds of moves. Granted, that is because it's overtime, but the lack of ability to really follow up on those aggressive plays means that that defense is probably not going to be worth it if you keep it steady and consistent.
Well, we're already 1 minute and 40 seconds in, and right now I think it is Flashes of Brilliance. They get another opportunity. Bella does get the save. Kira keeps the pressure alive. Ball goes to the backboard. Sadly enough, not able to get that, well, second touch, that read from the backboard, as it's now off-court Silly. Not able to get a very good clear. Kira is already there. The pressure is still on Bella. Does play the ball to the side, but there is Mizuno from the ceiling into the midfield through Bella, but someone is not able to connect with that ball. And that is, of course, something that we need to see from Flashes of Brilliance. They need to be able to get those connections the entire time in order to really put some pressure on the side of the Crossbar Queen.
Demo on a Princess Cheeks. We see Crossbar Queens can try to redirect that. So solid play of Corp Silly preventing FOB from making an aggressive play off of that demo. 2.5 minutes now almost into overtime. So not just our first overtime of the day, but a pretty solid one. And that just shows us how even these two teams are in terms of play style and ability here. This Cheeks again trying to set something up here. Bella gonna redirect that a little too far to the left. No shot on goal and nobody there from Crossbar Queens to follow it up. That midfield boost is going to go over to Crossbar Queens, so they currently have the advantage. The second one also goes over to Bella, but can they actually set this up for an aggressive play? Bella with the carry across, and it goes in. I was so concerned there as we saw a vehicle bump a vehicle into Bella.
It wasn't even a teammate.
It wasn't even it was just UpCorp's. I thought that UpCorp Silly actually got bounced off somebody. No, that was UpCorp Silly kind of trying to interfere with Bella, and Bella had it on her own. No worries there.
I mean, I think it was a little bit of a, well, team cooperation. Let's call it like that.
Is that what that was?
If, of course, Silly didn't really get that touch, I think it would have been savable by Miss Zuno right there, because Bella would not have had that much power behind that touch. And that is, of course, something that also has to be taken into account. So I think that right now, Flashes of Brilliance realize we're not allowed to play as passively. We have to find a healthy balance between the two, because if we play too passively, they're just going to hammer our defense. We have too many holes when we play too passively. But also those double commits, they really have to go. You just have to rely on your teammates, trust them to get their touch, and then you're going to shine.
Absolutely, it is a team-based game, and rotations come a lot. Communication and rotations are massive in terms of higher level players. That's when you really get a good team. You have to have that cohesion. And so it's a little bit difficult right now for FOB because I pointed out the rotations that they're doing where they've got two consistently on that defensive side. So instead of just player rotations, you also have to consider how you rotate to a more aggressive side to where you have one defender and two offensive players and how you make those rotations. So it's not just players moving throughout positions. It's also adjusting those positions according to how the game is being played. And it feels like Crossbar Queens is a little more comfortable with that kind of movement.
They were definitely able to do so beautifully throughout that first game. And of course, going into overtime shows how close both teams are. But now Kira sending that ball to the other side. Mitsuno, once again, I feel a little bit too passive though. She might have been able to actually score that one. But this one is not going to go. Someone is able to redirect it. And it is somehow, somewhat a 1-0.
Somewhat. Finally figuring things out. Somewhat was definitely a standout player to me 2 weeks ago when we were in NA. Last week of NA there. And Somewhat has had a little bit of a struggle here today, but it seems like she is figuring things out. She is getting her footing back. I'm not going to make another bad joke on footing with tires or footing with cars. And there it is, a great shot of Corp Silly, though. It's going to send that away. A great addition here to Crossbar Queens.
All right, now the pressure is definitely on. Flashes of Brilliance have tasted their road to victory, and they get the second one. Beautiful pass from Somewhat high from that corner down to Miss Uno with the snipe in a very good position. I don't think the Crossbar Queens were expecting this one.
Clearly they weren't. Princess Cheeks, I believe, was the one that was there, but was at the front post, not the back post. And one of those kinds of situations, especially when you've got Kira, who is in position to follow up the redirect, you gotta get to that back post or have somebody that is ready there for a play like that.
Well, right now, it is definitely a lot of pressure. The Flashes of Brilliance, they want to get yet another one. We're talking about the scorelines not going all the way, not going the length in terms of the amount of goals, but ooh, that one is rough.
That is rough to see. That's double commits we're talking about. Especially, you got to be especially careful when it is defensive double commit. That's where things get really hairy for your team. Oh wait, no, it's not going to be enough. Kira with the setup on that one. Mizuno does manage to shove it in. Not allow Crossbar Queens to get into the goal. To stop that one, though, it was looking pretty scary to begin with.
Hey, you know, the moment you have boost, you're able to shove things in way easier than when you had no boost, and that's the problem with Bella not being able to push that one out of the net, trying to go for a pinch though. So, I mean, creativity on that split-second decision from Bella was definitely very nice to see. It's just sad that it didn't really work out, but it just shows once again those small boost pads, those big boost pads, they all carry another story to themselves. And if, oh my.
As we're talking about that, Mizuno again is like, I'm not done, folks. Keep that in mind. A singular play right there, sneaking the corner boost. I mean, really wrapping it around almost every member of Crossbar Queens. That was just easy navigation for FOB.
I mean, right now, Flashes of Brilliance is just definitely locked into their position. They want to keep playing as offensive as possible, but of course, Silly just... I mean, she does a really solid. Bella did help slightly in the setup, but what a read from Orbital Silly. Sending that to the ceiling, then getting yet another touch, somewhere completely out of position. Mizuno not able to get the save. Rough counter goal.
At least Crossbar Queens is now on board. Their mental has not snapped so much that they are not able to commit to these aggressive plays. That is a very good sign. They just have to focus on clean defensive rotations. And my goodness, FOB is so aggressive here that it's not even giving Crossbar Queens the opportunity to get into position to respond to these plays. And again, big part of that is that boost control in favor right now. And for most of this, Flashes of Brilliance.
Well, this is very nice to see. It is already a 5-1. This is definitely a way to counter a Game 1 loss. But right now, the real question is that how long will it go? And how far will they go? Is it going to go to Game 5, Flashes of Brilliance in the end with the same dominant performance, or is it just a blow-up from here on out? That's something that we will see next game. I'm already calling it that Flashes of Brilliance is not going to choke this one. I mean, it would be very sad to see if they would.
It would be, yeah, that would be, I mean, I would be more impressed with Crossbar Queens, to be honest, at this point. That's going to be 4, just tie it up, and then a 5th on top of it to sway things in their favor, whether or not that is an overtime. But Flashes of Brilliance have realized the holes in the defense of Crossbar Queens, and fortunately for Crossbar Queens right now, there are quite a few of those holes. And oh my god, that should not be one of them. I hate to see something like that. Mizuno with the shot all the way from one end. 2 members should have been in position, or should have been farther back on the back post. Again, we've got so many of these. It's like aggressive defensive. It's like you're in a defensive position, but you're way too far forward. You've got to be on the back post. You have to expect these long shots to have a ton of velocity and be coming for your goal with a lot of speed and power.
It kind of reminds me of like how you could describe passive aggressiveness. You're like, you're not really aggressive, but yet at the same time, you feel that hostility that Silly just uses to have us in that second one.
Somewhat trying to touch it up and around, and it would have worked out well if there was another member to carry it across, but there was not. Just retaliation, that perpendicular play from Crossbar Queens to at least put up another point. Less than 2 minutes in the game now, though, so they're going to have to really put the heat on. They clearly have not lost everything, though. This is not a team that is going to put goose eggs on the board. The rest of these rounds, Mizuno with a high shot. Crossbar Queens' favorite player at the crossbar, right there, helping them out. At least in the last minute and a half of this game. We'll see if it helps for the rest of it. 4 goals down.
I mean, 4 goals to go, 1 minute 30 is still possible, but highly unlikely. Let's put it that way. And Bella right there trying to go for a very difficult redirect just shows that the Crossbar Queens still have mood. They still want to keep playing. They still want to show us what they can do, and that they're not done as Bella comes from the ceiling right now, lining a salvo and getting that 3rd goal for them.
That whole play was all Bella. From the very start, it literally went around the entirety of that offensive side of the field for Crossbar Queens, and just, I mean, was able to weave it through and around FOB. That's going to put things at 50-50, 3-6. Crossbar Queens are not out of this.
But right now, someone trying to find a counter, but Bella once again with control sends that ball to the side. Now, Of Corp City can't really get the touch that she needs, as it's now Kira going high. Gets spun by Of Corp City, but Mizuno is there, able to cover for a teammate as she now launches that ball to the back post. Can she redirect it? Sadly enough, not. But there is someone. The cohesion between the team of the Flashes of Brilliance is just phenomenal. As they're coming through, and Mizuno almost getting a good read on that one.
I'm surprised that the defense there worked. That first shot could have had it due to that passive-aggressive defense that we have been seeing from Crossbar Queens. A few members just stay too far away from the goal or too far out from that back post. Not really able to redirect effectively. Now 20 seconds locked on the clock as Crossbar Queens is trying to stay as aggressive as possible. It's worked for the last 2 goals that they have made, but Flashes of Brilliance refuses to allow that ball onto the orange side of the field, or at least to stay there. And now things are looking very, very bleak here for Crossbar Queens, at least in the second round, but that's only going to tie things up and put things at 1-1 as we go into round 3.
See, that's something that's worrying me right now. Of course, Flash of Brilliance won this game, well, somewhat dominantly. But at the same time, you know that there's always that talk about momentum, how it's going to shift, how it can make a major difference throughout the series. And at the end, it was full-on Crossbar Queens. Sure, the start was full-on Flashes of Brilliance, but I'm slightly worried now. Because if they go from a 6-3 to a 4-1 for Crossbar Queens, that might be dangerous for their mentality.
It is risky. It's a good sign that they were able to sink so many goals early on. But again, that adaptability, just being able to get some reactive plays and to figure out, okay, how do we respond to this? And my biggest concern still has got to be Crossbar Queen's defense there. I think that's the only reason that FOB was able to sink so many goals at the beginning. They focused heavily, or Crossbar Queens focused heavily on defensive play. And then it got to the point where they wanted to make aggressive plays, but their defensive plays were just a little too far out there. I said it so many times towards the end, that passive-aggressive defensive play style can really hurt them if they can't kind of adjust accordingly earlier in the round.
I mean, that adjustment is key, and it's the same thing that we were talking about, the matchup between Phoenix Vixens and Kansas City Pioneers. How well are you able to read a strategy of the other team and, well, create a counter on the spot? Because that's sometimes what you have to do, or you have to counter a team. And I feel like Crossbar Queens were able to do that in the last couple of seconds, last minute or two of that last game. So I think it's now on the Flashes of Brilliance to just get that one step higher.
Yeah, get that early pressure. If they can prevent Crossbar Queens from navigating, being able to adapt quickly, it worked for them in that last round. We can see, though, that Crossbar Queens they have the adaptability. They are able to make reactive plays and turn them into proactive plays. But FOB just had enough control at the beginning, enough control of offensive play, of aggressive play, that Crossbar Queens, it took them a little too long to catch up. I want to see more of that aggressive play from them, though, because that's what worked the second half of the second round. Crossbar Queens turning much more aggressively. They were able to respond quicker to those defensive plays, but it was really the fact that they put the pressure onto FOB's defense that allowed them to get that ball to slip through a few times.
All right, here Kira has to dive into defense. A little bit of a mistouch from Mizuno there. So already looking a little bit shaky right now for the Flashes of Brilliance. This first minute is definitely not really even that even. It's a lot of pressure from the Crossbar Queens that they're able to dig up a lot of opportunities from the Flashes of Brilliance, but dig up all you must. If you are too low in the air, someone is going to send it right above you and into the net.
You can get a demo on the back end as well, so we can see that boom, the follow-up. So enough boost to follow up your own play. That's what is necessary. And I honestly don't know if there's enough focus by either of these teams, maybe particularly Crossbar Queens because they're playing more defensively, on keeping the boost control in their favor. Flashes of Brilliance has had so many of these high boost plays, being able to get a demo on the front end or the back end of the play, that clearly there's a reason for it. Bella gets a demo onto Kira, so as I say it, clearly Crossbar Queens are acknowledging that maybe that might be a hole in their play, not allowing them to even make defensive moves so much. A lot of players think, oh, I'm low on boost, but I'm in the defensive zone. That does not mean that you're going to be able to respond to somebody with full boost who is coming aggressively at you.
See, and this is something where I feel like Flashes of Brilliance just really throw their offensive play. It's very weak to focus Kira at this point, but She's going for touches that I don't see any real use for. That is actually just taking 2 players out of the play, where if she was rotating back, of course you might say it's a little bit more passive. But then you always have that third man, and you're always going to be able to rely, set up maybe a new play from the third man position instead of trying to go for a very, very awkward redirect. It's most likely not going to have too much power and going to get blocked by a defense, because sure, Crossbar Queens, their defense is full of holes from time to time, but I don't think they will let a very, very weak shot sneak by.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with the rotational play. How it's not just it's not literally which players are in which positions, but where you are assigning those positions in terms of reactive play. And it's a lot more. It's much more on the advanced side of things. You know, these are difficult plays and impossible for amateur players to make. And so to try to adjust yourself mid-play, to try to adjust your whole team mid-play, you have to have the confidence in your team that your communication's going through, or that they could follow it up. Of course, Silly there with a good shot. But 3 members of Flashes of Brilliance, somewhat being the one to send that one away, means that things are going to maintain tied up 1-1, coming down to 2 minutes left in the game.
Of course, Silly there realized immediately that she had no time to let that challenge go, as it's now Princess Cheeks. Well, Princess... I'm just gonna call it Cheeks.
Yeah.
Cheeks trying to go for that follow-up, sadly enough not able to do so, and now Kira is into the air. This is a dangerous side. Every time you see Kira in the air, you have to expect either a pass going to Mizuno or someone, or she's just going for a phenomenal solo play.
Kira has been a stellar player for Flashes of Brilliance today and last week. Exceptionally holding this team together, allowing a little bit of that cohesion. As we can see, Bella driving this one across, ends up shoving herself a little too far ahead of the ball on that one, so a little too much boost without the velocity the ball needed. A little bit of a misposition, so no follow-up ability there, but it is still on the defensive side here. Flashes of Brilliance, Kira with a phenomenal save. That hover was absolutely worthwhile, as we have seen her attempt to make those hover from the top, from that crossbar, those defensive plays, and it is impressive when it cut through. Mizuno shot on goal is going to be turned away by Of Course Silly, and now Flashes of Brilliance once again used to being on this offensive side to try to make a play.
Oh, they're definitely being able to keep the pressure alive, and right now we see that spread outside a little bit more, like we were talking about. Kira also staying at studs a little bit more, gave her that opportunity in order to make a play here, as someone is just waiting. Does get outpaced here by Bella, but Mizuno is right behind her, able to get that ball to the front once again, and now it is Kira to the side. Can she get another one? She does get the redirect high into the center, but no one from her team really follows up, and this is really a point where you have to communicate where you're going as second or third, or what you kind of want to achieve as a team.
Part of the reason that I tend to love Rocket League players in general, compared to a lot of other team-based games, is that communication always needs to be happening. A lot of games you kind of have the opportunity to do something for yourself, and at the last, not the last second, at 0, of Corpse Silly prevents this from going into overtime. Hold up, that was miraculous.
Well then, that just happened, and like I said a little bit, that is like the worst case scenario that we could have had for the Flashes of Brilliance. They had a brilliant second game, very dominant performance, but right now that third game, I think the overtime would have been better.
Yes.
In terms of like mentality, what it does to your mental game.
As opposed to losing, yeah.
Yeah, and that very, very last second when the ball just has to hit the ground.
Yep. Not it past 1 second. At 0, it has to stall until it hits. And Crossbar Queens took the opportunity there, saw the aggressive playmaking potential, and they followed through with it. So that has got to hurt Flashes of Brilliance ego going into the next one, thinking, hey, we've got overtime here, we can break this, and Crossbar Queen saying, no, we're not going to allow that. We're just going to take the game right here and put you guys on match point now, or put us onto match point going into the next round.
Well, at least this gives me some hope to see the first best of 5 today. Like the actual best of 5, going all the way to game 5, because I really think that Flashes of Brilliance will be able to turn it around the next game. It's just a matter of fact how poorly their mental game is going to be. Because like last time, they bounced back, they came stronger actually from that loss against the Crossbar Queens. And I kind of want to see the exact same result with a little bit of the same test that we were seeing at the end. Not too much overcommitment as that second or third, but good communication though, because that is very important. It's just very underestimated sometimes how well it does. Of course, you have car language in order to see when somebody is going to go for a certain ball or not, but it is not everything.
I can't speak. I can speak a little car. Vroom, vroom. That's hello.
Me drive forward, me drive backwards.
Right. Like gear shift sound. We got 4.5 minutes. We're 30 seconds in already. So, wow, aggressive plays coming from everybody. One shot on goal maybe is all that we've seen so far. But Crossbar Queens know that all they need to do is get ahead here, get comfortable, and find that defensive position so that they can take this final round from Flash's Brilliance. Now, Flash's Brilliance, on the other hand, does not want to stop playing at this point. They have already lost first thing early in the game, going up against Bang Gang. This is their redemption, and we want to see it work through as Miss Zuno and Kira both get shots on goal. Bella hit one, the Crossbar hitting the other. A minute into this game, and everything feels so much cleaner.
Well, it feels cleaner, but then at the same time, there's still a small mistake as Mizuno just got in front right here. Someone was right there, able to actually put that shot on target with a lot of speed. She came from the side. But that gives you a little bit of a, well, harder opportunity in order to try and score. And here, right here, missing, not having enough boost. Maybe communicating a little bit too late with the other ladies. And yeah, it's really Crossbar Queens that are saying, oh, hell yeah, at this point.
That was a good attempt. Driving that ball across around Bella. Trying to push off the wall to catch that one, missing it. Luckily, the rest of Crossbar Queens are able to send this one over to Flash's Brilliance side. Kira has boost on this play, but does end up getting redirected there by Bella. Flash's Brilliance still trying to make an aggressive play. Is anybody in a defensive position? Yes, Kira just in time, making it through to prevent Princess Cheeks from putting the first goal of the game onto the board. And just everything is so much cleaner here. Everyone's plays and rotations, whether it's defensive, whether it's aggressive or offensive. I feel like these teams are very, very close in terms of their levels of playability. As I say, Princess Cheeks finally breaks that just before half point.
I mean, Mitsuna there in a very awkward scenario, trying to get that ball right above Princess Cheeks, but at that point, it is really a lot of pressure on your shoulders. There's nobody behind you. It's like trying to jump off a cliff, trying to make the other side, but you can't see the other side. You know, you're kind of doubting yourself, and you're thinking twice before you actually jump, and that split-second hesitation is sometimes, yeah, the real culprit right there to miss the ball.
And especially if you're on an aggressive play, it's generally worthwhile to make that play, because you should at that point have the confidence that you're there on the defensive side of things in case there is a clear, in case there is a redirect from the other team. Flashes of Brilliance feel pretty comfortable. They had it on the offensive for a while now. Kira getting into a defensive position there. They are going to be able to send this one back across, but not if Bella has anything to say about it. That ball going high somewhat with zero boost to follow up on this one. It's just going to be able to pick up a little one, but no! That is enough. Flashes of Brilliance not in position as Princess Cheeks seeks another one there for the Crossbar Queens.
Well, our princess with the beautiful cheeks might be showing them a little bit too Flashes of Brilliance right now. Like, look girls, I'm leaving you in the dust. I am scoring all the goals for my team this time around. No, it is not the mechanical outplays from Bella. No, it's not the speed from Cork City. It is just me with a lot of accuracy. And you just have to find a way to deal with it.
And that is even harder for Flashes of Brilliance. They're not looking for team plays that aren't working well. They're looking for these players for Princess Cheeks of Corp Silly and Bella to be making these individual plays. And they just happen to line up. Their communication is strong enough that these individual plays become team plays.
Well, this is definitely something different, as we now see a Flash of Brilliance are backed into a corner. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. They have to score right now. Build that momentum. Get 3 goals back. Force it to overtime to push it to game 5. It's now Mizuno in that center. Does get a beautiful touch. Control in the midfield as Kira goes up. Can she redirect it into the midfield? It lands up a little bit neutral and someone isn't there. But it is on target. Mizuno with a beautiful redirect from the side. Now they have 69 seconds in total to score 2 goals. 35 seconds on average. Doable. I mean, yes. Will they do it? That is the question.
All they needed was some words of inspiration there from Stealthy Wolf. They found it. Managed to find the one in 30 seconds. It's going to be tough to find another 2, but hey, if they can do it in 30, they got 2 more segments of 30 seconds. That's 1 minute is left on the clock here. They just need to tie things up and allow themselves to get into that overtime. Crossbar Queens, though, keeping the aggression on. And Flash of Brilliance can't let their mental falter in this last minute of the game. They have to keep the aggression on, but they need to continue to focus on their defensive rotations as well.
Well, this might be an opportunity! Messina with the read!
37 seconds left now. Plenty of time for Flashes of Brilliance to make another goal. This is the ego boost that they needed here. A beautiful redirect from the roof of the car. Now Flashes of Brilliance feeling good going to the last 30 seconds of this game.
Ooh, this is now the moment to shine. Mitsuno already in the air, trying to go solo. Gets a good donkey race right there. The shot
No way!
tied it up.
Oh my gosh, that is all they needed, Stealthy Wolf, was your confidence, inspiration of you saying that they have time to make 3 goals in a minute and a half, and they needed only 1 minute to do it. We now have 30 seconds left on this, and we might be looking at another overtime.
Well, might be looking at it overtime, and it's now Bella sending that ball into the center of Corp City. Going up for yet another touch, and as it now is Kira trying to find someone on the side. This is dangerous, but Kira is able to boop it high. This is dangerous because Princess Sheeks, she tries to launch it to Bella. A lot of boost is consumed right now by the Crossbar Queens, as Flash of Brilliance are taking the time somewhat, going from the wall. Tries to carry this all the way, and right now we are going into overtime 2, potentially going into overtime. To game 5. Wow, overtime and game, same word to me.
There's a lot of words. We use a lot of the same words over and over. There goes someone already with an aggressive play. Mizuno is going to try to follow this one. Flash of Brilliance feels that they can make this 4th one. They have just made 3 in a row. It only took them a minute to do it. Crossbar Queens are on their heels, on those rear wheels now, having to kind of reconsider how they approach this. And it is a different play style for overtime as well. Generally, you were much more aggressive. At the same time, that single defensive player, the rotation on needs to be there. Bella! No way! They got the demo. Bella beautifully carried that ball right into the goal somewhat, and Mizuno trying to get in position, but we're not expecting a play like that.
Oh no.
In overtime.
Oh, Stealthy Wolf, are you all right?
No.
Wow. What a finish. I really thought we had game 5. After that comeback at the end, I mean, it was actually crazy because I like to watch as much as I can, right? I like to watch and get into the game. When they went up 3-0, I literally went to do something else for about 20 seconds to get ready for this. And then I come back and we're in overtime. It's like, how do they not force a game 5? I really thought we were going the distance there. But, I mean, what a result for Crossbar Queens, huh? They take out Flashes of Brilliance, and now they look to push themselves to potentially the losers finals if they can win one more, Jolly.
That's absolutely right. They're feeling really good about this one of Corp Silly as that new addition, a pivotal part of this team, especially as things started to work themselves out. And I feel bad for Flashes of Brilliance, you know, getting knocked out 2 times now down the losers bracket, but still, what a show, what a way to end it today.
Yeah, wow. Well done by the Crossbar Queens. And man, the intensity of those last couple of games almost felt like we were playing a grand final here, Stealthy Wolf. And I mean, you got to give it up to Crossbar Queens not quitting even after, you know, they saw their lead disappear in an instant.
I mean, at that point, you just really have to persevere. It's like, bite your teeth. You realize, damn, we gave it away. Now we have to clutch up. Now we have to focus up, realize, get that last goal, and just finish it. And that's what they did. I mean, Bella had a beautiful carry somewhat just came a little bit too close out of the net, and then small misposition, it does a lot, and then things can crumble in an instant.
Well, a disappointing result for Flashes of Brilliance, but Crossbar Queens probably thrilled with getting through into losers round 3. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will determine who they have on their plate next as the Venus Vixens and Elysian Esports going to do battle. Don't go anywhere. This is the WCBC.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Women's Cardball Championship. It's Hunted, Jolly, and Stealthy still here with you all for the next matchup in the lower round number one. Actually, lower round number two. Excuse me. It's Venus Vixens and Elysian Esports. The winner of this one goes on to play the Crossbar Queens in the lower round number three. We just watched them take out Flash of Brilliance. What a series that was, as you can see that on your screen right there. And regardless of what happens, it looks like the top two are going to stay the top two moving forward, Jolly. But with the Crossbar Queens taking out FOB early, this gives everybody still left kind of an opportunity to shake things up in the standings heading into week 4.
Shake things up and then, anticipate going into one of the top two, obviously, teams there. So while it's concerning going to this next matches, I think it's more looking forward into what you're getting yourself into. So the better that these teams can do this far back in the bracket before really getting to the second half, of that section is going to make them just keep that ego up, get that game continuing on through the next few matches, and hopefully these players play better the longer they play, as opposed to, taking breaks in between being necessary, because that can hinder some teams.
Well, we come into this game, and we've seen this matchup before. Granted, I think both teams were under different names in the previous week. Yeah, I think it was last week. The Rocket Cats 3-0 Disaster Esports in losers round 1. So Venus Vixens having that win under their belt already coming into this one from last week. Maybe there's a little bit of confidence there, Stealthy, but that being said, the Venus Vixens do come off a loss, and the same can't be said for Elysian, who come here 3-1ing de-bejeweled Sloss in that first round.
I mean, it's a little bit of a rough one, Hunted, because yes, Venus Vixens, they did take an L in that upper bracket, but if we're looking at the qualifiers for Elysian Esports to be in this position already, going through that lower bracket immediately, they had to take an L in that qualifier, meaning that actually Venus Vixens should have better momentum. They were able to take one very solid game out of the Kansas City Pioneers. After that, it crumbled a little bit, but I think this matchup is going to be quite a hard one from Elysian Esports, because we saw how well the defense was from Venus Vixens.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think this is going to be tough all the way around. I think the Venus Vixens, especially with the performance they put up early against KCP, is not something that you should look away from. And Pads joining this roster, I mean, we're going to be talking about her all day today here, Jolly. With her being the new member, but it's for good measure, right? I mean, she comes into this one, looks really solid in her first series here in NA with this VV squad, and you can't look past that. Does she continue that? I think that's the big question.
That is certainly the hope, is that a player comes in and doesn't necessarily play their best right off the bat. You expect improvement from that individual, but Pads came in and blew us away, so we can anticipate improved play from here on out. And also the fact that we haven't seen Elysian Esports yet today here under this new name, under this new rebranding with the new logo and all of that. And the Vixens have had the opportunity to get a little bit under their belt today, just get a little bit of play time. Sometimes that helps out a lot.
Well, let's go ahead and jump on into things. Sounds like the players are ready to go. Let's find out who's going to take this, a rematch from last week, the Venus Vixens and Elysian Esports. Take it away.
A rematch, Jolly, that is definitely something that we want to see. It is the best, and I feel like the names are a little bit mixed up.
Well, at least the logos are accurate here. Pads right off the bat. We talked about it before. That is Venus Vixens getting the first one, so the names and logos are swapped here. Keep that in mind, but 2 seconds in is all it took. That was a slow roll as well for Venus Vixens to put one on the board right off the bat.
Well, of course, that is what we want to see from the Vixens. They already put up a brilliant performance before, and now it is Pads trying to look for some more pressure, Miss Midgie. Now taking her time, immediately gets challenged by Pads. She's looking very fierce, not letting go as Jenny gets that ball into the midfield. Now Danny has to get that ball to the side. And yeah, right now it feels a little bit less control coming from the side from a Legion, whereas Venus Vixens are really looked into that speed. They know how to hit the ball. They know how to hit the ball to a position where they can do something with it. And we see the first goal coming through from Pats.
Another one. But Pats getting the second one already. Most of the way to a hat trick there at just over 30 seconds into this one. And we can see Elysian is trying to get in position, trying to figure things out, but I do think that momentum, that previous game momentum, is going to help Venus Vixens a lot in the first, sometimes even also the second round of the game. So fans of Elysian and Elysian themselves, do not let this, get to you. Give it a little bit of time. We expect this to happen. Pad's almost going through with another one, not quite a shot on goal, but it is normal for teams to have a little bit of a stall at the start of the game, no pun intended there.
Well, the start of the game is definitely not stalled on the side from the Venus Vixens though, because like they are going full speed. We even see Jenny carrying the ball to the other side because she's just feeling that confident at this point. So right now the real question is, how is Elysian going to bounce back? Because they are now in a position where they're 2 goals down. They have to step up. They have to show everybody at home that they can perform, that they can keep up with Venus Vixens, because right now it just feels a little bit like a bulldozer going ham on some cement.
That's a tough one. I think the biggest thing to keep your mental, to keep yourself on check, is to keep up the communication and have that be positive communication. That should be something that assists your mental, because you're just calling out positioning. You're calling out where we should be, calling out these aggressive or defensive plays. As long as you keep that vocal momentum going, your team will stay together. Pads is going to make it real tough, I will say that. Pads with the hat trick, there it is, I called it early. Pads all 3 goals so far for Venus Vixens, and Elysian still just trying to figure things out, still just trying to figure out how to go forward into this team.
The hats are off. The start is of course going, well, very furiously as we now see Pats trying to find her 3rd goal. I mean, I don't think we saw a hat-trick once already today. I might be completely mistaken, but Pats has definitely put on a very confident one within like only 2 minutes, able to get that many goals for his team. That's definitely quite something, but now it is Miss Midgie shot on target. Jenny is still there. The block goes through. Terran is right there. And Danny in an awkward position, able to get that ball to the side. This is where Elysian, even though they are already 3 goals down, show that they have that mental fortitude in order to keep going, not give up, and keep playing till the bitter end.
We can see that conflict. It's going to go on for a little while. I think boost focus needs to be a high priority here. There we go. Dannykins, the first one in a little while that we've seen that actually has a good bit of boost control. Jenny, though, going to try to follow it up after waiting for that defensive corner boost here. Mitchie just trying to get set up for that rebound play. Good reversal, though. Good far turn away from Miss Mitchie. Dannykins with a save there. And now, honestly, at this point, at least in esports, they're trying to find their positioning. They're getting there. It hasn't taken too long. So the fact that Venus Vixens have not made another goal the last couple of minutes, the fact that Pads has kind of been dampered a little bit, kind of been hindered in these attempts, feels very good for the future of Elysian here. Terran trying with the shots on goal for Venus Vixens. Very, very into the flow of this defensive rotation.
I think it's also like bear a little bit fruit on the side from the Elysian esports. They were trying to find the position indeed on defense like we were talking about, and then they were able to bounce back, and right now Terran also right there just taking their time, realizes if they jump for this one, well, fair play to them. They're most likely going to get a goal if they're able to put it on target, but I'm going to take my time. I'm going to play my game. And that's again something that we talked about earlier, playing your own pace, playing your own game. The moment you're playing against a team that is a little bit higher in terms of pace, it makes a world of difference. And here it is, Terran, showing the point exactly.
Terran with a great follow through there as well. We can see Venus Vixens trying to get in position, a little too aggressive on that defensive play there. But a minute left means that Elysian still has plenty of time to tie things up. We've seen crazier things just even today alone. We have seen crazier things happen. 3 goals in 60 seconds earlier. Jazz Kitty does get a save, so at least Elysian is finding themselves on the offensive side now.
Well, they have to bounce back, and sadly enough, they can't save this one. It's Jazzy Kitty. Why do I make it Jazzy Kitty?
I like it.
I mean, it's a Jazzy Kitty. It's vibing. It's got jammed to the next level.
I'm sure the Jazz Kitty doesn't mind. I mean, you never know, though. You never know.
I mean,
Jazz
she got
Kitty
the
there
goal,
misses
so.
ball again. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. 4 shots, 1 made it through. Save, so really, really aggressive
Oh my
play.
God.
Coming from Venus Vixens. No way! Jenny's gonna secure another one. Look at the speed on this thing.
That's quick.
and the most anticlimactic goal animation ever is very fitting for the velocity that ball had moving forward.
Yeah, right now this definitely Elysian is feeling a little bit out of shape. They're trying to find their own way, and right here, once again, Terran in a very awkward position. She doesn't jump all the way till the last second when she thinks she has a shot, and that's very good to see, because sometimes you see people, when they're trying to match the pace from another team, they just throw themselves at the ball, and here Terran now plays the defense once again, and single-handedly got 2 goals on her name as well.
Look at that one. Another half field. Getting shoved by Jenny as well on that, but staying forward, keeping that momentum moving forward for Elysian Esports. And, you know, it's not going to happen, unfortunately, this round for them. But the fact that 2 goals were put on the board after 5 made it through for Venus Vixens, Elysian's at least got to feel all right going into this next one. Maybe not great, but we can change that.
I mean, right now it was a brilliant performance from Elysian as well. Like Venus Vixens, of course. I mean, we have the hat trick from Pets. That was the first thing that we talked about. She immediately got that hat trick, I think, in like within 2 minutes. So after those 2 minutes, it actually went even between Elysian and Venus Vixens, and it's nice to see. Pets didn't get those goals. Did get tempered, as you were saying. She wasn't allowed as much space, and I feel like really just that control that we saw from Terran made the world of difference from Elysian. And so now it's all for her to share the thing that she found with her teammates. Get that control. Keep calm and collected in the field, in their car, when they're driving around on the field. Don't always have to rush in. It's definitely a defense. That's like the main thing that we saw today. People that stay calm usually have a better defensive play. We saw it from Bess. She always stays calm. She keeps collected at that back post and just acts at the last moment. Whereas people like Somewhat, for example, goes up a little bit too quickly and then pushing to overtime bites you in the butt.
Yeah, if you can get there, if you can even get there on the attempt to get into overtime, as we saw staunched a little bit earlier today here. But I think that Elysian's doing a good job acknowledging, all right, Venus Vixens is clearly coming off these previous games with a just a game high. They're doing well. They have the momentum that they've already played a couple times today, and Elysian's not in that boat. But they acknowledge that, they recognize that. They're like, all right, we need to kind of compound a little bit of this this force, not experience, but just experience with this current team and this current roster. We need to get steady footing way faster than Venus Vixens, but they have the ability. They're showing that to us. They definitely showed that in the second round, or the second half of that first round that we watched Venus Vixens end up taking. So I feel like we are going to continue growing in terms of the confidence behind Leage Esports after this rebranding. They got to get used to it too, you know?
Yeah, it's a little bit the same thing that we saw with the Kansas City Pioneers, also dropping 1 game to the Venus Vixens. That's right here, but just a very slight touch, and here it is once again. A little bit of taking your time, Terran rushing in together with Danny. Poorly communicate. I mean, that's sadly the reality that we're facing, and it is something simple that you can just work on as a team, and I feel like Elysian, maybe not this week. I mean, communication is not something that you just fix overnight. It's something that you have to work on for like 1-2 weeks at least before it actually is going to bear fruit. But the moment they get their communication on point, I really feel like they can take Venus Vixens all the way till the end, and potentially even sweep Venus Vixens, even though it seemed far from reality right now with the speed difference.
Oh, right. And Elysian and, Venus Vixens, again, just with the momentum that they've got moving forward, gives them more of an opportunity. So this week alone, that's going to be difficult for communication. We've seen how strong it looks from Venus Vixens. And I think a good point to touch on is something that you actually brought up a little bit earlier as well, Stealthy Wolf, is the confidence. It's not just the communication, but it's the confidence of the calls that you and your teammates are making. So it is very frequent to have a lot of communication, but it tends to be, it can easily be negative communication or just ineffective communication. You always want to be communicating because in this game, there's always something for you to be talking about in terms of what you are doing as a team, how you are working together. That's the point of this. So once you figure out that team communication and have the confidence in yourself and your players, it makes a world of difference for individual players as well.
Well, we're already seeing somewhat of it, but right now this Jenny just catching that defense, of course, sadly enough. Right there, it was Terran, of course, that did get that play. She tried to get it far enough, sadly enough, Jenny was right there. I think it was Miss Michi that went into the net, then turned out of it. Again, this is a little bit the stress, I guess, to play a team like Venus Vixens. They realize that they might be outclassed in terms of MMR, but once again, it shows it the same thing in every game, though. Team play is way more important than individuals' rank, and I think that's definitely something that Elysian might be underestimating right now, but they line themselves up for a beautiful shot. Shot goes on target. Pass is there. Now ball once again into the midfield. There is Jenny with the clear this time around. Now Jazz Kitty and Pat's double committing. Darren is right there. Sends the ball into the corner. This might be the counter they need. Right now they need to put up a little bit more speed though, because they want to outpace that defense from the Venus Vixens.
Miss Michi, though, following up a really good play. They're trying to get that aerial ball moved down. They want to be able to hit a solid shot, and it's not worth wasting boost on continuing those aerial plays when you don't have the defense enough to handle it. 2 minutes now left on the clock. As now Jenny gets the redirect on this one. Elysian moving back into a defensive position. Luckily very close and able to do so just fine as Miss Midgie is given a nice little halo there. Nice little savior trophy. Jazz Kitty in position though to send that shot from Danikins away. So Elysian much more confident here in their defensive play. Terran though getting demoed out is going to give Venus Vixens a few seconds of an upper hand, and Pads tries to redirect this one. But Elysian now is so much quicker to respond, so much quicker than we saw, even just last round, even the first half of this match.
Oh, that was a dangerous opportunity. Sadly not for Venus Vixens, they don't get a third goal, but this might make it more interesting though. As we now see, Miss Michi completely missing that ball, Danny then being demoed by Jenny, and Pats takes her time. Can't get it past Terran though. And here's Miss Michi, sends it into the midfield. Danny right there. Sadly enough, can't outpace Jenny. The pressure is on. They want to get a counter goal at least. Get on the ball, just like they did last game. Because I think right now, for themselves, they're all about achieving at least one goal a game and keep it as close as possible.
Ooh, Pads with another beautiful save there. Danikins getting that shot on goal from center field. Now the clear comes through though. Will Elysian be able to get it out in time? They do. Not even a shot on goal, but Pads is going to follow it up with one. Yet another one. That's going to be 2 goals from Pads for the Venus Vixens. That's going to put Elysian in a really scary position now here at 3 and goose egg.
Well, 39 seconds to go. Right now, what is the game plan for Elysian? Well, they kind of want to score. That's basically, I think, the bottom line. It's not about winning this game anymore. They just want to score, get a goal on, for themselves, make it at least a 2-goal difference. Last game was a 3-goal difference. So going to a 4-goal difference right now.
And that's another hat trick. Another hat trick for Pads there. Is that his 3rd goal that Pads has been able to secure there? And Elysian felt pretty confident about that one. It looked like Miss Midgie made the defensive play that was necessary, but Pads had the boost available to follow up on that one very quickly, not even allow it to move out in front of Elysian's goal right there. So let's see if Pads can set up for another one. She manages to snag the corner boost here. 15 seconds now left on the clock. Elysian not quite feeling so confident, but hey, who was it? It was Terran, I think, managed to grab one of the last 4 seconds of the previous round, so they've got it in them.
Well, it's not over until that ball drops to the ground right now, but Terran not able to control it, and she drops the ball. Venus Vixens get the second game. I mean, it's only getting worse in the goal difference, so I kind of hope that Elysian pull themselves back together. It doesn't really matter. Even if they not score the next game, if they're able to get it to 2 goals, then I'm going to be proud of the girls because they are performing very nicely for the rank matchup. Because, I mean, we might say what we want. We might say, yes, sure, rank doesn't really matter all too much. It still does do a lot to the individual. Confidence, you're going to have way more confidence if you know you're higher ranked than the other player. And then at the same time, experience. It's all things that play a part in this matchup. And so far, I think Elysian can be very proud with how they're performing against Venus Vixens.
Yes. And knowing how to communicate on top of that, you know, is a big struggle, especially introducing some new players. Clearly, not an issue with Pads, as we have seen. Pads integrating herself very, very nicely with the Venus Vixens and really showing why she was the most recent addition to that team here, getting 2 hat tricks back to back in the first 2 rounds of this game. So now going into match point here for Venus Vixens, Elysian needs to continue to have confidence in their play. It's so hard to do. Just going off of what you just said, Stealthy Wolf, keeping confidence is so difficult when you are facing up against a team that's putting numbers like that and really not allowing you to feel like you're in control of any portion of the game, that you are just playing reactively as opposed to kind of manipulating that and allowing yourself to play proactively. But Elysian has the ability to do this. They've got it in them. Another reset, 0-0, another 5-minute timer to start over from, and hopefully another mental, I want to say, not reset, but just rehash, you know, just adjustment, recalibration. That's what I was looking for.
I mean, you have that famous, I don't know if it's really that famous, but I think you have that one clip of Kronovic screaming, reset, 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 reset. I think that's what we're needing right now.
Yes, absolutely. That will certainly help Legion. I don't know if it'll make a difference there for Venus Vixens as they are so comfortably moving forward onto this one. And there it is! Started things out. I was going to say that was a bit of a missed defensive play. We can see right up here, kind of snagging herself into the goal box itself, actually. I think that was, I mean, it was either Jazz Kitty or Jenny. But ended up kind of faltering there, and hey, that's what Elysian needs to do. Whenever you can, make a move. If you see a hole, try to shoot the ball through it. That's your goal.
Oh, but that's...
They want retaliation. Venus Vixens are not happy that just happened in the first minute of the game.
I mean, I don't think it's just Venus Vixens. I just think this is Spans, because, like, ask her on a normal day to do that. She can't do it again. Right now, she's like, hell no, I'm not going to lose this one. I'm not going to give up my lead. I'm just going to score the double tap of my life, and she does it.
Yeah, she's like, I need another hat trick. This is a separate round, guys. You realize that we're going into a new round, and another hat trick, therefore, can be granted to me. So she's going to be looking for it as we are 1 minute into this game. Jazz Kitty trying to hit. I'm not really quite sure what that whole deal was. Maybe it's just an overcommit to the center of the field is what it looks like here. But Elysian, this is what they needed. This is what they're trying to do. And if they can take advantage of this and not allow Venus Vixens to regain their footing, to do their own, maybe a reset of their own at this point, then we might be going into another round.
Well, that would, of course, be incredible to see. But right now, there is a lot of pressure on the defense from Elysian. And it's just very awkward scenarios that they create themselves, and of course maybe a little bit of coaching, maybe just asking, maybe just rewatching the VOD themselves. This is something where people always think, oh, you have to grab a coach in order to improve. No, this is just a scenario that where as a normal Rocket League player, if you take the replay, you sit down with your team, and you're just gonna, you know what, the game might not have gone as good as we wanted. We had good opportunities, we had a lot of less opportunities. How will we go forward and double commits, talking about those kind of things is the best thing to do. Replay analysis yourself, and they can do it. But right now they're setting themselves up. Opportunity, Miss Midgie can't get it into the midfield. Darren is there, shot on target, double commit in the defense from Venus Vixens. As right there, that could have been an opportunity for Elysian to maybe tie it up once more.
Venus Vixens is trying to figure out every possible way to prevent that. We can just see no boost onto no boost, just to knock the car out of the way from being able to hit and continue on that play. We're now under 3 minutes here, so we're getting close to halftime, Danikins gets demoed out here. Pads with full boost is going to look to follow this one up as Miss Midgie also gets demoed out. The redirect there means that it's going to actually bounce off Jenny, and Danikins is going to tie things up just under halfway through this round.
I mean, at least we're now getting the close game that we were describing in the second half of the first game. So, hey, I mean, this is a Rocket League you want to see. Very close games. Legion, probably as the underdog in this matchup, just coming through, showing us what they can do. And it's Miss Midgie who tries to get another opportunity. Darren is still there, not able to get that ball past Padstow, but it is still neutral in that midfield. Now, Jenny trying to keep that pressure alive. Ball goes all the way to the other side of the court, but there is still Darren. Launches that ball forward. Pat's in an awkward position. Darren still there. Can't you get that ball into the midfield for a team? But no, there is Pat, but now a double commit. Almost going on target though. That would have been the luckiest double commit I've probably seen today.
Yeah, and there's a reason that it didn't hit target, and that is due to the double commit. Danikins, though, finding another great setup for herself, ends up going a little bit too low on that flip. It is still on Venus Vixen's defensive zone, so Elysian for another opportunity. Pads, though, with these phenomenal flip plays. And gonna end up running out of boost here. Jenny utilizing the last little bit that she has to try to redirect this as Jazz Kitty comes in. And Miss Midgie with an amazing save. Pads on the rebound, though. Miss Midgie not able to get into position, and that is going to break the tie to 3 in Venus Vixen's favor.
I mean, at this point, this is just the experience gap. There's nothing else to say about that now. That was brilliant performance from Elysian Esports trying to defend that one, but sometimes you just don't have the recovery mechanics in order to get there, and right now it's just Venus Vixen running it home.
That's where things get rough. All right, Elysian it was a little bit of pressure on the mental for Venus Vixens, I think, and Venus Vixens was just able to recover so very quickly. Elysian forcing them onto more of a defensive play than we've seen them have to play at all up against this team today. But Venus Vixens is like, no, okay, we figured it out. We can get back in control. We need to maintain this boost. And Taryn's gonna make it tough. We'll say that much. We'll see if they can make another play off of it. Oh my gosh, no way! What was that redirect from Jenny? That was amazing!
Hey, these two girls just working together. You know what's the best thing? This was a Jazz Kitty to Jenny to Jazz Kitty. It was a 1-2-1. The tiki-taka famous football terminology that I don't fully understand, but hey, here we are still using it.
I was not expecting that redirect from Jenny, to be honest. It seemed I was expecting maybe a ball drop at that point. She was right around midfield, and it did not at all. She managed to get the momentum. She managed to get the ball moving fiercely in the direction of that goal. And the communication is strong enough that they knew they could follow that one up. Miss Vixens, once again, showing their strength in those communications and in their rotation.
Ooh, but right now, Jazz Kitty getting a little bit too comfortable with herself, trying to redirect that one. Could have been beautiful, but now it is Danny trying to get that ball down. Trying to follow this one up as she does get that ball past Jazz Kitty, but Pats is still there. And launches that ball to the backboard. Jazz Kitty can't follow up. This is a little bit dangerous though, as Jenny does dive in as that third, woman in the rotation. That's sadly enough. Now it is Miss Midgie. This is an opportunity for a Legion, and
they triple commit. Pads with an opportunity here. Shot on goal and the easy follow-up. And hey, that's going to be, is that second or third? I think that is a third.
Did she get a hat trick yet again?
I think she got the hat trick once more. I'll have to double check, but I was pretty certain. I know she got the first one there for Venus Vixens, and I'm pretty certain that was her third one. So yet another hat trick given over to Pat, this new addition and pivotal member now of Venus Vixens.
I don't know what it is with this EU member just coming into NA and thinking like, you know what, we're gonna farm hat tricks. That's gonna be my new hobby to do in the WCBC.
That alone is impressive. We were talking about ping, EU to NA. EU in general, I know the ping is generally lower for servers, for Rocket League servers, but we're focusing a little more on getting some dedicated things to make it a little bit easier for those EU players, so they're not struggling quite as hard.
Well, as we expected, though, Venus Vixens do prevail, but oh my days, what a performance that Elysian give them, though, and give us.
Well, I mean, that's what we want here on the WCBC, right? Performances from teams that we don't often get to see on stream, and I think that's what we got. But at the same time, Jolly, I think we can say that Venus Vixens, they're hungry today. They look like a team that wants to get a chance in that grand final, and I mean, you got the Crossbar Queens, Bang Gang, and KCP to go through, and with how they've been playing so far, it looks like they might just be able to do it.
This edition of pads is incredible for this team, and there was no lack of confidence in any of those plays. They're absolutely out for blood now at this point. They're looking to take things home, and they've tasted victory here. It's pretty sweet with some of the matchups that we have seen these guys play up into. So I have good faith that Venus Vixens are going to make their way through the bracket, racking up even more points than we're used to them seeing.
I think I'd have to agree with you. And Stealthy, I know that we watched Crossbar Queens really give us the first stunning kind of upset, if you will, that we've seen so far in North America. But how do you see that matchup going? I mean, granted, both teams have been looking good, but just something about the Venus Vixens to me screams as a team that's really ready to prove what they got today.
I feel like that is a very difficult one to answer in the sense that, like, if we put the two teams next to each other, we have, of course, the Crossbar Queens, who are playing way more mechanical. Like, that's just hands down. We have to give it to them. They rely way more on mechanics, whereas the Venus Vixens are trying to go for very speedy, very controlled plays, not too complicated mechanics where they're able to pull it off the entire time. So if we're talking about Crossbar Queens having a average normal day where they're not able to do all their mechanics all the time, then it's 100% going to go to Venus Vixens. But if the Crossbar Queens can keep their mechanical consistency at that high level as we saw earlier, I think it might go both ways. We might see a game 5 potentially even, and I think in the end it will still be the Venus Vixens taking it though.
Well, we are going to give both of those teams a break. So when we come back, it'll be Bang Gang and the KC Pioneers doing battle once more in the winners finals to see who will be our first grand finalist and the team that takes that one game advantage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment to bring you even more WCBC action.
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you So why is it so hard to let you
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Women's Carball Championship. It's Hunted and Perino here in the broadcast booth to take over for the rest of the day. Thank you to Jolly and Stealthy Wolf for their time with us. But it's time to move forward. We're jumping back into the winner's side of the bracket. That means it's Bang Gang and KCP getting ready to do battle yet again here for us on the North American side. And I mean, there's a lot to talk about here, Perino, but I'm sure these players just want to leave it all on the field.
Absolutely. This is the battle I think we were all waiting for, and something that I have a feeling we may even see again here today. BG and KCP, two phenomenal teams. Both of those squads really have battled it out again and again at the top of the North American standings here. They are neck and neck with one another through the third week here in the WCBC, so it should be another fantastic series.
And I mean, for anybody who hasn't quite kept up with the North American side of the WCBC, with Kansas City Pioneers, they were previously known as Phantasmal before this week, but every week so far, these teams have met in both the winners finals and the grand finals, and they split each week. Phantasmal, now KCP, won last week, and they're looking to follow it up with a week number 3 win as well. But Bang Gang has certainly been looking quite good as we are just about ready to jump on into the next game here in just a couple of moments, Perino. And I mean, we've talked stats all day long today. We can talk stats again, but I think the big point when it comes down to it is that both of these teams know how to score goals, and they have done it against one another in the past.
No doubt about it, Hunted. When I look at this matchup once again, I mean, just two really strong rosters on both sides. A lot of offense, a lot of mechanical ability. You know, we see some very flashy goals, a lot of flashy plays from both of these sides. So it should be a high-scoring affair, should be a close series, and I feel like I'm just so excited because I'm coming in right at the right time. We get a great matchup here, and you know, starting to work towards the end of the day. I'm really excited to get cracking on it.
Well, Bangang come into this one only allowing 1 goal on the day. That was their first series against Flashes of Brilliance. They won that series 3-0, and it was only in the game number 3 that Kira was able to break through the defense and put one on the board. So I have a feeling that their success might not be as strong as that coming into this one. I have a strong feeling that KCP will be able to put up a couple more goals on the board. However, it's certainly Bangang who's coming into this one quite strongly. You know, they're looking to really capitalize with Tally back in the roster, Angie Avenger and Tally, of course, rounding out that 3-player squad for Bangang. And you know, KCP, they're going to have their hands full again.
Yeah, this is the two best teams that we have seen time and time again in North America. I wonder how the little boost, you know, perhaps from picking up an organization here for the Pioneers, Kate, Queen Bee, and Courtney looking to show why they've earned it. As we're getting it underway, the winners final, North America Week 3, kicking it off.
It'll be the Pioneers in that blue, as you said, Kate, Courtney, and Queen Bee, Bangang, Angie, Avenger, and Tally. They'll be taking the orange for us here in this series. Right off the jump, Avenger looking for Tally out in front. Just couldn't quite get a piece of that one. It will be cleared with 30 seconds into game number 1. The first shot does belong to the Pioneers out of the corner. Kate still looking for a little bit of offensive momentum here. Actually, good keeping there by Courtney. This could turn into something as Kate's out in front, but that play won't quite connect. And we saw both teams with a little corner to mid-type pass play that just doesn't connect.
And the one thing about it, Hunted, is there's so much respect being given by both defenses here. These sides they know what they're capable of doing. They know that these plays will connect sooner or later. Another one sort of skimming past there, but I just love the respect that they have for one another. They recognize that when those cherry pick threats are available, they usually go in.
There's Avenger to throw this back wall. Tally's already in the air. She gets a piece of it. Gonna go high. Angie will drop it down. And everybody gets involved from Bangang for the first of the game.
And what a read from Tally. Just up so quickly, not able to put it on target, but draws 2 defenders out from the Pioneers. Angie with an open look. Great first goal from BG. And I have a feeling, again, first of many for both teams.
Well, the Pioneers, they find themselves down a goal through the first minute 30 here of game number 1. Not a whole lot of shots taken by either side, only 3 generated so far. It's been more of a back and forth kind of balancing act between the defenses so far as Queen Bee tries to sneak that in. Valley just gets a piece of it. This will be Courtney out of the corner. Try to pop that up through midfield, but Angie will send them packing. And Kate securely out of her own corner. Well, she doesn't take that 50 against Tally, but she's got help. As we look to reset a little bit here, the Pioneers still playing out of their own zone.
And just sticking with the fundamentals, rotating through on defense, you see that short side corner rotations coming through, just not giving BG too many looks out of the corner. We know how dangerous those infield passes can be, so love the defense from the Pioneers as we're halfway through it, and a little bit of offense working perhaps only for a moment.
Here comes Courtney looking for Kate down low. Couldn't quite find the timing on that play, and this will be Avenger looking to send Tally on her way, and she will follow it up. We are approaching the final 2 minutes here of game number 1. Still a 1-0 lead for Bangang. Tally and Kate come together. This will be Courtney to chase it across the way. Right on into Avenger, and this is back down. We continue to go back and forth. The Pioneers able to put 2 shots on the board. Haven't been able to beat the defense as of yet. And not terribly surprising. That's a triple commit through the midfield there by Bang Gang. Queen B even winning the challenge. Courtney out of the corner trying to get that pass down in front. But the transition just not fast enough. Now Tally one-on-one hits the post. Avenger will score. And Bang Gang take a 2-0 lead.
And how dangerous was that commit? You mentioned in the midfield, everyone from Bang Gang up in the air, but they are not punished. Tally working it down the other end, fires it into the post, and Avenger, tremendous read out of the post. That's not an easy thing to do, to judge where exactly that ball will come out, but Angie was all over that one for Bang Gang's second goal.
Here's Tally again trying to tack on a third. Angie can't quite get that one out of the corner. Queen B will play this forward. Around Avenger, nice touch, but Courtney can't get there in time. Tally able to play that one back wall and out. Here's Angie. She'll have that taken away. We have 60 seconds left to go. 2-0. Bang Gang still hanging on to the lead. Queen B off the respawn. It's a 2-on-1. Queen B and Courtney, but she can't get the pass across. And Avenger will have the positioning played away. 45 to go. KCP lead 2 in game 1.
It's looking like a tough task. Hunted, this Bang Gang defense, touched on a little bit before the start of this series, looks so good. They're just not giving the Pioneers any good looks on goal. Every pass is just being jumped upon in the midfield and applying the pressure towards the end of the game. Clock ticking the wrong way for the Pioneers. They need to get one fast.
They've only got 15 now, still playing out of their own zone. That'll be towards the cage. Avenger almost cut off Queen B's clear there. But now Courtney with a bit of an opening. Tally, however, rushes back in the nick of time, and that will certainly do it for game number 1. Bang Gang able to take down KCP in this opening game of the best of 5. They get a 2-0 shutout in game 1. And again, the shot totals really are what does it for me. 6 generated by Bang Gang, only the 3 for KCP, but the fact that we don't even break double-digit shots between these two teams kind of tells the story of how the series is going to go.
A little bit, and the other one that I wanted to touch on there as well, Tally with both assists for Bang Gang. She's such a mechanical, intelligent player, just always in the right spot, ready to go on the transition. I thought she was great in picking up possession and, just making the defense of the Pioneers really work at all times. Tally having a huge impact. No goals for her, but setting up 2 for your teammates is not a bad way to go about it.
Certainly not, as we are getting ready to push into game number 2 here in just a moment. We'll see. I think KCP need to be a little bit faster through the midfield. Certainly seems like there were a couple of challenges that went Bang Gang's way that really kind of kept them on the offensive side of the ball. Certainly easier said than done when you've got a speedy team on the other side of the pitch. But we've seen them do it before, and they had a slow start in their earlier series today as well. So let's see how they respond coming out in game number 2. And with this being a best of 5 for I don't think you can be KCP and expect to win the series going down 2.
It is a monumentally difficult task as we get back into it here. Just everything for the Pioneers to play for. The winner's final is Courtney's going to put a strong challenge on, but Avenger deals with the pressure well, working it out of the corner. Some smart play already within the opening sequence here. And again, Hunter, just look at the space that's being given by both sides. Just so much respect about what these players can do and what they're capable of. I just love the little chess match going on.
Everybody in this lobby certainly dangerous when they get space. Here's Courtney. Oh, she just hits the crossbar. Kate can't get that one by Avenger. And Courtney nearly proved my point right there. Just couldn't quite squeeze it in up high. But that's the danger that any of these KCP, and for that matter, Bang Gang players, when they get that space for it seems like they can turn that into scoring opportunities even from those tough angles.
And Courtney had a tremendous look at that one there. Just so unfortunate not able to close the double touch all the way out. It would have been a great momentum swing for the Pioneers, scoring early and putting Bang Gang on their heels. Instead, we stay level, but possession with the Pioneers for a brief moment. That's a great challenge through the midfield.
And that's kind of been what Bang Gang's been able to do against this Pioneers offense. It's really forced them into their own zone quite a bit. Good challenge. That time by Queen Bee. Courtney and Tally playing a game of chicken off the back wall there. It will be eventually Tally who gets it out to the midfield line. That's going to take an unfortunate bounce for the Pioneers. Kate trying to keep this out of the goal. Has to make a big save. The rebound for Avenger will eventually fall onto Kate's lap, and she will see it clear. But the offense continues to tick. Here comes Tally. Saved by Queen Bee. Angie on the follow-up. Tries to go under. That again will be kicked out. Here comes Courtney for the clear. 2 minutes gone. Game number 2. Still no score.
I love that from Angie there. Just trying to take it slow, change it up a little, not just firing the shot, staying patient. Love that for Bang Gang. And then for the Pioneers, quick on the transition, too, immediately with the shot attempt going the other way. Is we're sort of getting this long game here, halfway through, no goals to show, and it's just so tense, I think is the word. Just trying to find that one great play, that one great touch. Tally nearly had it there, but denied by Queen Bee.
Kate will send it all the way down. Angie now takes it off her own back wall. Good challenge by Courtney. Going to force Tally up for it. The transition, though, beautifully done by Bang Gang, utilizing the positioning they had. And it's Tally to Angie, first of the game.
That is a wonderful touch from Angie. Great awareness to see that Tally was just going to rocket that off the top of the backboard. Great touch through the midfield, and it's just over the head of everyone for our first goal here.
Bang Gang take the lead with 2 minutes left to go. We're in a similar position in game 1. They were able to take that one 2-0 as Courtney for the first of the series here for the Pioneers. It's been a tough series so far. They've come close a number of times, but nothing has fallen quite yet. As see what they can do on this offensive drive. However, it does get turned around quickly. Play maintains possession off the side wall. If you're going to try to play this by Kate. Here's Courtney. Maybe an open net. No, one-on-one here with Tally. Tally gets the better of that. Bounces out towards Queen Bee. She can't get that on goal. So we tick ever closer to this final minute. Still a 1-0 game. Bang Gang is trying to hang on.
And doing a good job of it. They're absorbing the pressure really well on defense when they're being put in tough situations by the Pioneers. Just always someone from BG to find the next touch. You can see that one there. It was Avenger just lurking in front of the net trying to find the goal, and that's what has impressed me so far about them. Tally with another good shot. Angie can't quite find the follow, but just every single time Bang Gang with the player in position to make that next touch, it's why they're ahead.
Yeah, they're keeping it in the KCP zone. 30 seconds left. Courtney tries to play it out. Tally will hit the crossbar with that challenge. Avenger and Kate come together. 20 seconds left to go. Still the ball stays in the KCP zone. Courtney just trying to get it back to the midfield line. Angie will turn it around towards the back wall. Queen Bee with a pinch. 10 seconds left. Here's Angie once more to keep it in. Tally's going to rotate forward. Beats B to that one. And now no more time left. They've got to keep it in the air, but Angie's going to let it fall. And Bang Gang, 2 in a row. And they go up 2-0 now in the series as we head to game 3.
Wow, and again, we talk about shot totals, a bit more active on offense that time. You can see our end-of-game scoreboard, BG with 8 shots to KCP's 5, but the 1 goal difference is enough. I'm a little bit shaken, hunted. This has been very close, very tense gameplay. There are a lot of shots, but I don't think there are a ton of great chances. We saw Courtney had one early, with the double touch, just not quite able to get there. Tally, again, near the end of that game, trying to get the double touch off the crossbar, just bounces way too low. So good chances have come at an absolute premium. I think the difference has just been Banking's ability to maintain position and follow up on their own touches. They're passing the ball well. We saw the transition play through the midfield, resulting in the goal. So if they can continue to play together, they should be able to close out this series.
Well, they've got to win at least one of the next three to punch their ticket to the grand finals here today. However, Courtney, Kate, and Queen Bee certainly not going to go down without a fight as we head into game number 3. And, you know, the big stat that jumps out to me is that we've seen only 3 goals scored between these two teams in the first 2 games, all 3 of them coming off of Bang Gang cars. Now they start game number 3, up by 2 in the series, trying to close things out quite quickly against their rivals in the Pioneers, certainly this season.
Bang Gang have put themselves in a tremendous position. You can take 3 chances, really, at closing this one out. It is the best place to be, but you still have to execute on it. We know how good Kansas City Pioneers have been throughout the season as Kate is forced into action early, making a tough save. Courtney with the clearance out. And through the midfield we go. Queen Bee passing it down to Kate, whose shot's denied. Courtney with a follow-up, and it's saved off the crossbar and out. Huge start for the Pioneers, and still no goals. Angie makes another save.
A great start for the Pioneers, but it's Tally and company still playing that big defense. They send one down. Kate can't get there. And it's Bang Gang who take the early lead yet again, 1-0 through the first minute of game number 3.
And how demoralizing is that for the Pioneers? They have a great initial sequence out of the gate. Great shots, tremendous pressure, and it takes one quick counterattack. Tally, waiting downfield, just fires it long over the back of the defense. And all of that work just results in an orange goal. Just so difficult to come back from after really a great start by the Pioneers. Just not enough.
This one will be played down. Tally, good block over the head of Kate. It'll get back to it. Feeds Courtney, and away she goes. Nice challenge against Avenger. Off the respawn comes Tally. Just able to make that save. Still Courtney trying to press the attack. He does rotate forward, takes a shot. Avenger has to make the save. Demo there. The ball is still dangerous out in front. Nobody able to get there in time from the Pioneers. And again, it goes to the wayside. Tally with a big 50. However, Kate will chip it in at that midfield line, and still we play on. Pioneers looking for their first of the series. That's a nice move. It's around and it's in. Finally, the Pioneers will get on the board. It's Courtney who makes it work, and it's 1-1.
Wonderful precision there from Courtney to handle that ball out of the corner. We see the demolition coming through as well. Really opens it up. And, you know, I was going to say it's a great individual play from Courtney, but, you know, credit to, I think it was Queen Bee, just rocketing through the middle and nearly getting a goal there off the kickoff. Goodness me. KCP not going down without a fight.
It doesn't seem that way, although Queen Bee, a little bit of a whiff up top. Courtney's got to take care of business on the backside. Here comes Avenger and company. Demo onto Courtney. The physical game has really picked up from both sides now. Queen Bee cuts that off. Trying to go one-on-one with Angie. Couldn't get her tires under her quickly enough. And it's out of the zone. Tally to Avenger. What do you do with this? That's her double touch. It'll fall to Angie, but that's an easy block there. As Queen Bee will make the play. Tally just trying to play the possession game now, though, gives that one away near side. There will be Avenger to chip it into the corner. 2 minutes left. 1-1 game number 3. The Pioneers trying to stay alive in the series.
And I think the Pioneers have done a much better job in this game of denying possession from Bang Gang, and the way that they've done it is increasing that physical play, going for the bumps, going for the demos, as here goes Courtney with the wide open net, nobody home, and KCP for the first time in this series have taken the lead.
That's a nice challenge by Courtney, able to get that back to the midfield line and keep possession on the ball. Nobody home for Bang Gang. And it's finally a KCP lead in the series, 2-1, with 1:45 to go here in game 3. We'll see if they can hang on. Sent this away to a fourth one. Here comes Courtney again. He's already in the air. This could be dangerous, could turn into a 2-on-1. Tally around Kate, but she can't quite maintain momentum of that ball, and that will eventually fall away. Here comes Courtney back down the other side. Just going to play this one deep into the zone. The pop-up nearly catches Queen Bee a bit too far forward, but again, Courtney will send it right back in. Minute 10 left to go, game 3, a 1-goal lead for KCP.
And it's a dangerous game for the Pioneers here. Do you continue to press high and go for these plays where you may give BG the opportunity to counterattack, or do you try to turtle in on the defensive side and keep it under pressure? I don't think either option is all that appetizing for the Pioneers. They have 45 seconds to go, and BG are going to bring everything out to try and bring this one back. They want to end it here.
Certainly don't want to see a game 4, but they need 2 more in this one to finish things off early as Kate wins that challenge, and that'll fall in as well. Kate gets on the board from the challenge from midfield, and that might just be it to send us to a game 4.
Great positioning from Kate there just to challenge that one early. Avenger not getting enough of the flick there to get it over the top of Kate, and she just rockets that ball all the way down the field into the back of the net, and the insurance goal is definitely what the Pioneers were looking for. Now they feel much better about their position, forcing the game forward.
Oh, Angie streaks forward, had a bit of an opening there, just couldn't quite get around the ball. Here's Avenger looking for Tally in front. Big defense from Courtney. And that will certainly send us to a 4th game. As the Pioneers, they wake up in the series, they get 3 on the board in game 3. And they take down Bang Gang, holding them to just the goal. And, again, the crazy part is, heading into game number 4 now, Perino, the teams, only 1 goal separating them. Bang Gang 4 in the series, KCP with 3.
And I give a lot of credit to KCP in that game, making the adjustment of going for the physical plays. Bang Gang are so dangerous when they have possession, when they have time. They really know how to exploit defensive mistakes. One easy way to eliminate the pressure, just take players off the field, Hunted, make it much easier for yourself. We saw it a couple of times, Queen Bee just rotating through and just smashing her opponents out of the way. So love that from the Pioneers. They keep themselves alive. Still a difficult task ahead.
Well, they got to win 1 more. I think you got to take it game at a time, right, if you're Kansas City Pioneers. Don't want to look too far ahead. Don't want to start thinking about game 5 already. You've got to win game number 4 just to get there. So, even if you're Bang Gang, I don't think you think too far ahead, right? You're thinking, let's just come out, get that first goal, give ourselves a little bit of a lead, and try to hang on to it. I think that's kind of been the key to a lot of matchups that we've seen today. And, when the Pioneers were able to take that lead, they never really looked back.
No, they did not hunt it again. It's just so much confidence when you finally manage to get ahead here as we are getting game number 4 underway. KCP looked strong in the last one. Can they continue to play well and force the game 5, or will Bang Gang rally back here as Avenger working it through the midfield off the crossbar down to Tally, who finds a great shot on target, and Bang Gang take the early lead off of a wonderful pass from Avenger. Look at that read.
Yeah, that second touch was so important from Avenger to get that out to Tally. It forces the defender on the ground to have to readjust, and she couldn't quite make it there in time. So well done to the Bang Gang squad. They take that early lead just like we were talking about. Now we'll see how they play, up by a goal. So Pioneers going to have to try to come from behind this time around. This is going to be Avenger nearly gave that one away to Kate. Courtney. This one will pop up all the way back to the midfield line. Angie will throw it in. Read by Kate on the back wall. Can't get around Tally. Queen Bee. Need to be careful. That was nearly a giveaway. It's still going to lead to an Angie opportunity. You just couldn't get a piece of it. Courtney was there on the challenge. We played a minute of game 4, a 1-goal lead for Bang Gang.
And just back to the game plan, I think, for Bang Gang, holding possession, beating the Pioneers to challenges, keeping the pressure high on offense. As Angie turns on that one, nearly getting a good look there. It's so important when you have that 1-goal lead, Hunted, to just continue to play with confidence. It's never enough. You have to continue to push for another goal. Just pedal to the metal always. And I love that Bang Gang are not hiding behind the early goal. They're still forcing the Pioneers into difficult spots, making life very difficult.
You can see KCP trying to activate that third player a little bit more right now. Need to be careful you don't overcommit, of course, as Angie looking for the pass to Tally at the top of the box. Be blocked down by Queen Bee. Still it falls to Avenger. He is up. He'll be met by Kate as the first 2 minutes tick by. This is Courtney with Kate in transition. Had to force Angie up in the air. Queen Bee on the rebound. But just won't be able to put that one on goal. Good opportunity for the Pioneers, and fortunately that offensive will end there as Tally wins the challenge. Kate trying to control possession. It'll fall to Courtney. We have still a 1-0 game as halftime quickly approaches. Good save. Queen Bee just gets a piece still. Avenger with reset, but Queen Bee again will block that one down. But finally, it's Tally to finish it off 2-0.
And this all starts with a tremendous double touch attempt by Tally and an even better save from Queen Bee, getting up there twice to deny a BG goal. But the Pioneers just cannot hold out long enough. Again, the pressure, the rotations all coming through for Bang Gang. And that's the difference, really, when you have those consecutive touches and consecutive chances. Very difficult for the Pioneers to handle that pressure well. They concede the goal. Now it becomes a bit more tenuous. 2 goals down, 2 minutes to play. KCP, everything on the line.
They need to get something going here. Need at least a goal. With time remaining. One's going to be Tally. No, she couldn't make the play. Here's Angie. Going to throw it off the ceiling. Well, nice touches there from Courtney. Will play it back into the zone. This will be Avenger to try to see it out. Back into the zone when we go. Minute 35 left. Good win there from Courtney. They'll get a follow-up touch, and now Tally's last back. This is going to be hard off the wall to Kate. Avenger. Solid block. Queen Bee coming in hot, trying to create some offense. Wins that one off of Angie. This is dangerous. Oh, it's off the crossbar. Kate's denied on the line by Avenger, and it stays out for Bang Gang. 2-1 with 1:10 left to go. Big saves on the line.
Tremendous defense coming out from Bang Gang in this game. Amazing that they did not concede one there. I thought for sure that last touch would be enough, but every defender getting involved, all 3 orange cars making a touch on the goal line. That's one way to do it, Hunted. You know, if you're going to play defense, have some fun with it and get everyone to make heart-stopping saves. Bang Gang keeping themselves in a very strong position. Clock continues to wind.
34 seconds. Angie on the blue back wall. Looks to do it herself. Kate will take that one away. Avengers still lurking out in front of the goal. This is a pop-up in front of the blue net. We're into the final 20. Still Bang Gang press. Good save by Kate. And now the transition may come out as Queen Bee's first there. Has Courtney with her. Gonna play it up high. Tally's got to try to keep this one down. Here's Kate, the Queen Bee. What a save again. It's Angie. She will slam the door, and Bang Gang take the defense to the next level, and they'll move on to the grand finals.
What a statement from Bang Gang there at the end, saying we will have absolutely none of that. Just tremendous defense to close out that series. They will punch their ticket to the grand final on the back of some highlight reel saves. Angie at the very end, tremendous read coming across. It's not an easy thing to do, to see that pass play develop and cut it off, be in the perfect spot. Wow, that was something else from Bang Gang. And for the Pioneers, they now have to take a deep breath, collect themselves. They are not out just yet. Still a couple of chances to take a trip to that grand final. So, that was a thrilling end to that game. A lot of chances there.
No, it certainly was. And I mean, a fantastic performance by the Bang Gang defense. And you got to imagine, if you're the Kansas City Pioneers, it's got to be frustrating. A number of times we saw the ball just shut down on the goal line. I mean, there were opportunity after opportunity, especially in game 4. And I mean, really, you have to give props to both teams the way they played defense for how high scoring these offenses normally are. We had a very low scoring series, but ultimately it's Bang Gang who come away with just a little bit better of that defensive coverage.
Yeah, and I think the other part of that too is making the reads off the post. We saw that a couple of times when the ball is flying from one post to the other, and when it bounces out, it's such a difficult thing to really have a feel for where that ball slings off the post. It can sort of go anywhere at times, and I think Bang Gang had the better of it both on offense and on defense. Just capitalizing on those crazy bounces that saved them a couple of goals and also earned them a couple of goals. Definitely enough to swing the series their way.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for this series. Bang Gang will take their spot in the grand finals. They'll snag that game as well. So they'll have a 1-game series lead against whoever it is that does make it back into the grand finals from the lower side. But we've got 3 teams left to go through to find out who is it going to be. First, it's Crosspark Queens and the Venus Vixens to play into that losers final against KCP. So you're not going to want to miss that. We will be right back here on the Women's Cardball channel. Make sure you keep it here because this Rocket League is only going to get better.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
you didn't need, but you wanted me. Maybe I was wrong, even once wasn't anything. So if we had another chance, I would never let you steal my breath. Breathe me out into life.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's Cardball Championship. It's North America, week number 3. Hunted and Perino here in the booth with you to close out the rest of the day. And we just watched Bang Gang take out KCP in that winners final in quite a dramatic 4 games, as they will be the first team to punch their ticket into the Grands and look to win their second week here of the Women's Cardball Championship. Now, we're going to jump into the Crossbar Queens and the Venus Vixens in just a little while here, Perino, as both teams are kind of the opposite of what we saw from the last series. These are 2 teams that are looking to make their mark in the top side of the bracket, as we're going to get going here in just a minute.
Yeah, huge points coming up here for both of these teams. You know, I'm taking a look here at the rankings for North America overall. Crossbar Queens, the 150 points through 2 weeks, you know, looking to sort of push themselves into that top 3, top 4 conversation, really separate from the rest of the pack. So for them, I think this is a huge series. It's a tremendous chance to not only secure some points here, but then give themselves a shot at going up against KCP in the next round. So big litmus test for them.
Well, we started with 8 teams on the day. We're down to our top 4. Let's take a look at how they got here with this wonderful bracket we've got for you in just a moment. There you go. Bang Gang and, of course, KCP in that winners final we just saw. But the Crossbar Queens coming off the upset over Flashes of Brilliance, 3-1 in that series. Venus Vixens taking down Elysian Esports in 3 straight after their matchup. So both teams coming in off of some pretty big victories. Sounds like things are just ready to get started. We'll go ahead and jump into game 1 between the Crossbar Queens and Venus Vixens, as it looks like it's going to be Crossbar Queens in that orange Bella of Corpse Silly and Princess Cheeks. Venus Vixens, Jazz Kitty Pads, and Jenny.
Tremendous matchup here, and I just can't wait to see who can really, you know, bring themselves up to that highest level, as we're getting some great chances already underway. Jenny with a good look, but saved by Bella. That orange defense not going to be able to hold out for too long, though. It's Pads for the Venus Vixens, making the challenge, doing it all herself, right out of the corner over the last defender for the early lead.
A great play from Pads to start the scoring off for the Venus Vixens. Again, the newest player to the roster for the blue side. She has been an impact player all day today and looks to continue that against a stalwart Crossbar Queens, who come again into this one with a win over FOB under their belt. Got to be feeling pretty good about that. This is going to be Pads. Got to play it away. Good keep in there by Bella. Corpse going to put some pressure onto Pads' backside, but Jenny will come in through support. We've got a 1-0 game through the first minute of game number 1, as Corpse might even be able to make something work out of this corner. However, Pads, smart play, will control it, plays it up for Jenny, and they find the clear.
Pads just being an absolute nuisance there, as that one might not be enough. Corpse had to jump back at that one. I think that ball was going to go in. lack of touch from Corpse notwithstanding. And a little bit of a moment there for the Crossbar Queens down early, but they're still holding out. I just love what the Vixens are doing, though. They're getting in the face of the Crossbar Queens and making great saves. Jazz Kitty getting up for that one and clearing it all the way out as pads. So some
really well done.
Intense stuff.
Very well done by Jazz Kitty, able to get up there and make that save, keep it a 1-0 game. As Jenny was looking for a pass down to pads. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. That goes off of Bella. This is going to turn into an offensive chance. Bella, patient and calmly off her own back wall, able to play it away. So being played down into the zone. Jazz Kitty deflects into the corner. Corpse pass out with nobody there to receive it, and Jenny will just touch it forward as we approach halftime. In number 1, 1-0 scoreline here for the Venus Vixens. They're looking to add on here. Good block by Corpse.
I love the patience from the Vixens as well. They're letting the Queens sort of play into their hands. They're timing their challenges really well. They're getting ahead of the ball, trying to be aggressive and force the Queens out of spots. So definitely playing well through the first half of the game, but only the one goal in it. It's, of course, the most dangerous lead, right? All it takes is one mistake or one moment of brilliance as Pat's going to try to add a second, denied by Corpse.
Now Bella looking to clear the zone. The Crossbar Queens been in the defensive end for quite a while. They do find it clear. Corpse might even be able to put that on net. Just able to be blocked away by pads. It's now Jenny. Tries to control out of her own zone. It'll be turned around by Bella, but off one of her teammates, and back out to the midfield we go. 95 seconds. Game number 1. Corpse not going to have any of that fake. Get back to the follow-up touch, however, and pads to play it back into the zone. We continue to go back and forth. Both teams are looking for extra opportunities. Not a ton given away in this game, number 1. We've seen a couple of good chances from either side, but only the one goal has been able to be scored so far, and the Venus Vixens doing a great job of trying to keep it that way, as this is going to be Corpse for Bella in transition. Not going to find it. Oh, miscommunication could be dangerous. The Princess Cheeks just able to get a piece of it.
The Vixens are doing a really good job of keeping the Crossbar Queens pinned on their own side, and the demo will open it up for Jenny. She will tap that one in, as it was pads rotating through, being a nuisance for the Vixens. For Jenny to just take that one wide open. Thank you very much. That is the 2-goal lead for the blue side.
And you can see the Crossbar Queens really trying to make that breakout work, but you got 2 players caught along the sidewall. The ball playing back into your own zone. Even if they didn't find that demo, that would have been a tough position for the remaining defender to be in. Unfortunately, they can't make it work, as there's a double commit. This is wide open for pads. She'll slot it home. That's her second goal of the game, and it makes it 3-0 for BV.
And it should make it about GG as well here. Pads, great read on that one as well. Seeing the double commit, ball bouncing out, nobody home. It's still not an easy shot. I know the net's wide open, but you have to get all the way around that and put it back inside. So credit to Pads for taking her time and making that one look easy as well. Here comes Bella, okay, with the air dribble.
She's been doing this all day today. Nice move to get around Jenny right there with that touch, and it didn't leave Pads enough time to get up to make the play. And Bella showing her mechanical prowess at the end of this game 1. Gives life to Crossbar Queens. They still have a bit of a chance. They need to score fourth with a little bit of time on the clock. Pads and company trying to waste all that time. Here's a transition play. Net's open. Oh, it's just off the post. The rebound won't fall either. And that looked like the Crossbar Queens may have had an opportunity to come back, but the post says no. Game 1 will go to the Venus Vixens.
Yeah, 4th defender coming through for the Vixens there. Takes a rough bounce off the post. I thought maybe I cursed it, by saying, 3-0, 25 seconds, GG. Crossbar Queens nearly proving me wrong. They had to get that one, though. very close game in the end, but Vixens just came out so strong early. They got that early goal and just kept the pressure high. Again, taking the 3-0 lead. Maybe a little bit shaky at the end, but that was their game to lose, really. They started out so strong.
They did. I mean, of course, with how close things are going to be between these teams all day long, those little things always going to make a difference, right? I mean, getting shots on goal, forcing players to use boosts to make saves. It's an important part of the game and sometimes can be overlooked. And I think for the crossbar Queens, we didn't see enough of that, right? They were able to generate 5 shots, but you look at how those shots were generated. Bella has all 5 for the team, and you know, I think 2 of those came right at the very end of that game. So they were able to create those shots, but you need players in positions for rebound opportunities and specifically for those kind of follow-up chances that we just didn't see the crossbar Queens take advantage of.
And I think part of that also just comes down to the transition play, Hunted, you know, making sure that players are staying upfield, rotating aggressively, you know, trying to break the pressure. The Vixens had them pinned for a large part of that game early on, as we see. That's a great look. It bounces out. Nobody able to capitalize for the blue side. Game number 2 getting underway here, and the Vixens are not giving me any time to break down that first game. They are coming out with another statement here as Jenny's shot denied by Corpse.
We continue to play 0-0 into game number 2. 30 seconds gone. As that's going to be a play looking for a touch. Here's Pads. Not quite going to be able to get that one by. And you are just joining us. Welcome in. Joined us at quite a good time. We are quickly moving through the bracket. We're into the top 4 right now. As Crossbar Queens and Venus Vixens look to secure a top 3 finish here on the day. This is going to be Pads trying to play out of the corner. Bella will rotate forward. Here's Jenny this time. Pads out towards Jazz Kitty. Great shot off the post. Bella was there to cover enough of the angle. Just rings off that iron. Here's Jazz Kitty again. Can't get the touch. But Venus Vixens have continued to put on the pressure on the offensive side.
And Jazz Kitty really feeling herself there twice, getting really good looks, just not quite able to get enough on it, being denied by the post the first time and not catching enough of a second chance. But really strong start from the Vixens, you know, to the point of the first game, keeping that pressure high, not allowing the crossbar Queens any sort of offensive momentum. They're really pinning them back into their own half, and you know, just difficult for the Queens to really do much at all at the moment.
As we say that, Corpse going to lay this one down for Bella for a bit of a back pass, but Jazz Kitty will play that one on. As Cheeks next in line to send it into the Venus Vixen zone. Adds patient out of her own zone. Forces the double commit here. Is Jenny looking for a play out in front. The Princess is there to cut that ball off, and we keep playing 0-0. This has been a pretty slow start to this game, all things considered. 4 shots for the Venus Vixens, only the 1 so far for the Crossbar Queens. But again, I mean, this isn't as fast-paced as the start to game 1 was.
No, certainly not. Both teams really taking their time, and again, a lot of that I think has to do with the pressure the Queens are under. You can see oftentimes when they make those touches, they don't have the boost. They can't quite get all the way there. Bella running out in a nasty spot there. You know, they're just under duress. I mean, give them credit. They haven't conceded a goal, right? But as the pressure continues to mount and the more touches the Vixens get in that orange half, the more likely they are to score. But that's a great dribble out by Bella to alleviate some of that.
She gets around to everybody, well able to create a little bit of space for her team and some time, more importantly, as the boost game resets a little bit here. Nice deflection by Corpse. That was saved away by Jenny. Beautifully read there by the Venus Vixens defender. Is now Pads. Couldn't quite get that one out in front. Here's Princess Cheeks. Will be right into Jazz Kitty, who will turn it around quickly. for the pass across. Bella finds her opportunity to play that one. Princess Cheeks tries to go around. Jenny was flat-footed there. Bella able to make the play, however, and this will bounce out and clear. As we approach the final minute of game 2, still scoreless. Bella again using those mechanics to give her team a little bit of time.
She has been a great presence there on defense. That one was dangerous. Jazz Kitty had to get all the way out there for that save on the near post, and Bella just trying to be that nuisance, right? You know, making those air dribbles happen, trying to push blue defenders out of the way, opening up some space for her team. And I give credit to the Crossbar Queens. They have held steadfast. 30 seconds to play. No goals to show, but obviously it only takes one either way to be pretty deciding in this game.
Well, from when we last checked the shots, it was, I believe, 4-1 in favor of the Vixens. Now with that brings us to 8-4 in favor of the Crossbar Queens. The Vixens have not had a shot on goal in quite a while. That one will eventually break that streak. Good save by Bella. And with time ticking down, Princess Cheeks throws it back wall pads. Does her duty along the backside. And we have overtime. Game number 2, no score. The Crossbar Queens and Venus Vixens. First goal going to do it. That's off the bar from Jenny. Pads tries to keep it in. Bella will rotate forward and find the clear.
Wow, that was a very, very strong look. And here's another one. Oh, look at the fake from Corpse. This is a tremendous play. Putting that breakout to a near stop. It's Corpse who ends this game with a slight little touch. Oh, that's so good.
And you've got to give credit to Bella for that 50 challenge out of the corner. Really wasn't even a 50, just a block on the incoming clear by Jenny, and it forces the Vixens into a really tough spot. Whereas you called it, Corpse able to make a move, create some space, and she finds the first and only goal of game number 2. But Bella with a heroic assist as well. And we've got game number 3 on our hands, heading into it 1-1. And correct me if I'm wrong. No, I think we saw it maybe one other time today, perhaps twice, tied up heading into game number 3. But we haven't seen a game 5 yet today. And with the way that these teams are playing, especially that second half from the Crossbar Queens, where they really kept the Venus Vixens off the offensive side of the field, I could see this going to 5 games.
It certainly could. And to your point, Bella, not only, grabbing the crucial assist there, but I thought she did a great job during that game of using her mechanics to get the Crossbar Queens out of bad spots on defense, really going through and, air dribbling out at times, or just getting big, powerful clearances, alleviating a lot of the pressure that the Vixens were building. So Bella, obviously an instrumental player for the Crossbar Queens, and she showed what she was made of there in game number 2, hoping to bring it into game 3 as well.
Well, here we go. Game 3, just about ready to go. Princess Cheeks and Pads take the first kickoff. Jenny will have the first offensive opportunity. One sails high, and the defense will take care of the rebound. It's going to be Princess Cheeks sending it over top of 2 Venus Vixens players. Bella's first to do it. This bounces out hard. Jenny just able to get in front of Princess Cheeks before she could take the shot. So 30 seconds. Game 3, no score. Only shot so far belongs to Pads. Might even be an opportunity here. She can bounce it out in front, but defenses have come up large. And I'm, again, not surprised to see a defensive start to this game.
No, not at all. It's sort of been the storyline of the series. The Vixens building a lot of that pressure, trying to force an error out of the defense, and the Crossbar Queens just staying tucked in and doing a good job of alleviating that pressure. They managed to hold out in game 2, not so much in game 1. So we'll see if they can, get more out of it, as Princess Cheeks here is going to take her time, but challenged well by Jenny. Her touch will not connect, but Pads is there. Pushed aside, and the big clearance. So there you go. The Vixens are just going to keep firing balls through, and how much can the Queens deal with?
Right now they got to deal with the offense as Pad was looking for Jazz Kitty again through that offensive zone. Now they continue out of the corner. Pads was there, just couldn't quite get a piece of it. And Corpse laid across, 3:15 left to go. This is up for Bella. Out in front. Corpse is there, but Pad's big block. It's now Princess Cheeks. Wants to try to find some space. Jazz Kitty, he will say no, thank you to that. And we still have no score through the first 2 minutes.
That was
again going to be Bella and company as they try once more to generate some kind of offense. But again, it's been a first half dominated by the Venus Vixen.
Yeah, and the Crossbar Queens actually had a really good chance there. They drew out the double commit from the blue side, but just not quite able to fully read that crossbar. You know, that ball's just pinging down through the crease, and we just remain level. I marvel at the ability of the Crossbar Queens to just absorb pressure. It is so difficult to do when you're constantly facing shots and passes through your own zone, but they hold on and they do a good job of transitioning out. So give them a ton of credit. They are sticking to their game plan, and it might open it up, but Pads makes a great save.
A big save by Pads. That'll keep the game level at 0. Both teams able to muster 2 shots on goal so far through the first 3 minutes. This is going to be Bella into the corner. Touch there from Pads. Jazz Kitty will watch that one fall into the orange zone. And he again with a good challenge. So force Pads up. She's going to try to make a play across. A little bit of a double commit there. No real challenge from the Venus Vixens. The Crossbar Queen back the other way. Corpse looking for Bella down low. And he... Oh, no, she doesn't get the secondary touch. Pads will have to come over and help. And with 1:20 left to go here in game number 3, we still play 0-0. Good save by Bella off the cheeky little touch there from the back wall. Might be a 2-on-1. Bella's going to throw this back side, but it doesn't bounce properly for Princess Cheeks to put home, and we stay tied at 0.
And we saw that perspective there from Princess Cheeks. Just such a difficult read, right? That ball, when it hits the corner between the crossbar and the post, can really go anywhere. It just does not bounce, as you said, not bounce correctly at all. And that's such a tough break for the Crossbar Queen. So I think have, again, executed their game plan well here. They're still 0-0. They're dealing with the pressure, and they're getting good counterattacking chances out of it. So it's up to one team, really, to punish. 30 seconds left. Will we see it here? Corpse cannot put it under the crossbar.
Bella still wants to keep it moving, though. Corpse, corner, looking for Princess Cheeks. This will bounce out. Here's Bella towards the back wall. Pads. Now Bella again. As Kitty going to rotate around in enough time to see it clear. Kenny. A little bit of a double commit there by the Crossbar Queens, but Bella. Good work to play out of her own zone. Pads wins that challenge. This will fall down, but nobody going to read that one well enough. And for 2 games in a row, we have a 0-0 overtime situation. Princess Cheeks might be the first one to play the offense here. Corpse is going to miss that just wide. That was a big chance for the Crossbar Queens to take the series lead.
Yeah, and Corpse had to go for that top corner there. It was well defended by the Vixens. They were in great spots out of the kickoff. It needed to be inch perfect, so I don't fault her for missing that when she was angling for a really difficult finish. Oh, the demolition might be big, and it's a great touch! It doesn't go in, but it bounces off the post for Pads, and the Vixens take game 3. Look at that touch from Jenny, my word.
And that's what you call getting value out of your players. Jenny unable to make the challenge, but she doesn't give up on the play. The demo on the goaltender, the pass out in front, beautifully done to put the Venus Vixens ahead in the series as these teams trade overtime games. And we have a game number 4 where I'm really unsure of how this one's going to go.
Yeah, it's really been as tight as it can be through these first 3 games. And I think the Vixens are playing it the right way. You know, they continue to build the pressure. They're going for the aggressive plays. And I love that from Jenny at the very end there. Just go for the demolition, remove the defender. The Crossbar Queens have been so good at rotating through and making the proper saves on the goal line. Can't do that if there's no defender in net. And not only getting the demolition, but a tremendous touch there as well. You know, that little soft redirect, Pad's able to clean it up. And that's all it takes. It's the one goal.
We are heading into game number 4 here in just a moment. Really looking forward to seeing how this one goes. But I mean, the most interesting part to me is just how close this series has been. I expected the Venus Vixens to kind of come out strong, and they certainly did in game 1. But I'm loving what I'm seeing from the Crossbar Queens in the fact that they're shutting down the Venus Vixens offense, right? To only allow 1 goal in the last 2 games is pretty crazy, pretty crucial, I think, for this team to take out a team like the Venus Vixens.
And it's really a marvel hunted. I can't say it enough how good the Crossbar Queens have been at just absorbing all the pressure. You know, they spend a lot of time in their own defensive side, but they don't concede goals, and that's really all that matters as we hop into game number 4 here. Fresh scoreboard and a fresh clock. We'll see if the Venus Vixens can end it here or if we get a fateful game 5. Yeah, this is an elimination game on the loser side of this bracket, so it is officially win or go home.
Shot there by Jenny forces the double commit, but big pinch of a clear from the Crossbar Queen sends the Venus Vixens back to their own zone. This is going to be Jazz Kitty. An awkward pinch. It might bounce out, but no, Pad's not going to take the chance, and she'll rotate back. Bella might be caught here, but Jazz Kitty doesn't get all of it. Pad's plays physical, and she'll get there first. Venus Vixens on the board.
And you're starting to see how the play works out. They're just taking their time, the Vixens. That's actually a great touch. I'm not sure if it was fully intended, but being able to hit it that soft, drop it down to Pads, who has a much better look, just completely caught Bella out. She's 1v2 there, has to make a jump at something. And the Venus Vixens, now with a goal in hand, that is a tremendous advantage for the way that they have been playing. If they continue to apply pressure, they're going to force mistakes out of the Crossbar Queens, and huge, huge goal for the Vixens.
Our Queens are looking for the equalizer. However, Pads back to the offensive side, tried to beat Bella near post that time. This could be dangerous. Jenny's got to hustle back. She will be the first one there, but Bella gonna put some pressure on her in the corner. Doesn't win the boost race. However, Corpse is here. One touch, was looking for a second. Princess Cheeks has her bid blocked down by Jazz Kitty. Still, she keeps it moving. This might fall in. No, it's just a bit too high. And Bella can't read that one in time to beat the defense as the Crossbar Queens put up a flurry of offense. It has to be deflected away by the Venus Vixens D. They do well to keep their 1 goal advantage, but continue to see back and forth gameplay. Only 2 shots for either side as we approach half time.
And you can see the difference already in the Crossbar Queens. They don't have much of a choice. They have to really press and try and get a goal here. They can't just afford to sit back and wait for the counterattack. So interesting switch of play here. You can see it's much more aggressive. I think there's going to be a lot more shots coming out for both sides. It's going to be much more open game, and here we go. Crossbar Queens looking to get out of their defensive spot once more.
Oh, that's a whiff, and Jenny will have a wide open goal. The defense has been so good from the Crossbar Queens, but unfortunately, all it takes is 1 backwall mistake. And the Venus Vixens will jump all over it, make it a 2-0 game with 2:08 to go, and now the Crossbar Queens in a bit of some trouble now. They need to find 2 just to send us into overtime. As Pads up high gets a follow-up chance. One squirts wide. Here's Princess Cheeks. Can't get around Jenny. Oh, nice little touch, but no follow-up. Corpse was right on top of things. Minute 43 left. Crossbar Queen still in a bit of trouble.
Bit of trouble is one way of putting it. The Vixens still just unrelenting. You see the demolition there. It gives Jenny some time to get that ball out. And the Vixens are just not giving the Queens any really solid looks. It's just been up front defense the whole time. They're challenging well. They're rotating well as Jenny makes another good read into clearance there. And tax becomes ever more difficult. This one's going to bounce back down, and Pads does not miss. That is her second on the game, the third for the Vixens in total. 2v1 executed flawlessly.
And you could see that the defender in Bella there on the backside just doing whatever she could, trying to read that play as quickly as possible, but sometimes it's just a bit too difficult to do as Jenny comes away with this one. A double touch there, but Corpse will send it down. The Venus Vixens find themselves 52 seconds away from securing their top 3 placement in week number 3. Give themselves a whole slew of points as they try to march up the leaderboard. Look towards our top 2 spots. All that's really left to do is to tick away this final remaining time as the Venus Vixens have done a great job of keeping this in the zone. There's another challenge by Pads.
I think, when we talk about impact players for the Vixens, Pad has certainly been that player on the pitch for me, Hunted. She's just been all over the place, been such a nuisance for the Crossbar Queens, getting up in people's faces, making good challenges, putting herself in spots to score goals. And as this one will be official as it touches the floor, no last-second goal for the Crossbar Queens. It is the Venus Vixens with a convincing Game 4 to advance to the losers final here in Week 3 of North American play. So strong stuff from the Vixens, Hunted. We saw how much pressure they were able to apply. They didn't always score, and I credit the Crossbar Queens for that, but just unrelenting pressure.
And, I'll say that Game 4 was really the only convincing game for me with how close that series was. Crossbar Queens certainly put up a good fight, but unfortunately, this is where their day ends. They will go out in 4th place. But, with that comes 90 points added to their total, and I'm sure they are more than happy with that as they try to claw and fight their way up the standings as playoffs approach quicker and quicker. You want to be as high up as you can get heading into week number 4. And speaking of the Venus Vixens, top 3 as they move on to that losers final. KCP stands in their way from their first appearance in a grand final this season. Will they be able to continue their lower bracket run? Will it end against the newly signed Kansas City Pioneers? You're going to have to keep it right here to find out. This is the Women's Carball Championship.
Money.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Women's Cardball Championship. Hunted and Perino here in the booth with you to round out the day. And speaking of, we have our top three teams. It's going to be the two you're used to in Bang Gang and the Kansas City Pioneers, previously Phantasmal. And now joining them this week, going to be the Venus Vixens, who looking pretty good, looking quite confident in their team play with their newest addition in pads, as they have an opportunity to take down the newly signed Kansas City Pioneers in this losers final.
Would be a tremendous performance from the Vixens to get past the Pioneers. They've already had a tremendous day. It cannot be understated. You see that run there on the bracket that they've made on the lower side. So they've been playing really well. They're hot today, but they face probably their greatest challenge yet in the Kansas City Pioneers. So we'll be looking to rebound after a tough series against Bang Gang on the winner side of that bracket. So should be another great matchup here, and lots of different storylines, all sorts of drama coming up. Should be a great one.
No, absolutely. It's time to decide which of these two teams will be your second grand finalist on the day. And, talking about the Venus Vixens coming into this one, you're going up against a team who we have talked at length about in the Kansas City Pioneers and what they can do on the offensive side of the ball. But that said, Perino, we just watched them in an extremely close defensive struggle where their defense was the star of the show. Really, both teams' defense against Bang Gang was the star of that show. And now, does that worry you if you are a Venus Vixens fan? Because it looked like KCP, they're playing a complete game, and you're going to have to be that much better to take them down today.
Yeah, the one thing I would say, Hunted, was that the Vixens had so much offensive pressure in that game, but they didn't get the goals to show for it. Against the Pioneers, you have to capitalize on your chances. You're not going to get nearly as many looks. You're not going to be able to hold on to the ball for nearly as long. I think for the Vixens to come away with a surprise here, they need to capitalize on their chances. You have to convert on every single chance you get.
No, I think that's going to be absolutely the name of the game. And for the other side, for the Pioneers offense, we saw some frustration, certainly brewing there in that series against Bang Gang. It felt like they had opportunity after opportunity. There was always somebody there stonewalling them, either on the goal line or a blocked pass, a blocked shot, something like that was always taking them out of the play. And does that affect the mental game coming into this one? Maybe you're not feeling as sharp because you couldn't put as many goals on the board as you would have wanted to.
Maybe. I think the momentum play might factor into game one, but I'm not too worried about the Kansas City Pioneers. We know how talented that roster is, and it's disappointing for them, certainly, I think, to drop that series against Bang Gang, but I have a lot of faith and a lot of belief in their ability to come back strong here and put in a really great series against the Venus Vixens. So I think the Pioneers will show up.
Well, we are just waiting for the server to get locked and loaded here. We apologize for the delay. We'll get that on your screen in just a minute. But again, it kind of allows us to take a look at the standings coming into today. And if we could bring those up, I would love to take a look. There you go. Bang Gang and KCP, as we talked about, those two teams that have taken first and second throughout the North American half of things so far this season. But way down there in fifth place resides the Venus Vixens. They certainly won't be there anymore. after their win over the Crossbar Queens just moments ago. And they're trying to catch up to Flashes of Brilliance here, and a win against KCP and a top 2 finish at the very least would do wonders for that climb.
Yes, it would be an extra 30 points here to stack into those standings, should the Vixens be able to pull this out. So, again, we talk about, the standings and the positions, 3 weeks of regular season. There's only 5 weeks total here in the WCBC. So every week counts, every bracket counts for that much more. For the Vixens, this is a huge opportunity to really, push themselves higher. We saw the Crossbar Queens, again, same thing, huge chance to really, take a step up, and really challenge FOB for that number 3 spot. But now it's up to the Vixens. If they can take this series against the Pioneers, they will be on cloud 9. Well, not the team, figuratively,
I mean, hey, I would. Could you imagine?
Nothing's impossible.
Could you imagine? That's how Cloud9 makes their re-entrance into the scene. But hey, coming into this one again, and we apologize for the delay. We're going to get that get the match going here in just a minute once everybody is set and ready. Again, coming into this, you've got 2 of the leading scorers in Courtney and Kate. Courtney with leading the entire league in goals, and she's certainly up there in goals per game. Kate leading the league in assists, and I hate to kind of put the focus of a series on 2 players, but we have seen when that combo gets hot, it is almost impossible to stop.
Their interplay is so good. They're always looking for one another in the offensive spot. We see it so many times where it could be either one, Kate or Courtney lurking above the backboard, out of the corner, putting in these flashy passes and redirects and what have you. So I agree, Hunted. If those 2 can really start clicking, start firing on all cylinders when they work together, it's so much fun to watch, and they score a load of goals. So the Pioneers certainly will be angling for that.
Well, it sounds like things are set and ready to go. We're going to jump on in to game number 1. The Venus Vixens and KCP doing battle to find out who will be our second grand finalist on the day. Venus Vixens going to be in that blue. Jazz Kitty, Pads, and Jenny. Pioneers, Courtney, Queen Bee, and Kate in the orange. They're underway with game number 1. Vixens, team that certainly needs to come out looking strong against KCP. They have done very well today to make sure that they take these early leads, take these early games. This is going to be a big clear by Jenny, at least to open up a bit of space.
Yeah, and for the Vixens here, I think the longer that they can hold out in the early part of this game, the more confidence it will give them. It's not always a fun prospect going against this KCP squad. It can be rough as Queen Bee can't get that one, but Kate follows up and scores the opening goal here for the Pioneers. It was Queen Bee who nearly had the double. Jenny can't make contact, but Kate puts it home.
And Jenny, yeah, you said it, nearly able to read that one on the back, while just couldn't quite get a chunk of it. It's the Pioneers who take an early 1-0 lead. Courtney going to rotate around on this one as well. Pads bumped off the play by Kate. This is out to Queen Bee. Shot fired and scores. That's around Jazz Kitty, and the Pioneers take a 2-0 lead.
And this is what you expect from this Pioneers offense. You see Kate with the physical play there, opening it up, allowing that play to happen off the backboard. And Queen Bee so aggressive as the third player in rotation, just coming up and delivering a strike inside that far post. So for KCP, that certainly is a strong start. 2 goals here through the opening moments of play, and they're only getting started.
Courtney trying to keep it in the zone. 20 seconds gone, game number 1. Courtney is already up in the air trying to read this one. She gets a piece of it. The bounce harmlessly into the corner. Physical play onto Jazz Kitty. It bounces out in front. Nobody able to find the touch. Kate and Pads come together. Here's Queen Bee. Out to Kate, back to B, shot on, they score. Pass, KCP, 3-0.
This is wonderfully done from the Pioneers. Just great awareness from both Kate and Queen Bee to continue to look for one another. Nobody on the Vixens getting out there to challenge the point of attack. The passing play just sort of develops in front of them, and Queen Bee with the angle on that near side. Very flashy, very pretty play from the Pioneers, and they are all over this one, but that's a great answer from the Vixens. It's Jazz Kitty who scores here off the kickoff, just bullying Kate off of that one. Right back in it.
Great play from Jenny to get physical on that ball. You said bullying Kate off of it, and finds that pass out in front. And Jazz Kitty able to put that post in, make it a 2-goal game with 3 minutes left to go. That's Pads and Jenny both up for it. Queen Bee's going to try to turn this into some offense. Good play from Jazz Kitty. Gets up in that area. Oh, Jenny had a chance. Could not quite strike that one, as this is Courtney. Can't quite get out of the zone. As opts not to challenge Kate. The breakout has started. However, Jenny will throw a wrench into that. She's up in the air for this one. They'll touch on it, and Courtney will bang it hard to get it clear. But again, good offense here from Venus Vixens. Doing a good job of making sure that they keep KCP in their zone. However, this one's going to fall for Pads to try to play it away. And the Venus Vixens coming to life a little bit here, Perino, after that last goal.
Absolutely. I think it has given them a bit of confidence. You know, they were under a bit of duress, conceding 3 straight goals, but getting the kickoff and finding a way back as, oh no, that's a problem. Kate was lurking here on the defense. Touch not really coming through for either player, going back across, and Kate had all of that one.
Yeah, I love the read by Kate right there. Realizes that both players don't get the touch they want. They have to turn things around, and he just hard charges it towards the net, trying to find that read, and does exactly what she wants. Makes it a 4-0 game. Just a minute 50 left to go in game one. Jazz Kitty wanted a little bit of separation off the back wall there. There's Pads. They use the ceiling to get that one down to Jenny. That's by Jazz Kitty. Pads will be there to clean things up. 90 seconds left. Courtney scores. On the board is Courtney. Great pass from Kate, 5-1.
And that's just a tremendous finish from Courtney. Look at how much speed and power she goes for on this shot. She knows that Kate's going to deliver that ball right back into a dangerous spot just so quickly up and at it. And when you fire a shot with that much power behind it, almost certainly going to go in. And KCP all over this game. 5-1. They're feeling good.
Well, we'll see if the Venus Vixens can get a couple of response goals. There's a nice play. Jazz Kitty reads Queen Bees clear off the back wall. They'll get one on the board and make it a 3-goal game.
That's twice here the Vixens have capitalized off of some early pressure from kickoffs, so let's see if they can continue to pull that out. It's a good sign if you want to try and make a quick comeback to be able to get the kickoff goal. So if they can get another goal or two quickly, maybe, but I'm not sure that KCP is going to give them the opportunity.
Jazz Kitty might have an open net, doesn't have the legs, not quite. Queen Bee just gets there in time. That'll be Kate to find the clear. 45 left. Courtney back wall, good block by Pads. This is up off the ceiling. Jenny, she'll bounce it along. Secondary touch as well. Bounce her out in front, no problem for Courtney. In time, quickly ticking by for the Venus Vixens. This will be a shot for Queen Bee. It'll fall in. There's the hat trick for Queen Bee in game number 1. 6-2, and certainly a 1-0 lead heading into game 2.
Yeah, that'll about do it here for the Pioneers. Just so much pressure working the other way. You know, the Vixens have done a good job so far in this game of building up pressure and generating good moments, but the Pioneers have just broken it every single time. Why not make it 4 for Queen B off the kickoff again?
I believe, no, Courtney gets the assist on that one. Kate, she racks up 3 assists in this game to add to her already leading total. She's got 2 goals to her name as well. Courtney, a goal and 2 assists. There's 10 left to go. Do they find one more? Yes, ma'am. Kate, back of the net. Hat trick for her as well. And it's 8-2 with 10 to go.
Just drawing out the double commit there from the Vixens. Kate giving us a little bit of a highlight at the end here. Clean little double touch. Gets that down and across the line. So KCP, we were wondering, if they were going to be able to recover perhaps from a stalwarted effort against Bangang. I think they found their offense. 8 goals, not bad.
I think they realized they didn't score enough in the last series, and they're trying to pad the stats for this in this one, right? Didn't score enough. Now it's time to put too many goals on the board. But I mean, the big cliche is, and it's always a cliche, but it applies so well to a game like Rocket League. You got to hope they didn't score all their goals in this first game. You have to win 2 more games, and Venus Vixens have shown themselves to be a team that can certainly challenge some of the best teams here in this league. So don't count the Vixens out quite yet, I guess is the point right now, Reno.
No, you should not count them out at all. I think the Vixens certainly had their moments in that game. It's just the talent on KCP is really, really high level. The passing plays, the constant, delivery of pressure and good balls into the center. It's just a very, very difficult thing to deal with. I think the Vixens did a good job of, when they had their moments of pressure, especially off of the kickoff, they were able to convert some good goals. I think that's a positive, but it's going to take a lot more than just that. You have to keep KCP off the board, and that is not an easy task.
Yeah, no, it certainly has proved to be quite difficult. 8 goals in game number 1 for the ladies in orange as we are getting a new server set up, some issues there from some of the players. And now as we head into game number 2, I mean, how do you come back from a game 1 kind of blowout like we saw if you're the team on the losing end?
Well, I think you take solace in the fact that it wasn't out of hand early, right? I mean, the game was fairly close most of the way through. KCP just found a bunch of goals at the end of the game, so you can say, well, game was sort of already over at that point. Conceding, a few extra doesn't really matter. For the Vixens, again, there are a lot of positives to take away. I point to their ability to just maintain pressure. It's just, how do you deal with KCP going down the other end? The big difference between, good teams and great teams is that great teams are able to work out of their own half and find passes to one another. They don't just clear the ball to nobody. They're constantly looking for the next player upfield. They maintain possession, and they, create dangerous chances out of seemingly nothing. The Pioneers did it many a time in that game. It's the big difference for them. For the Vixens, you have to respect their ability to transition out. You can't overextend. Tough balance.
It is. No, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's so hard to play that kind of balanced style. And with how the Pioneers were able to put on the offense, I think, of course, it's going to have to be defense first here from the Vixens. Unless you can throw 5-6 goals on the board early and kind of separate yourselves, and you can allow the Pioneers to kind of play that offense into you, it will certainly have to be a game of balance. But we do apologize for the delay. We want to get you into game number 2 as fast as possible. Just figuring out some server issues on the backside, and I promise we will have the next in the series, as I'm sure the players are antsy to get this one going. And I wonder, of course, sometimes the server issues can take a little longer than others. Does this favor one team in particular, this little break that we have?
It definitely favors the Vixens. Just give them a chance to take a deep breath after, a tough game 1. So I think that should certainly help them, not having to rush into a game 2, sort of being able to step away for a moment and collect yourself. I certainly think favors the Vixens, but it's hard to really say. Competitive online play is a whole different beast, right? It's not just queuing up for ranked games. It's, a whole different mentality. These ladies have been playing for a huge portion of the day today already. They've seen tremendous success, obviously, to get to this point, and it's just a struggle from here forward. So it can be very taxing, as we, head past the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. This has been going on for a while, so got to stay fresh, got to stay sharp, and server delays can feel exhausting when you've already been playing for most of the day. But alas, no more waiting, no more deep breaths as Queen Bee was ready for this one. She's just going to get the kickoff goal right off the start.
And one of the fastest goals we've ever seen in the WCBC, a second in the game in number 2, the Pioneers on the board, and certainly one of the fastest goals you'll see in all of Rocket League. Queen Bee putting her team out in front. But now the Venus Vixens, by default here in the game, have to play from behind. Courtney nearly does it herself. Just rings the bar. As we'll see it clear, here's Jazz Kitty rotating quickly forward. Jenny not in a position to challenge Kate on that play, though she's up for this one. But will fall down. Courtney wins the challenge. Back wall, no touch, that's in. Queen Bee with 2.
And I think the Vixens may have just had their confidence shaken a little bit with the early goal there. You see Jazz Kitty just sort of awkwardly positioned on the back wall, not able to make the touch. Makes it wide open for the Pioneers. And they don't miss those, Hunted. When you give players of this caliber that kind of look, they will score 100 times out of 100. So, dangerous game for KCP. Already up 2 through the first minute. We'll see how it shakes out, but that's tough to deal with for the Vixens. The flip reset from Courtney. She can't get the touch off the bar. That would have been something.
And Courtney nearly gives us a highlight reel goal for the 3rd goal of the game. We're back the other way. Venus Vixens putting on some pressure. Jenny looking to play that by Kate. Doesn't get it on net. Pads. I'm trying to find some space out in front. Locked down was Jazz Kitty and Queen Bee. They'll send it into the zone. Here's Pads. Booming clear back the other way. Courtney gonna block that one down before it reaches too far in. We've got 3:35 left to go. A couple of bumps. Team bumps there by the Venus Vixens, but it doesn't affect Pads. She will break things out, but we've seen the Vixens in the offensive zone. They've gotten a couple of shots. That's a triple commit. Got to be careful, but with how that ball comes out, I mean, the Vixens they've had offense, but they haven't had any dangerous offense, certainly so far in this game.
Right, and a lot of that is a testament to the defense, of course, of the Pioneers. They're so good at, making early challenges, not giving the Vixens space to, generate those dangerous chances. So, you can see it with their possessive touches and the way that they sit back behind the ball, sort of play it patient. You can see, like, Queen Bee there in that moment. Doesn't make contact, but had the right idea of, just waiting for that big touch, big clearance, keeping it away from the Vixens.
This is Jenny now at the midfield line. She's around Queen Bee. Courtney will watch that into her bumper. Good win over Pads as well. She's by all 3. Queen Bee up top. This will bounce hard off the back wall. Kate playing defense for now. Going to touch that into the corner where Courtney will play it on. Good challenge over top of Jenny. This falls straight down into the corner. As here's Kate trying to center things out for Queen Bee. 2 goals on 2 shots for Bee in this one. And that 1-second goal to start the game as Jazz Kitty going to win the race to that one, getting enough of a touch on it. And with 2 minutes left to go, it's a 2-1 game.
This is a tremendous finish by Jazz Kitty. All the way forward, just sees that ball coming up and knows that all she has to do is just put it towards that far side. One defender left on the near post, and it's a great pass, great finish from the Venus Vixens. And all of a sudden, they're right back in this. KCP started out so strong, but they've leveled out a bit here, taking their foot off the gas for a moment, and now it's only a 1-goal game. So Vixens have to be feeling good about that, especially a well-executed goal like that one.
Certainly gives them some confidence, but they still need to find another. This is going to be Jenny to throw in. B looking for some help from her teammates. She'll get Courtney to play it out of the corner. One-on-one with Pads, blocked down by Courtney. Jenny. Corner wall, shot on, she scores. Top shelf from Jenny. And we're tied at 2 with 1:16 left to go.
We talk about having to take your chances. Tremendous read from Jenny. Just knocks that one into the near corner. Nobody from KCP in the spot to save it. When you get good looks, you have to score against the Pioneers. Jenny coming up clutch for the Vixens as we are all level at 2.
60 seconds, Queen Bee throwing it into the zone. It's here in support. So bounce towards the front of the net, dropping dangerously in front. They clear it out. I'm not sure who had the touch. Either way, Jazz Kitty back the other way. That'll be blocked down by Queen Bee as Jenny now just trying to play it on. Here's Kate. She's got to play into the corner. 40 seconds left to go. Queen Bee, she'll let it fall. Was looking for a pass to Courtney, but can't quite connect with it. It'll be Kate to send it back in. Pads makes the save at the near post. 25 left to go. Here's B to Courtney. Doesn't need her. Hat trick, Queen B. And they retake the lead with 23 to go.
And it happens off screen, but the demolition opens this up. It just throws rotation off just enough for the Vixens. They don't have someone back in the net there. Great aggressive challenge from the Pioneers to regain the lead late. And can the Vixens pull one more goal out of the bag here? They have just over 10 seconds to figure it out. It's going to take a lot.
Here's the transition. 8 into the corner, 5 seconds left. Jazz Kitty looking for a pass across. Queen Bee able to cut it. And that will do it for game 2. The Pioneers hang on. And they take a 1-goal victory. Certainly much closer than game number 1. But they get it done. And Queen Bee stepping up to the plate. All 3 goals for the Pioneers. 3 for 3. We talked about her shooting percentage coming into today. And certainly improving it with a performance like that.
Yeah, have to score when you get the good looks. Queen Bee, of course, lighting it up for the Pioneers. But what a performance from the Vixens in that game. I want to give them so much credit just for the ability to bounce back strong. They, really had a tough time at the end of game 1. Went down early again, hard in game 2, and just battled back. They dealt with the pressure of the Pioneers, and they scored on good chances. Again, I can't say it enough. You have to be able to put the ball in when you get good looks. Couple of great goals. The redirect we saw out of the corner and the forward passing play to, get it going on transition, and much more of that for the Vixens, right? 2 great goals, getting it done. They're here, Hunted. They can play with the best teams, but they have to get a result.
And, it's interesting, too. You talk about capitalizing on opportunities when you're given. The Pioneers only outshot the Vixens by 1. It was that eventual last shot by Queen Bee to secure the game for them that put them over the top. So both teams really, again, finding opportunities and capitalizing on them. But so far, it has been the Pioneers who have gotten the better of the Venus Vixens in 2 straight games. However, the blue side, not finished yet. They are looking to make their mark in game number 3. They've had the offense for a majority of it so far. Jenny does have to make the first save of the game, however, as now Courtney giving that one off a bit of a mistouched side ball, but it doesn't turn into too much. And we continue to play on 0-0 with 40 gone in game number 3.
It already feels like a much more free-flowing game here. I think the Vixens realize that their back is against the wall. They got to get something early, and they're not going to do it by sitting back and letting the Pioneers dictate the game. So I love the confidence and aggression. You can see they're playing much higher up the field. They're not scared of this Pioneers squad. We'll see if that works out for them as there goes Kate out of the corner to open up for KCP. It was a 50-50 here along the wall. It just goes screaming across for Kate.
That's an unfortunate play there from Jenny. She's just trying to keep the ball in front of her. And, I mean, you do all you can there along that side wall. Don't want it to pinch into the back of your own net, but also dangerous when it screams across the front of the goal like that. Right to Kate, and right in the back of the net, the Pioneers take a 1-0 lead. It's the first 90 seconds ticking away now. It's going to be Queen Bee who will have the eventual touch. Jazz Kitty, no play there. Pads put it in an unpleasant position, but she gets it over to Jenny, and they'll find a full clear. Even some offense off the back of this. Pads is there, but Kate does a great job of reading it off the back wall. Venus Vixens will have to try to load up yet again. 3:10 left to go. Still one needed by the blue side.
I thought that may have been a tremendous redirect there from Queen Bee as she was falling out of the sky back on that one. Pioneers are so talented at working creative chances, right? You know, they get really strong, dangerous touches in the offensive zone. It's what makes them so prolific on the scoreboard. And they have one, and they're just working so hard to try and get another one. The Vixens really standing tall here halfway through this game. And here we go. There's Courtney with a great shot on, and it just sneaks under the crossbar and in between two defenders.
And who else but Queen Bee again with the assist. Right on the money for Courtney, and she beats two defenders with the deflection. The Pioneers out to a 2-0 lead. Kate with the first, Courtney the second, Queen Bee assisting both. And we are 2:25 away from having our repeat grand finals for the third time this season. The Venus Vixens still looking to put up a fight. They have 2:10 left to go. They need 2 on the board. Here's Jenny. Get around Queen Bee, who's had herself one heck of a series so far. As that's a nice move by Pads, but Courtney, they're able to block that one away. And back the other way go the Kansas City Pioneers. Somebody's going to have to step up, Reno. Somebody's got to make something happen for the Vixens. At a minute 45, you can't waste any time, can't waste any opportunities. Who's going to be the playmaker here? It's Jazz Kitty this time. Goes underneath, and it's 2-1.
And there's the great answer to your question. This is actually really set up well by Jenny, though. Again, finds a great challenge out of the corner. Can't follow up the touch, but you see Courtney there. So much respect for Jenny's ability to find a second touch. She's already in the air, and it really allows Jazz Kitty to find an open space in the back post. So, all right, there's your first goal for the Vixens. 90 seconds. Need another. It's going to have to take a world of effort to beat the Pioneers here, but everything to play for the Vixens. They need this bad.
Be Jenny to turn. 90 seconds and some change left to go. Game number 3. Still be Courtney, no, taken away by Jenny. Kate keeps it in. Courtney's sidewall down for Kate. They'll play it into the corner as well. Pads long clear. Jazz Kitty's there just to deflect it into the zone. Gonna dodge the demo by Kate, but both her teammates get taken out. That's gonna waste even more time. 45 left. Jenny, no, that's played away. Jazz Kitty's gonna turn again. Has pads, but can't connect with her. Queen Bee back into the zone. This play by Jenny on the back wall. Courtney, the bouncing shot. She scores. ACP make it 2 with 32 to go. And they are just that far away from their third grand final.
That's so unfortunate there. Jenny just trying to clear that out and doesn't make full contact. Courtney forever lurking in front of the net. I mean, who else really for the Kansas City Pioneers to find the goal than Courtney? And that one should just about do it, barring a miracle. Jenny's touch turned aside. 20 seconds. 2 goals needed now for the Vixens.
I'm not their friend. Courtney gonna waste even more of it. Good block by Jazz Kitty, but Kate on goal, in goal, 2 goals for her. Courtney has 2 as well. And again, the Pioneers have a trip to the grand finals.
Just like that, KCP pulling through at the end. It was a very hard-fought, challenging series. You got to say the Vixens gave everything that they could, but ultimately the offense, Pioneers, so strong, too much to handle, and they will earn their ticket to the grand final. They'll get their awaited rematch, of course, with the Bang Gang at the top.
For the 3rd week in a row, it's the Pioneers and the Bang Gang going to do battle to find out who will be the champion of the week. They've split weeks 1 and 2, so that means we will have a repeat winner for the first time in North America to match EU from last week as well. And, Perino, we talk about it week in and week out, but really, there couldn't be a better matchup between these two teams.
No, there really couldn't. But before we get into that, I just want to give a shout out to the Venus Vixens, who I thought played really well today. They had a tremendous run through the bracket. They, should hang their heads really high. I thought they gave everything they could, just not quite enough to get over the line here. But there is no shame in 3rd place. So I, want to give them a special credit here because I thought they played their hearts out. But yeah, once more, it'll be the Bang Gang and, well, I was about to say Phantasmal. It is the Kansas City Pioneers who, will be headed into this grand final. And, they weren't able to take down the Bang Gang the first time, but second crack at it, who knows? Anything can happen.
Well, let's go ahead and go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a couple of moments to bring you our final series on the day. And to round out North America week number 3, you're watching the Women's Carball Championship presented by Psyonix. We'll be back in a sec.
I turned off the lights, I got off the wires. When I close my eyes, disconnected and tired. I see you, I see you, yeah. And I know you keep asking me, flames and fire. I know you are done with me. It's just fired. It's just fire. I was wrong, but I made it right. You came begging day and night. I don't wanna hit the bottom. Don't go out of your state of mind. I've been counting 1 to 10. I'll be back when you be dim. I see you. Yeah, I see you go down. Yeah, I see you go down. I see you. Yeah, I see you go down. Yeah, I see you go down. And I know you keep asking me, flames and fire. I know you are done with me. It's just fired. I see you go down, yeah, I see you go down. I see you go down, yeah, I see you just fired. It's just
It's shots fired.
You just walk right out the door. Don't wanna do this anymore. Now I'm lost without you. You drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you. Used to be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep. Now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave, and by the time it's done I'll be distant when you're home, always hanging by your phone. Do I even know you? And I get paranoid sometimes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. One more time, we go around the horn here to find out who will be your Week 3 champion in North America. Hunted and Perino with you to finish out the broadcast here. Bang Gang, KCP. This is the 6th time we've seen these teams face off against one another, and it's always a fun battle when we get these teams really able to show what they can do. Bang Gang got the better of KCP early on today, Perino, and they come into this one with that one-game series advantage.
Yes, and it is a huge advantage as we take a look at our bracket here. You can see, how this all played out today. KCP and BG meeting in that winners finals, but KCP rebounding and headed back into the grands. So should be another great series. I think for Bang Gang, though, having that one-game advantage is a huge deal here as we are trying to find a victor for this week. And just being able to enter the series, you've already got a bit of a buffer. You've been waiting a little bit, perhaps. So you've been, staying hot, staying ready to go. But one game advantage, easy dubs.
Well, we've seen this would be now the 6th total week of the WCBC, if you count NA and, of course, EU. And every week so far, all 5 previous weeks, we have not seen a team win that has come through the losers bracket. It has always been that winners bracket team with that one-game advantage to win the whole series. I don't know if we've ever seen even a Game 7. I can't quite remember. We may have seen, I know we saw at least a Game 6 once, or twice even, but Game 7, not necessarily always in the cards, and that's why this advantage is so important because, again, we've seen both of these teams come in through the winners bracket before. They win that respective series, and a lot is going to be stacked against the Pioneers, I think, coming into this game.
No question about it, Hunted. I think the difference, when you play the game advantage versus the bracket reset, the two most popular formats here for a grand final, is that the game advantage just provides such a short-term advantage in the one series bracket reset sort of drags it out, but nothing dragged out anymore about our wait for this matchup. It is going to be the Kansas City Pioneers in the blue, Bang Gang in the orange. You can see that one game already notched underneath their score. And this best of 7 for all the marbles here in week 3.
Well, let's get things going. 30 seconds in. What is technically game number 2, no score. However, Angie will find the first opportunity out of the corner, and she'll beat everybody first goal of the game.
And that's sort of bounced awkwardly back to Courtney there. She makes a great initial challenge, and the rebound just sort of deflects off of the hood of that Dominus straight out to Angie. Nobody home in net for the Pioneers, and Bang Gang coming out looking good early. They'll be very happy with that early goal.
This is going to be Courtney now. You try to connect the Queen Bee in transition. It falls to Kate. She'll punch that into the corner. Be clear from Tally. That's going to catch everybody. That's in. 2-0 for Bang Gang in the first minute.
And Tally just with the big booming clearance here. Nobody home for the Pioneers, and just like that, 2 goals. You know, we talk a lot about the offensive pressure from both teams, but the part that really impressed me about Bang Gang's earlier victory in this matchup in the winners final was their ability to shut out the Pioneers. They're already 2 goals ahead. They're going to continue to apply a bunch of pressure, and Kansas City is really going to have to work to claw their way back into this.
This is Tally. Gonna make it 3.
Oh.
She hits the post with that double touch. And the clear's gonna force Avenger to turn. He's got Angie there. Small deflection. Oh, it almost goes in. Avenger's up in the air. Great save by Courtney. The rebound will go wide. Courtney makes 2 heroic saves. She's only gonna get credited for the 1. Well done by her to keep that one out and keep it a 2-0 game.
And still the defense for the Pioneers in a tough spot. Finally, Kate gets a big touch out, but goodness, a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of awkwardness. It took tremendous saves from Courtney to keep it at only 2-0. Again, this is what we're talking about, though, with the pressure from Bang Gang. They just continue to deliver shot after shot, pass after pass, and it's just unrelenting. When they're already playing with a lead, can be nearly impossible to stop.
This is Tally quickly out of the zone. Avenger gets taken out by Courtney. Now Kate will try her luck to get it out of the zone. Will fall across the way to Queen Bee, who had a highlight series last series against the Venus Vixens. I'm sure she would love to keep up that momentum. She finds herself down by 2 right now with the rest of her teammates. ACP not wanting to find themselves down by 2 in the series if they can help it. This is going to be Courtney using the ceiling. Good flip over the top of Avenger. Got to chase this into the corner. Allie can't beat Kate to the ball. Courtney's there. She scores. Well done. 2-1 with 1:58 to go.
That's a great touch from Kate as well. You see Queen Bee looking to push the defenders out of the way. Kate with a touch into the middle, and again, the golden striker, Courtney, firing that one through into the top corner. Just really well played by all 3 members of KCP there, and that's what we want to see from the KCP faithful there. Anybody rooting them on, you know, trying to get all 3 of their players involved. That's where they're at their best.
Let's continue on as Pioneers still looking for that equalizing goal. They got 1 back. Oh, that's going to be Queen Bee playing away from Kate. She can't get the follow-up touch either. Avenger wants to play it out of the corner, but Courtney, she will see it clear. A little bit of a touch on goal. Angie near post, able to keep that one out. Avenger will mix it up, but Tally comes away with it. And we are pushing down into the final 70 of game number 2. This is going to be Tally around Courtney. Queen Bee throws it up high. Courtney's there. No touch on it. Avenger will kick it into the corner. This is Kate now, who can't get around it. Avenger eats Queen Bee, but nobody home. Angie getting demoed on the backside there, and so we stay 2-1, 45 to go.
And Courtney is just being harassed on the ball there by all three members of Bang Gang, just not letting her create that individual transition, you know, staying behind the dribble and not able to do too much with it. It's so difficult when everybody from the orange side is making the challenges. Here we go. Angie's going to get a good look at it. It's a great save off the line. Is the follow-up there from the Bang Gang? It's Avenger with the nail in the coffin here. Courtney's save on the line is not enough.
And it's a scramble play out in front. Nobody can get to it from the Pioneers. And as you said, that might just be the final goal that Bang Gang need to push this one over the edge. Allie will even add to the total as well, collecting her second of the game and adding to what has been a very lopsided shooting performance from both teams. 12 shots from Bang Gang to the 2 of the Pioneers.
And that certainly tells a story of the game hunted. The Bang Gang just really all over the Pioneers and generating offense, creating good looks. A consolation for KCP is not going to be enough to really level out that stat line, and huge start from Bang Gang.
Courtney collects 2 in this one, and I definitely agree that this is a slow start for the Pioneers. They're going to drop to 0-2 to start the series. And with it being a best of 7, they've got to win 4 of the next 6, as Angie will even get one for the road. Why not? Give herself 2 on the day. And, I mean, you get outshot by 10 total shots in a game. You know, you gotta mix something up heading into the next one. And we've seen KCP battle against Bang Gang in close games, but this one just felt like it slipped away pretty early.
It certainly did, and I wonder how much of it is just, Bang Gang being on their day. You take a look at the final scoreboard, 13 shots and 5 goals from that side. They seem to have the better of the Pioneers here. It's hard to really tell, they just feel like they're just getting that extra touch, that extra bit of play to get the goals, keep the pressure high. And, this matchup has swung back and forth so many times that I would not be shocked at all if the Pioneers can really bring this one back. But again, down on the game advantage, you lose game 1 or game 2, I guess, as well, and mountain to climb.
Well, we'll see if they can do said mountain climbing. I think the very first thing you got to do, though, is get a foothold on the series, right? You need something to give your team that kind of confidence and momentum to try to build into what will have to be a come-from-behind victory in this series. So, again, we talk about taking things one game at a time. I think that that's extremely important for the Pioneers here. But, even smaller than that, taking things one goal at a time, 1 minute at a time, however you want to break it down, is what the Pioneers have to do. And to start off game 3 here, I want to see them win this first minute.
Well, you may get your wish as Kate puts a shot on, denied by Tallybird, whose clearance will alleviate all of the pressure from the Pioneers. It's a great first look, and to your point there, Hunted, talk about winning the first minute. I think it's a great way to start it out. Just get that passing play going. Even though the goal doesn't go in, you still really test the defense of Bang Gang, and you give them something to think about.
Bang Gang in the offensive zone for the moment. Kate, he will find the clear, turned around by Avenger, but Queen Bee will send it right back in. Play out by Callie. Courtney's got a response in hand. That's going to go a little bit over top of Kate. Courtney just trying to keep things in the offensive zone. Creepy can't beat Tally at the midfield line. This could be dangerous. Good read by Kate, but still Avenger will score. Top shelf. Bang Gang out to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, this is a tough play. Kate makes a great read on this, but she needs help here. Avenger lurking in the corner. There were 2 Bang Gang members just waiting for that ball to drop down, and it just goes inside the near post. Great awareness from Bang Gang there to realize that it was never going to be an easy touch for Kate. And they were able to capitalize on a loose ball.
Now Courtney able to clear her own zone. Avenger and Queen B next in line. This is B looking for a double touch. We have the angle on it. Now Kate has to play it off her own sidewall. Angie will send it in. We play on 1-0 as Bang Gang score first in game number 3. Goal on 2 shots. With the lone shot for the Pioneers 2 minutes in. And another defensive affair between these 2 teams to start things off. This is going to be Tally looking for a double. It's Angie now at the midfield. We'll play this slightly into the zone. Kate and Courtney do their best to play it away. Dangerous out in front. Courtney's area to clean things up as halftime quickly approaches.
You know, I know it's not really the Pioneers' modus operandi, but I'd love to see them get more physical. Try and get the bumps, get the demos on Bang Gang. You know, don't let them, you know, build this offensive pressure and connect these passes. Try and be a disruptive force as, you know, again, that orange side just continues to rotate strong. So difficult to get out of, but some physical play might be able to at least hold it for a moment. Great touch from Tally. He's going to set this one up, but cleared all the way out by Courtney.
Angie and Kate even fixing words there at the midfield line. It will eventually be sent in by Tally. Giveaway to Angie, who fires near side. Easily played away by Kate. Courtney now in transition. He wants to try to beat Avenger to this one. Eventually all the way down. Oh, the double touch by Tally. Nobody could get the back ball read. And Tally will score that every day of the week. 2-0.
And that's just how much respect Tally gets on this field. The moment that first touch is made, I think it was Queen B on the back line there. She knows that she has to jump for that ball above the backboard. She knows that Tally is going to score if she doesn't make contact, is forced to go for it. Can't quite get there. And Tally delivers the strike for the second orange goal here. Just really, really good stuff from one of the best players in WCBC NA.
You can make the argument that one of the best players in the WCBC entirely. And really, you can make that point for almost everybody in the lineup here between the 2 teams. But Tally has made her mark so far in this game. She'll get a second one as well. What a pass from Avenger. Make that 2 goals for Tally on top of the assist she's got already as well. And Bang Gang take a 3-0 lead.
And I love this pass from Avenger. She does such a great job of staying behind the ball and using that wave dash to get that little bit of extra oomph behind that pass. It just lets her slide that across for Tally, who slots it home from point blank. Really, really strong stuff from the Bang Gang. They have all but locked this one out here. 45 seconds left, up 3. They are looking really, really good.
They most certainly are. The Pioneers trying to find a last-ditch effort. Not really going to do so as Tally almost stuffed that one in near side. Just stays out for the moment. Kate starting around by Avenger. We wanted to pass out towards Courtney. I'm a little tick by, and game number 3 will go into the hands of Bang Gang. They will take a 3-0 series lead, and the Pioneers face elimination here in the grand final. They're going to have to win 4 in a row to come back against Bang Gang, and it certainly won't be an easy road.
That is quite the understatement, I think, Hunted. It is not an easy road whatsoever for the Pioneers, shut out here in game number 3. It's just been unrelenting from Bang Gang. They have been in the face of the Pioneers at every touch. They have gone for great mechanical plays. They've gone for great team plays. And the biggest thing is that they've just shut down the KCP offense. The Pioneers just struggling really to generate too many chances, not being able to get touches off the backboard. The passing plays just aren't quite there. They need to figure something out. Backs against the wall and a long way to go if they want to push for a victory here in week 3.
Well, speaking of, they're using all the time given to them in this intermission time, perhaps talking it out, trying to figure out what the next play is. Because, like we said, this is a win-or-go-home situation right now for the Pioneers. And, man, they have quite a bit ahead of them. They weren't able to get much started in their first series against Bang Gang, and it's kind of carried over into this one. We haven't seen them click on the offensive side of the ball the way we would have wanted to. And you've got to figure something out as Tally's going to open the scoring from the midfield. 1-0 already for Bang Gang.
Another great touch from Angie, just looking for Tally the whole way. Just put right on the nose of Tally's Fennec there. Just no way she misses. And Bang Gang off to another strong start. It's really been the story of the series, I think. It's just been Bang Gang's ability to start quick and just keep applying pressure nonstop. They're not really allowing the Pioneers any breathing space. As close call for the Orange defense is put out. Transition through the middle. That one off the crossbar, no good. Kate clears it away.
If the Pioneers can get some offense going on the backside of that. This is going to be Courtney looking for Queen Bee. She almost drops that down. Is just a bit wide. Tough angle there from her. She's going to get another shot on. They've made by Tally on the goal line. Here's Courtney again. This time Kate now. Tally wins the challenge over both of them. And Jay pops it up. Queen Bee going to rotate quickly around to it. Into the corner. But right to Avenger, and Tally will see it out. First minute gone. Game at number 4. Still a 1-0 lead. Or Bang Gang, this falls dangerously in front. Kate sends it all the way back down, just a bit wide of the goal. Had everybody caught there from Bang Gang, but didn't quite turn it in. Though she makes a nice pass, and Angie stuffs Courtney on the line.
Oh, and that was a great look for the Pioneers there. They finally get a huge chance, and it's just cleared off the line. Took every defender from Bang Gang to make that stop. And close call. KCP need much more of that, though, if they're going to want to get back into this one. Just get all 3 players up and forward. That's really, again, where they shine, is when they can get all 3 of their members, forward rotated and aggressively into the play, scoring goals. So going to have to take risks here. Down 1, 3 minutes to play. Back against the wall.
Need an equalizer, certainly, as we are approaching halftime. This is Tally and Avenger. B&B sends it right back towards them. And Avenger up and over Kate. Now, as halftime does come and go in game number 4. This time now Kate has Courtney down in the middle looking for passing play. Off the back wall, Angie to Tally. Good save by Courtney, just getting up there in time. Still Avenger looking for Tally again. Gets a touch on it, but it's just not good enough for the putback. And with the 1-0 lead continuing to hold 2 minutes, will we see this KCP offense really start to push the pace?
It's the question of the hour for KCP, but Bang Gang are just so strong on the transition. Again, every single time that ball is cleared out of their half, they're looking for someone sitting forward. You know, usually Tally up there, Angie and Avenger, you know, making their presence felt as well, and just not giving the Pioneers, you know, the ability to rotate everyone forward. They have to respect the transition game from Bang Gang, and it's really just creating that suffocating effect where they just can't seem to get good shots to go. And with only 60 seconds or so remaining here, Hunted, I think KCP are not going to have a choice in the matter. They're going to have to throw everything against the wall in a moment.
That one stays out. Avenger had a chance to make this game that much more difficult for KCP. She couldn't put it home. And now with 60 seconds left, everything on the line right now from the Pioneers. Good block by Kate. Courtney going to play away from Avenger. Kate rotating forward. Can't beat Tally. Here's Angie out of the corner. Courtney looking for Queen Bee. It's cut off. It's on. With 30 seconds left to go. Pioneers still looking to break into the zone. They cannot find any kind of good breakout as Tally and company continue to hem them in their own zone. What a touch from Tally. That might just fall in. Queen Bee able to make the save, but the rebound goes off the post. Save made by Courtney. Queen Bee will kick it out. Tally's still taking the shot. Angie there in front and will score, and that will do it. Bang Gang, assuming they can hold on to the 2-goal lead for the last 6 seconds, they will sweep their way to a grand finals victory here in week number 3.
Wow, what unrelenting pressure from Bang Gang there to get that goal. Just, again, I'll use the word suffocating the Pioneers out of that as we make it official here. Bang Gang in 3 straight games and the game advantage. What a convincing, dominating way, really, to end that. I know the scoreline was close, but Bang Gang were in complete control of that game. Just never allowing the Pioneers a chance to really, you know, put a foothold, put a stake in it. You know, you talk about winning a minute, winning a moment in time. It just never really seemed to come together for KCP. That was about as complete of a victory as you'll see here in a grand final.
And they did it twice, honestly. They did the exact same thing in 2 different series to an extremely skilled and high-scoring Kansas City Pioneers squad, and you've got to give props to that type of play from Bang Gang. What a dominant week they had this time around, looking to prove that they deserve that number 1 spot, and with the win, they will move themselves ahead of the Pioneers for the unfortunate we didn't see KCP get going, but again, Parina, you've got to give credit to that Bang Gang squad. They were unstoppable today.
Yeah, just played really well as a team, and you know, the area where they really dominated, I think, was that midfield. They found ways to make great challenges. They constantly passed the ball to one another on transition. You know, they really made the Pioneers respect, you know, the counterattack potential, and you know, they got burned on it a couple times. You saw Tally score from distance, you know, in multiple instances. So, you know, really dominating that area of the field allowed them to dominate the whole series too.
Well, folks, I hope that you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. It was a lot of fun today. I know that well, we've got the bracket to take a look at here. If you want to get a recap of the whole day, actually, I don't know if we have the full bracket. Yeah, there we go. Full bracket.
Hey,
there for you all. Bang Gang take a 4-0 win in the grand finals. They take out Kansas City Pioneers as well. And you know, again, there are your standings. Bang Gang taking sole possession of first place as the Pioneers retain their second place, and the Venus Vixens tying the Crossbar Queens for that 4th place. This is going to be a lot of fun these last 2 weeks in North America, as the Flash of Brilliance also kind of have to worry about getting caught up on. But yeah, going to be a lot of fun the final couple of weeks. And it was a long day today. We started around 2 o'clock Eastern time, just ending now at 7. I hope that everybody who stuck around with us had as much fun as we did. And Marino, of course, thank you for joining me on this broadcast.
Absolutely, Hunted. It's always a pleasure. I love getting the chance to come along and work. We have a very dedicated and talented group of people putting on this show behind the scenes. So thank you to all of them and to the players, of course, the young ladies, out there and proving their worth in this competition. It's so much fun to, broadcast their games. And I had a great time, even if I was only here for half the day. I love getting the chance to do this. So thank you. It's much appreciated.
Well, make sure you stick around for the raid. Before we go, I do just want to thank our sponsors and partners. Of course, Psyonix sponsoring us for this season number 3. TGS, our broadcasting partner. Big shout outs to Jordan again, as always, pushing all the buttons behind the scenes. Thank you for another great day of work, sir. And then, of course, Jordan Wright and the City of Sound for working with us on the intro music and the lovely music you've heard on stream today. Girls House and Girl Boss for creating their fantastic communities where, again, women of all esports landscapes can come together and play their respective games. And folks, I have been Hunted. Perino, been my lovely co-caster for the last half of the broadcast. Jolly, Stealthy Wolf, thank you so much as well. They were on the broadcast a bit earlier. Thank you all so much for watching. Stick around for the raid, and we will see you next week, right around 8 a.m. Eastern Time for the start of EU Week number 4. You have been watching the Women's Cardball Championship Season 3.
We're told to have a certain face.